live.
Is it live?
Well, I'll give it 20 seconds.
Are you sure we're live?
No, we're sure.
Is it dead, Jim?
Is it too live?
I don't think it's live.
Oh, it says you're live.
Moo live. Moo live, dude.
Yeah, just got the ding on the phone.
And I would just like to say we're going to give props to the first one in the chat. Mr. 2 Live Moo was out there in the text chat first. I see it.
It was an hour alert early.
I see it. Mr. Guns is out there causing shenanigans. But you know what I do have to do is make you not boot you out of the chat. That would not be what I wanted to do.
Who, me?
Why is this not working? Yeah. We got to make you a moderator.
Right.
Now that mean old Mr. Guns can't boot you out no more. No mo.
No, it was Pickle. Pickle put me in timeout a couple weeks last week or something like that.
Oh yeah. Well,
it's been a couple weeks, and it was only because you told Midnight that he didn't have the stones to do it himself. So I did.
No, it was Black Cat.
Moo, I think you owe Snubnoxious there a quarter for using his catchphrase. I think it's properly copyrighted.
I love that phrase. You ain't got the stones.
Yeah.
Did I say it right?
Nope.
He's stoneless.
Yeah, the Obnoxious told me that.
Yes, Your Honor, it is true. This man has no stones.
Obnoxious told me that.
Moo, you're out there.
Chat was it where Obnoxious
Moo, Mr. Guns.
Mad Sexy, that I didn't have the stones to ban him, and sure enough, I banned Mad Sexy.
Great story, Hansel. 2 Live Moo, Mr. Guns.
Get on the show, Gretel.
G23's out there. How you doing, G23? Bunch of mods in a row there.
I'm having a joke.
Pete's out there. Ape's out there. Kingpin's out there. Grim's out there. I said Pete. Pfeiffer's out there. How you doing, Daniel? Ozzy's out there. How you doing, Ozzy? He's out there barking again.
West Covina.
G23 says, "Where's my wrench?" You're not a patron of me. Patrons get the hardwares. Patrons get the hardwares. What?
Get on the horse, man.
West Covina Dodge is out there. Foss is out there. All right, awesome.
Now, G23, you can, instead of giving Midnight his for less than a cup of coffee a day patron thing, you can get him a Co-Saint Arms in 380 for him.
380.
With the extra grip safety.
Yep. 2 grip safeties. 3 grip safeties. There's one on the back, one on each side. And it's like
it's one on the front and then one on the side.
It's like Will calls Phoenix. It's got a slide safety with a magazine disconnect and frame safety. Mm-hmm. You couldn't shoot somebody with that goddamn thing if you wanted to. You gotta put the right combination lock on. You gotta take the combination lock off the trigger. You gotta put the sights on it every time. It's a mess. So, I would like to let's say hi to everybody here. Wizard, what's going on, buddy guy?
Man, I'm just living a dream on your show, man. Thanks for the invite.
Oh man, anytime, every time. Gizzard hasn't. Have you missed any shows? Not many.
Don't think so. No.
Not on purpose.
I might miss the second.
There was that one time you got kidnapped, but we'll let you slide on that one.
Oh yeah.
Midnight. I believe the appropriate term is gizzard napped.
No, that's a whole different.
Gizzard napped. Yeah. Somebody, a representative from KFC, snatched Gizzard one night and tried to take him back to the restaurant. And it took him a while to get. He had to chew through his zip ties and escape. So
Well, that's the public story. What actually happened is, in order to promote Gizzard Gary's famous lot lizard gizzards, we actually hired a promotional stunt to have the gizzard burglar. Unfortunately, he was a convicted felon for kidnapping and taking a woman across state lines. So that was the Mann Act. And he just took it too far.
It's a mad act.
Ended up taking Gizzard to KFC and letting the Colonel at him.
Yeah.
Gizzard, would you please, for Halloween, wear your chicken mask with a little black bandana thing, or like a face mask on it, and carry around a bucket of fried gizzards and call yourself the Giz Burglar?
Well, you want to make sure that you say gizzard burglar, because
What day of the week
burglar
is
sounds a
that?
little too close to something else.
Oh yeah, that's true. We don't want
Oh, turd.
we don't want Gary running around people thinking he's the Jizz Burglar.
The jizz?
That just ain't right.
Good lord.
Oh man.
You see
Wasn't me,
this?
Gizzard. Wasn't me.
Oh, Halloween's on Saturday night this year.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Saturday
party
night,
time.
all right,
That's
all
where
right.
The chat has barely gotten going and it's already hit rock bottom.
20
You
They
are.
say
TI.
28% thumbs down. Oop, that was on Top Chat again. Stupid ass
Like,
YouTube Top Chat.
Only go up from here.
Stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
you see,
doubt
we get everybody's expectations very low. Then, pretty much anything we say afterwards has to be good.
Mm-hmm, for sure. Ape, what's going on with you, man?
Oh, not a whole lot. I had a weekend where I didn't have to work, so ended up doing a whole lot of nothing, and then decided I only had one box of 38 special reloads, so I ended up setting up the press and getting a bunch more loaded so I could have some fun with that new to me Model 10.
Cool. Out there shootificating. Nothing wrong with that. Fun. How's the weather up there?
It is unseasonably warm. We actually hit 60 degrees today.
We
And it's-
we got up to like 50, 58 here. I think we were out. Took the little guy outside. We were shooting Nerf guns around for a while.
Nerf shooter.
Yeah. Yeah, actually,
That's right.
everything. It's been a typical March week in Minnesota where it's above freezing during the day and then gets bitter cold at night. So we have a lot of ice. But oddly enough, a lot of stuff is actually drained away and started to melt. So now it's the mud season.
Oh yeah. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, he wanted to go up to camp. And
She's got a lot of ice. So
Yeah.
ice, maybe.
yeah. He wanted to go up to camp, and we just I wanted to too because I really wanted to shoot a little bit, but I noticed we had some rain and stuff at the beginning of the week. It was just going to be messy up there. So 7 Wonder says 68, 73 all week. There you go.
Ooh. Yeah, we had 57 here
So,
today.
yeah, nothing wrong with that. 57. Yeah, when you hit like 60, that's nice. As long as the wind's not blowing, the sun's out, 60 is nice.
Yeah, it was
Pickle,
blowing
what's going
pretty
on,
hard.
man? You were?
Oh,
Oh, the
Little
wind.
bit.
Oh, the wind. Oh.
$20.
that's where it just got back to Sacramento. Temperature actually dropped down into the 50s, from a high of 80 last week.
Yeah.
And to some people in the chat, they can say I don't always wear the funky hat. Other than that, just friends got married on Saturday and spent this morning fishing off of the California coast.
I saw that. I did see that on. Did I see that on Instagram? I think or something. You said put a picture up there. That's cool.
Yeah, Instagram.
You catch anything?
And the clap.
No, I only had about
Down at her Pacific.
Jesus Christ.
an hour to go fishing, so we didn't get anything. But at least got to hang out for a while and enjoy the beautiful day.
Nice.
And as you see, Pickle doesn't get a chance to join the show very often, but he's locked in his garage because his wife is mad at him. He was hitting on the DJ at the wedding, so he's locked in his garage. He figured he might as well. See right there. See? She's like, I might as well join the show while she's in there burning all my stuff.
You got it wrong, Midnight. He was hitting on the mermaid he caught while fishing off the coast of California.
There you go. Who kidnapped the tax?
Now, was that the human on top or human upper torso, fish bottom, or the other way around type of mermaid?
Did you just assume that mermaid's gender?
I said person.
Well,
person
mermaid-
and fish human?
Rich assumed it
There's
was a
a
mermaid.
Not a
Okay,
merman, right?
was the mer person a human top or a fish top?
I'm not
I'll
sure
never
what
tell.
You never know.
All right, fair enough.
That means it was fish
He
pie.
never kisses and tells. Daniel Tosh had a joke about that one time. He was talking about the Little Mermaid being hot, and he's like, "Man, I like that fish half." Moo, what's going on with you? How's the move going?
Moving on. Just packing up all my stuff. We bought
Yeah.
24 plastic bins, and we're slowly packing stuff up and selling stuff. The new buyers wanted to buy a bunch of our crap, so that's awesome.
Yeah, that's nice. Just leave it there, huh? Just
Oh
shove it
yeah,
in-
put a sticky
good
note
enough.
on it. It says, for the movers, say do not move.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah,
growing
can't
by
beat
the
that.
day. What's that?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just what you got to do too is what you do is you put all the stuff you don't want to move, but they still don't want it anyway. You just put that underneath all that other stuff, and then they won't realize they don't even want it until like a week later, and it's already too late.
Well, they said that whatever we leave, if they don't want to use it, they're just going to donate it to the church. So
Oh, there
I'm
you
going
go.
to leave a whole bunch of shit.
Perfect.
Wait a minute. What is?
Rich? What's going on?
So
Moo,
you're
this is
gonna
your
leave all
Uh-oh.
you're
Whole
gonna
lot of-
leave
whole
all
lot
the
of talking.
satanic cult stuff. You're gonna
No, I'm
leave
taking-
all the satanic
no.
cult stuff so that can be delivered to the church for you.
No, I got to take that.
Well, that's got to go with. That's got to
Yeah.
go with.
It's unfinished business.
Wait a minute. Why is there a satanic rituals for dummy version 2 book sitting next or in this Bible jacket?
What? Can you see behind me?
Because the Satanic Rituals for Dummies version 1 is the first edition. That's why. You don't leave
1.0.
that.
It's a signed copy too.
Yeah. Signed by Satan.
Oh, right.
Wait, you just got Satan? Oh man, I got Mephistopheles. I got Mephistopheles to
Yeah, his brother.
sign mine.
Oh, you got.
Yeah, it's if you flip the cover open, it says best wishes, Hillary Clinton, right in there.
It's just got a cloven
This is what I-
print.
this is what I
on there.
use right
That's
there.
your signature.
Oh man.
Mr. Fancy showing off the family silver.
Actually, that's my great grandmother's letter opener. That's that pretty cool,
Nice.
right?
She's gonna be
It's
pissed.
silver?
Finds out you took it too.
Yeah, she ain't gonna care.
Oh no, she'll care. She just needs a couple hundred years to claw her way up the surface.
I could give her this one.
It's a good letter opener. Yeah, I'll go along with that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a letter opener.
Dangerous.
Can't-
That looks dangerous. It's got a blood.
Can't see my hand in it, right? Oh,
Seven Wonders says
Shit.
Hillary.
Oh my God, it's one of those fancy Rambo knives that light up.
Rich, what's going on, man? How's the show today?
no. Yeah, hurry up.
I don't know.
Good. We
Talk
stalled
about-
enough for
Rich.
Glimtech to get here. Good.
Oh wait, didn't we have a question for Glimtech?
I don't know.
Well, yeah, we got our topic.
After the intros. You know, another 3 hours.
I mean, it's not even 11. It's not even 11 o'clock. I mean, the intros are going to take at least another 10 minutes. So, Rich, what happened on your show today? A lot or nothing? Or in the middle?
A lot of nonsense? I have no idea.
He was arguing to people
That's-
about semantics.
That's what it seemed like. It seemed like you guys were just having a hell of a bullshit session.
That's all it was.
We did, although I was timed out in the chat a couple times, we did determine that Mystic is a Bay Area girl.
She's a what?
She's a San Francisco Bay Area girl, and pretty sure she's related to Gavin Newsom somehow.
Ooh, well, that's no bueno.
That's a true story. I can verify that.
That's no. That's no good. That's
a
no
true
good at all.
story based on fictional events.
Possibly.
Okay.
Possibly.
Don't worry, Pickle. I've been timed out in that chat before.
No, you weren't.
He's probably all hopped up on
I got-
diet beef.
I got-
0.
You weren't timed out.
Well,
I got timed out on a.
It was verbally.
I got timed out on a James Yeager live stream the other day.
Did you go all roll call on him?
No, I didn't go roll
Screw
call.
you. Didn't
I
you
made
minutes too?
What'd you do?
I made a comment that I said because he was bitching at people, and I mean, God, the guy is so hard to not think he's an asshole. I mean, I try
hard
not to be
hate.
like this guy's. He's hard not to think he's a jerk, but he was just bitching at people in the chat for asking questions and just it was like saying like, "Oh, dumbass question," or "What the fuck are you asking that for?" And like people ask him stuff, and he's just like, "I don't fucking know."
I answered that 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, and I was,
If you
and I
watch
just,
my video or take some training,
yeah. Well, I just said in the comment section, I was like, man, it seems like you really hate doing these, or really fucking hate doing live streams or something like that. Or it really seems like you hate interacting with people, and they just tossed me. I mean, it was.
Hey, yeah, you're right. Later, asshole.
I mean, it was
That was
an honest
probably
comment. I was like, man, you seem like this. You seem like you fucking hate doing this. Like, why do you even do it? Like if I hated interacting with people that much, I wouldn't do it.
And yet you're a fry cook at the Waffle House.
Yeah, waffles pay the bills, yo. Yeah,
that was probably Shelton.
Yeah. So, Obnoxious, what's going on?
I'm here.
You're here. You are. It's true.
I'm here.
I seen it. I seen you pop in.
Mhm. Just only because it's in my contract.
Oh
Otherwise,
yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'm glad you're sticking to your word.
He has to pay for that water feature somehow.
That's
Well,
why
you
sugar
know-
mama
well, you
for it, dummy.
Don't be coy.
Don't be coy
Don't
about
be
it.
coy.
You're not funny,
You
Moon.
coy bastard.
You're
Well,
not funny.
I know that.
He says he's paying for or has to pay for the water feature, but really, he just goes on Amazon to find another picture to cover up all the speed holes.
Mhm. Mhm. I've got your speed hole right
Uh-oh.
here.
See,
Speed. Whoa.
Oh, hey, look, you were supposed to send that down to their contact in New Mexico, not keep it. All right? You don't just have 10 keys of
I
stuff
did
held
not
in there.
Nope, didn't have not in the contract.
Well,
Your
you're
fault.
going to have
You
to
gotta-
eventually, either way, because that latex isn't going to hold. Eventually, it's going to dissolve, and it's
Mhm.
going to be no bueno.
No bueno, no bueno, no bueno whatsoever.
Glimtech, what's going on? You last but not least, buddy. What's going on?
Oh, there you go. Now I can hear you. No, nothing much. Thank you for the invite. We having fun
You
yet or
did.
what?
Yeah. You did some shooting today? I think you said you were shooting today, right?
Yes, I did. Yep. Yep. Took the CZP-10F out for a run around the block. And actually bumped up a division thanks to that gun. I couldn't
nice.
shoot
Oh,
worth
cool.
shit, but the gun worked good. Gun
Yeah.
worked great. I didn't, but the gun did.
So is that
Do
like getting...
do you ever... Go ahead.
I was going to say, he says it's got bumped up a division, so is that like getting bumped into a higher tax bracket?
Yeah, exactly. Because now,
Oof.
now times to get to the next division. Let's just put it this way: to breathe is nowhere even fast enough to get to the next division. How these Grandmaster guys do this, I have no idea. So they're drawing and hitting targets in under a second. Most of the time in tenths of a second, and I don't know how these guys do that, but
I don't know. When you start to have to counting, well, if I take a step this way, it's a tenth of a second quicker than if I step this way, and all that. I don't know.
yeah, I mean, just drawn out of the holster, it's like as soon as that thing breaks the top of the holster, the shot's going off and it's hitting the target. It's like, okay, yeah, there we go.
Do you ever videotape yourself when you're shooting?
Yeah. Actually, all our matches get videotaped.
Oh wow, cool.
So yeah. So matter of fact, the one guy today actually had his drone out. So that should be some pretty good stuff. So if I ever get a copy of that, I'll probably throw that up.
Yeah, that's neat. That's cool. I know if you go on Instagram, CS Baloo, he puts a lot of his stuff up. He'll put clips of his shoots up. It's really interesting to watch. I always check him out. Good dude. Shoots. I think he's left-handed. He's a lefty though. I think he shoots. I think he shoots like 1911. I think. Pete is saying Josh Benware is asking for help. I think it's worth watching. I'm not sure what he's talking about. I'm not sure if I missed something or not. But so let's. I'd like to start out this episode now that we're through with everything with a quote from the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created by the, you know the thing. Joe Biden.
The thing?
The thing,
What's the thing? I thought it was whatchamacallit.
I was like, oh my God, Joe, come on, buddy. I was like, oh my Lord. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created by the thing.
the thing.
The thing that may or may not and probably doesn't exist.
He also did you see the one where he's talking about Obama and he Seven Wonders says the thing he says something about Crimea and he says something about who did something in Crimea and he goes it was it was President my boss.
President my boss.
He is totally falling apart. He's falling apart, man.
And yet the Democrats have decided that, this is our best shot.
They're gonna pick him. I know it's totally totally. He's gonna get chewed up and spit out.
What?
So
it's okay. He won't remember it.
Yeah.
So just to play the fool's advocate here. On the off chance that he does get elected, how long do you think it'll be till he's either A, declared mentally incompetent, more so, or actually keels over and whoever is Veep or whoever's Veep's taking over?
I don't know that physically.
Depends on who he is.
Sarge, mute yourself.
Like you're getting chewed up by a robot.
You're getting feedback from you, Sarge.
7 minutes.
I don't know that it's the physical. I don't know that it's the physical part of him as the mental. I mean, he just and it's like Seven Wonders out there said he's running for the other day he said I was running for Senate. And some of the stuff he doesn't even realize he said. I don't think. You know what I mean? Some of it he catches himself. Some of it he doesn't. And hey, listen, I'm a horrible speaker too. You know what I mean? I just. But some of the stuff he says is just bananas, man. I mean. You're going to quote from the Declaration of Independence and screw it up? Come on.
Yeah. But my pappy told me that when you meet people, you need to introduce yourself. My name is Joe Biden, and I'm a candidate for U.S. Senate.
Right.
If you like what I have to offer, vote for me. If not, vote for the other Biden. Okay,
yeah,
Joe.
I don't know. Whoopi Goldberg said some funny stuff too about his wife. Did you guys see what she said?
Whoopi Goldberg is still relevant.
No, but I mean, it's funny what she said. They were talking about who knows what. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even remember who was on the show. And they got to talking about Biden's wife, and she said, Jill Biden, she's a hell of a doctor. she'd make. I hope she runs. I hope he wins, and she gets Surgeon General. And what's her face? What's the blonde chick? Her dad just died. He was the POW.
Oh, McCain.
This is Senator from
McCain.
Arizona too.
Yeah, McCain.
John McCain.
She was like, I don't know if that's right. And they came back from break, and Jill Biden is an English teacher. She's not a doctor. She just saw doctor in her name and was like, she'd be a great. She's a hell of a doctor. She should be the Surgeon General. It's like she's a teacher, man. So it's just.
And probably not a very good one because most of the English teachers I know are pricks.
Yeah.
Look, just let me speak the language that we have agreed upon in the public sphere, not whatever your fancy ass learning books say.
Revolver out there says we like truth over facts. Joe Biden. That's what I mean. Like honestly, if all you have to do to make the guy look like he's totally out of his mind bananas is just read off the stuff that he said, and it makes him look so bad.
Just refer back to his own body of work, and
right? Just be like, just like it's just like at the end of like when you graduate and they do like the remember whens and they do like stuff from the yearbook. Like remember when? Well, they didn't have yearbooks back then, probably.
Do you remember when Joe Biden confused his sister with his wife? Pepperidge Farm remembers.
That's the only one that I could see. Like I'll let him slide on because he even said he's like, oh, they switched on me. I could probably let him slide on that one because I could see him not paying attention a little bit and they switched sides on him. But other stuff is looking pretty bad. I know. Want to show screenshot this bad boy real quick. Oop, hold on.
We all know who Biden's going to pick for his VP candidate. Corn Pop.
No. You just don't mess around with Corn Pop. Like, talk to him. Anything.
Well, who do you think he's going to pick for VP? Who do you guys think?
I don't know who's vying for it. It's what Klobuchar and
Warren.
Warren. So
Yeah,
Buttigieg is completely out.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't know.
Buttigieg isn't going to go for VP. Buttigieg was going to go for another cabinet position up in the upper echelon there,
like State Department or something like that.
And then Beto, he's going to be in charge of taking everybody's guns away.
Did you see who Trump appointed as his chief of staff?
Yes, I did.
That man is the best handshaker on the planet. I've met him a few times.
Who's a what?
Who is it?
Trump's new chief of staff, Mark Meadows.
Never heard of him.
Meadows. I don't know who that is.
That's my representative.
Sounds familiar, but I don't.
He's like literally my representative. He just retired just to take that job. He is the most epic handshaker ever.
Well, now here I thought you were going to say something interesting, like, oh, he called in a favor from his wrestling days and got Jesse Ventura out of jail in Mexico.
Nope.
There you go. All right. So, can you guys see my screen? Am I sharing?
Yes, you're sharing.
Yep.
Feeling that something very bad is about to happen.
All right. So we got. I know. Everybody seems to like when Budget does moron of the week. So here's my moron of the week. Okay, this came up on Instagram the other day.
Oh no!
You're just stealing more stuff from people, aren't you?
Oh, it's not like I filmed it myself.
No, you take the bracket from Mr. Matt. Then you start doing your son of a bitch of the week, and now you're taking other stuff from other people.
I want to show this here as my submission, so he can do it on his show and vote for it.
Oh, sure.
So maybe
I'm sorry, G-Webs isn't here. I'm helping.
Be a douche? Yeah, okay. I'm helping.
Whoa! Are you
Did
just saying that since G-Webs isn't here, And I said, because G-Webs isn't here, I need to, and then you cut in saying being a douche. Did you just call G-Webs by proxy a douche, or just G-Webs proxy a douche?
All right.
Moving right
I didn't
along.
mean that.
Yeah.
I didn't mean that. I wouldn't call G-Web a douche.
No. He's so nice and fluffy.
Where the guy pointed a laser at his hand to test? No, it's actually way worse than that. So it looks like he has a revolver with a red dot on the top, which I don't know if that's what it is or if that's just what it looks like. It looks, but it kind of looks like that. But here we go. We'll watch. It's only a couple seconds.
I saw
so.
Yeah,
Here, watch.
I saw this one.
Didn't go off? Oh, better point it at my face.
Oh, Jesus.
Can you believe that?
Oh man, there's a
Well,
dark.
actually, maybe it's
Thank goodness it wasn't a hang fire.
Actually, that looks like it
Can you
might be a
believe that?
22.
I was just gonna say it might actually be like a Victory or a Ruger or something like that with a red dot. But look at that! Look at it! Can you believe that?
Oh, why is that bully getting closer?
He's like, you can't even see the red dot from this side.
It's coming right at me.
You know,
Damn.
I don't know what
Down there. Oh,
I don't know what the first
Never-
thing to go
never-
through that guy's mind is,
Oh,
but I'm
my
pretty
Lord.
sure what the last thing's
Yeah.
going to be.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what
Can
it
you
was.
believe-
Maybe he actually mounted the red dot backwards.
Yeah, maybe. Could be.
No, it's on the right way.
Sarge, that's the best comment ever.
Now
I can't
I
see
could
pictures.
only hope that he didn't have any ammo in it. Like maybe he was dry firing it, but if not, holy crap, man! Like that's brutal, right?
I hope he did have.
He might wet fire it there in a second.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hey, why aren't
Like,
bullets coming out of this end?
I could use my line from last night. I could think of 100 reasons why you shouldn't do that, but there's no reason that you couldn't do it.
Seven is. Are you sure it's not snob or obnoxious one?
Link it in the side chat. It's in my Instagram. I don't know how do I do that.
No.
I've
it'd
never
be
done that.
See that little arrow down there?
It's Uncle Sam's Misguided
Just
Children on
type your
Instagram.
username and password into the comments, and it'll take us there.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah,
oh,
like
then
the
they can
last
just go.
last
Oh,
four
then you can
social.
just go in and watch it. Yeah, yeah, this is cool. Good. Yeah, not really sure how to.
I don't
do
know.
it
It should
from
be
here.
like 3 dots because you should be able to like share
Yeah,
it.
but it doesn't say that. It says
Unfollow,
post.
cancel.
Oh, go to this post. Maybe if I go to this post, then I'll be able to.
Yeah, now you
he
should
was
be
too
able to.
stupid to kill himself.
Yeah, now whatever your web browser showing in the address, it should be the post itself.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Possibly.
That's a long thing. That's not going to work. I don't know.
La la la.
I'll try it. We'll see if that works, but I don't think that's going to work. That's about a million things. Oh, well, maybe it'll be clickable. I don't know. Yeah. So that was fun. When I saw that, I was like, "Holy smokes, man!"
'Cause that's a thing.
Yeah, that's bad. Okay, that's real bad.
Yeah, they were like, "Is it the guy pointing the red dot at his hand?" Oh no, it's far worse than that.
Why is the account private? Is it private or is it one that you have to follow before they let you see it?
You have to follow him. Yeah, if you're not a follow, you have to. Yeah, it's a private account. You have to follow it. So, but it's not my fault. I mean, it has nothing to do with me.
Bullshit! You're the one that posted a restricted account.
Yeah, you put the link out there.
Yeah, my fault.
I mean that's like saying, "Oh, hey, looky here! If you click this link, you get a free chocolate bar," and then all of a sudden, nope, it's behind a paywall. It's not a free chocolate bar.
If you use code HotDogSandwich, it'll let you into the account quick.
Actually, it's Hot Dog Sandwich 2020.
Where's the RO? Who knows? I mean, those guys can't be on top of everybody all
Everywhere.
at the same damn time. Yeah, I
What
mean,
you don't know is that was the RO.
Especially since it's an indoor range.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. It could be in
A
the
lot of indoor-
in the
a lot-
next room behind glass or something.
Yeah, a lot of indoor ranges don't have ROs that walk the floor.
Mm-hmm. I duped you. Did you see this creepy creeper?
Creepy cooter?
You see this creepy creeper, Tim? I think I'm not saying it was Kingpin, but I'm not saying it was Kingpin. Actually, it's not Kingpin because they did finally release.
Woman with
They did.
Okay, there's a line of
Full of
semen.
Yep. So I don't know if you guys saw this. I saw this like a week and a half ago, and then they finally released
see it.
like.
There's a headline I never thought I'd read.
Yeah, check this out.
Oh shit!
Just
Whose semen
just
was
comes
it?
right up, bang, just right behind her, just stabs her right in the back with it.
Right in the
And
vagina.
apparently he said to her too. I guess he walked up to her like after he did it and said, "Oh, it hurts like it feels like a bee sting, doesn't it?" And then he like took off.
Kind of like how when you're walking down the aisle at Walmart and kind of crop dust someone, then walk up next to them and go, "Do you smell popcorn?"
No, it's actually not at all
Worse.
like that.
Who did the part?
No, what I was getting at was, hey, that must have been a bee sting because I think I felt it too. It clearly wasn't me stabbing you in the thigh with my baby batter.
So yeah, Brian, and his name. What's funny is his name is Steeman, which is kind of funny. Arrested Tuesday.
Midnight.
You know, horrible.
This is
Terrible.
Creepy bastard.
Semen.
I think you know what I kind of think if you throw a beard on that guy and shave his head, he'd look a little. Put an orange shirt on him.
No, don't even bring me into this. Don't you dare.
No.
Don't you dare, you son of a
No.
bitch.
Wait, let me just
I don't think obnoxious has that well defined or that chiseled of a chin.
we wouldn't know.
So I don't
As
think
a
this guy's
healthcare
been
worker,
like.
he must
I
have
don't
had a
think
large gauge needle to put a bunch of that viscous material in there. You couldn't have it.
Did it say he was
Email
a
Midnight. I fixed your picture.
And meanwhile, Florida.
Check my-
Thank God it wasn't me.
check my email? There you go.
What?
Yeah, here, I'll show you. There you go. It says "pow." Yep, that looks about right.
Mm-hmm. Asshole, I feel violated just reading that stuff.
Yeah, that shit's creepy. And he said, "Wouldn't mind if somebody put that animal down." Yeah, man, that's just some creepy, horrible, nasty shit to do, man. No matter what was in it, even if it was an empty needle, even if it was clean, to do that to somebody is pretty horrible. I think he was a doctor just trying to practice. Yeah, I mean, I guess everybody's got to practice, I guess.
Well, it is called practicing medicine.
Mm-hmm, that's true. No, I don't want the show notifications. This one I feel is kind of an article I found. Then after this one, then we got a topic to talk about. It says
Topic?
London.
Ooh, shoes.
Yeah. Misogyny should be classified as a hate crime, says feminist London Mayor Sadiq Khan. Sadiq has called for misogyny to be classed as a hate crime to help stamp out sexism. The London mayor underlined his credentials as a proud feminist as he spoke at a Women of the World event yesterday. He said female gender should be included in the list of protected characteristics that can aggravate offenses, currently including disability, race, religion, sexual orientation, and transgender identity. Mr. Khan, who is fighting for re-election, I'm getting feedback. Does anybody else hear that?
I'm hearing a bit of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Khan, who is fighting for re-election to City Hall in the election on May 7th, said, "The safety of all Londoners is my priority. And as a proud feminist, I find it simply unacceptable that any woman or girl in our city should experience these devastating crimes. Yeah. I want every woman to feel safe. So what is, I mean, this is just like one more step in the thought crime category almost. You know what I mean?
Well, you got to
where-
remember Orson Welles was a British writer, so in 1984 it takes place in Britain. So, welcome to 1984 in 2020.
Yeah. Mr. Khan also endorsed ending the hierarchy that sees incidents aggravated by racial or religious hatred treated more harshly than those related to one's sexual orientation. Those related to one's sexual. That's a weird sentence. So that's another sort of attack on. I mean, one side of it, you want to see it's another attack on masculinity, I guess, or attack on men. But not just that, but it's another country taking one step forward to making thoughts and beliefs crimes. And that freedom of speech, I know they don't have freedom of speech over there, but holy smokes, man. Like, when comedians tell jokes on stage and they get locked up and fined, it's pretty crazy. I don't know. I just thought this was an interesting, I guess, to say the least, but sort of terrifying step towards, your words being crimes.
Well, next week, since he's a devout Muslim, he'll just make being a woman illegal. Then you don't have to worry about misogyny at all.
Yeah, it is kind of, yeah.
I was gonna say, because you are in England, right? You are in London, England, and I don't think there's any actual English people named Sadiq Khan.
Right.
So there's something going on
They
there.
have a huge
Hold
Probably
on,
not
you
supposed
get
to be.
You got to remember, though, that at one time England ruled half the world, including most of the Middle East and India and Pakistan. So, yeah.
True, understand that, but not in England. So I'm saying, you take the heritage from where he's from and put him in charge, and what's going to happen? And not a good thing. So
He's going to be a petty, attention-grubbing politician who's going to say whatever it takes to stay in power.
I think it's just a general leaning towards control, whether it's control of, over there it'd be control of women. Here it's showing itself as a control of thought and control of voice and a control of, in this instance, men too. It's the same thing. It's just a person that wants people to be in their boxes, in control, and not step out of their little box. And that's just, I don't know, man. It's just scary. I just don't like that. It's no personal freedoms.
Mm-hmm.
I heard somebody say a while back, there is no hate speech, just speech you hate. And I was like, wow, that's a really great way to look at it. You know what I mean? Like, that's a guy that comments. That's a good joke, actually, out there, Foss. It says, I used to have a dog with no legs named Cigarette. Every morning I would take him out for a drag. Good.
Faust Animal Control will be knocking down your door shortly.
Well, I'm gonna copy that quick and email that straight to shootingleft-of-center@gmail.com so Yankee knows what he's dealing with.
Care of DM Faust.
That's right. So, topic, and this is an interesting one, I think. I saw I don't know if you guys know who Hard Target is. His name's Gil. He's on Instagram. He used to do some YouTube stuff. He's kind of not doing YouTube stuff anymore. He's just kind of just doesn't like it anymore. I think he's just over it a little bit with the trolls and stuff like that. But so I follow him on Instagram, and he had posted a picture of. Let me find it here. He had posted a picture of his new benchmate he picked up, and somebody, I won't say who, it doesn't really matter, but somebody underneath it said, "I'm not on board with a company that helps enforcers cut up guns." Okay, something that we've discussed, many times, a bunch of times on different different shows. He said, Gil wrote back, "I understand your commitment to your standards. I'm not buying a company nor endorsing their policies. I'm buying a tool that I really like and could defend my life with. With all these red flag laws being adopted, you may want to research which gun shops are reselling confiscated firearms, because that is what the cops do. They do not hold them or destroy them. They have agreements with local stores to handle the paperwork and move them." So, I commented and I said, "Well, I never thought of that, Gil. I'm definitely going to look into that, talk about it. Do you have any references?" And we back and forth a little bit. He's in Massachusetts. So, this is Glimtech. I'm glad you're here because I wanted your input on this a little bit and what the situation is out there with something like this. So, if a gun is red flagged, if somebody is red flagged and they confiscate the firearms and then they're not given back for one reason or another, whether it's justified or not, and they get handed over to the cops. What's it like out there in Arizona? Do you know? Do the cops destroy them? Are they allowed to destroy them, or do they have to go to an FFL where they are then dealt with? And what's it like in Arizona?
Okay, so the way it works out here is if they're seized or turned over, law enforcement must hold them for a minimum of 2 years. If for some reason, after that's 2 years after the case is cleared. Now, after that's cleared, if they want to dispose of them, nobody claimed them, no family members, nobody went to court to try to get them back. What they have to do then is they have to petition the judge, the judge of the case, or the courts, to dispose of the firearms by whatever means they see fit to do, either by destruction or if they have something with an FFL. The FFL will give them an X amount of dollars per gun, and then they'll turn it over to the FFL for removal. A few exceptions to that is if it's a firearm that's that was stolen in a home invasion or a home robbery or something along those lines, if they aren't returned to the owner, they automatically get destroyed. They're not allowed to go back into circulation.
So my sort of question, and it's something I thought would be interesting to talk about, is two things. One, how do I put this? Are you comfortable buying a gun? I guess there's three parts to this, really. One, should we as consumers, as people that would buy used guns, should we be asking FFLs where the gun came from? On the off chance that we might be able to find out that it's from like a red flag, which I don't know that we'd even be able to figure that out. And if you would know that it's from a red flag, would you still buy it? Do you think it's bad to buy a gun that was confiscated, possibly wrongly, right? Whether it went through the process or not, I mean, it doesn't mean it's necessarily right. And third, I think that's you, Sarge. I think that's you echoing a little bit. Yeah, it is.
It is.
Yeah, I can see you lighting up. And shit, and there was something else too. God damn it, I lost it.
Thanks a lot, Sarge.
It's the third part to that. I was going to ask. I didn't write it down, but I should anyway. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it Limtech? Is it possible for somebody to walk into a shop as somebody that's looking to buy a gun and ask the shop owners, like, where did this gun come from? How did it come into your possession? Is it sold to you? Was it confiscated from somewhere? Is that something that the gun shop would? I guess the gun shop would know, but would they even tell you?
You can ask. Most of them won't tell you. It was acquired on a trade, or ones. A lot of stuff around here we get is from estates. My husband passed away, and
right.
The wife is, and that again too. Out here, they don't really have quote unquote red flags, but that does. We use protection orders out here, PFAs from Pennsylvania. So what they'll do, most of the law enforcement guys out here will bend over backwards to try to find a family member or a good friend or something to take their guns, so they don't have to deal with them, because all that is a nightmare. And once they have them in their possession, until they get released, they're stuck with them.
You could get overrun real quick in your evidence room.
Exactly. Real quick, and a lot of these smaller departments, you're lucky if they can put 3 rifles and 2 handguns into an evidence locker. So, like I said, they bend over backwards, being that they have the private aspect here, and you don't not like Pennsylvania where you have to go and have states and federal forms and everything else. Here it's just like, okay, well, I want to give them to him. Well, there you go. Have yourself have a nice day, and it's done. It's over with.
And Seven Wonders has said, I seriously doubt two things out there. Night Strike said, whether I buy a used gun that may have been used in a crime at one point is irrelevant. It's people who commit crimes, not the object. I'm not necessarily talking about guns that were used in a crime. I honestly, if a gun was used in a crime and it was seized and sold, I wouldn't have any qualms buying that gun. I'm trying to talk about the aspect of a gun that might have been wrongly or unjustly taken from somebody. Right, unjustly seized. Seven Wonders saying, I seriously doubt the confiscated guns would end up in an FFL. And if I knew it was confiscated, I wouldn't buy it out of principle. So that's where the double-edged sword comes for me. Is so because that gun was seized, possibly if you would find out that it was seized wrongly, or unjustly, would you just let it be destroyed? Would you let it be destroyed, or would you buy it and give it a good home and say, you know what, the gun it has nothing to do with the gun itself. It's kind of a hard, I don't know. It's kind of weird because I also feel like it's like buying, I'm kind of like people say I buy a used Springfield. I don't want to use Springfield. I feel like if you buy a used Springfield, you're still justifying the fact that you're overlooking the fact that the company did something shitty. And I feel like even if you're buying the used, it's still shitty. People say like, well, that it's used. It's not, the money's not going to the company. I know, but it would still be nice for the guys selling guns to know that people are pissed off at Springfield and Springfields aren't selling. Why aren't they selling? Because they did something shitty. Oh, okay. So is that the same thing here, where you say to a gun shop owner like, oh, that was a red flag gun. I don't want anything to do with it. Why not? Because I'm not for red flags. I think that's wrong. That gun shouldn't be here, so I'm not going to buy it. And maybe that puts something into the FFL owner's head. It's like, wow, okay, this is a bigger issue than I thought. This guy just turned this gun down because of it. Is it worth that kind of education, to not promote red flags, but like get the word out that red flags are so wrong in our eyes as gun owners? Is it worth that to turn that gun out, to not buy that gun? I should say. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm talking a lot here, but I think you guys know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the chances of you actually finding that out from the FFL are going to be slim to none.
Right.
First of all, number one, if it is seized or it is confiscated or whatever the case may be, that's going to be sat on for at least a year after the case is finished. I would, in most cases, this isn't going to be, okay, well, the case is done today, so we're going to sell it tomorrow. That's not going to happen. Because they have to go through a process, especially with the ATF, to even gather that and release that. That's of course if the department doesn't actually keep it themselves. That happens quite a bit.
I've got a thought about this. If it's gone through that whole process and it's years later and it's gone through a court and a judge has decided to do this and it's the person has had their due process, is that unjustly seized at that point years later?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just wondering.
Well, like I said, yeah. Again,
we could all go for the fact that the beginning F is unjust and there's no due process. But what about after due process? Is it still unjustly seized?
Yeah, see, because when it gets classified here, it gets classified as abandoned, just like an abandoned vehicle, and then it goes through that process and it gets treated the same way. So it's down an abandoned firearm. Everything was resolved. If you wanted to come and get it, you could have. But
I think he's
not to for whatever reason.
Sarge is also. I think what he's saying is, if somebody's red flag, they pull the guns and then they deem that person, not to have firearms. Then is it okay to buy them? I'm not saying it's okay or not okay. I just think it's an interesting topic. I think it's an interesting thing to think about and just to go back and forth a little bit. Green Badger Outdoors says, I guess I would have to wonder if the department selling the gun is getting a profit from the sale. I don't know. That's something, Glen Tech, do they sell them to the FFLs? I think so, right?
They will, but it's required and get designated to go to some type of a program. Okay, so they don't actually get the money to put in their general fund. They go spend it. So it has to go to an anti-crime program. They can purchase equipment. They can purchase vehicles, to put the money towards that kind of stuff. They just can't pocket it and put it in their general fund and go, okay, well, we're going to lunch today. And, so it has to specifically go somewhere.
Yeah, a lot of times they don't sell them. Like Glenn said, if they sell them, that check would come back to the municipality and it would just disappear. You don't know where it would be. So a lot of agencies, if they don't have to destroy a gun, but they have to sell them, a lot of times they will trade with an FFL for store credit. And then they would get equipment that they could use in the department.
Or ammo or whatever.
Yeah, that's cool. Here that stuff goes to police auction, and FFL know what the circumstances behind the firearm is if the FFL bought it. the auctions, you could be a private citizen or an FFL and go buy from the auction. And they won't tell you what the circumstances of how they got the firearm is. They just tell you what the firearm is and start the bidding. And that's
But sometimes in those big lots, they work out a deal with an FFL that can afford to buy a big lot. They don't always individually auction them.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like I said, the
Giz, I know
that money's gone.
Giz, I know you're out there in the chat. What do you're talking about it a lot? What do you think?
Well, I just think, and I said so before the chat started, I think people refusing to buy them and pushing it back on the gun shops because they come from red flags, that's only punishing the gun shops. And I mean, what are the gun shops supposed to do? Refuse to buy them from the police, in which case the police just destroy them. You haven't fixed anything. The only way to fix the laws that you don't like is to get the laws repealed. You've got to get the lawmakers involved. The police can't change the laws. The gun shops can't change the laws. So,
well, they can't change the laws, but they can influence the lawmakers. I think part of this too, and this maybe, I don't know if I said this or not, or this might be the part that I forgot, was if if the police confiscate these guns and they go to an FFL and the FFL says, you know what, I got a bunch of guys bitching about that these are red flag guns and they won't buy that kind of thing. Maybe it puts a little seed in their head that maybe they need to be more active in the pro 2A community. Maybe FFLs look around a little bit and say, wow, this is an issue. We need to be a little bit more involved. We didn't think this was people really cared about it this much as to somebody not buying a gun, so turning it down specifically for
They
that.
already know.
But I get it. I mean, I don't want to see him get melted down either. Like, that's a huge bummer, man. Like, watching these gun buybacks, quote unquote, and people are getting $100 for a $300, $400 gun. They don't give a shit. They just want to get it out of their closet or something. And to know that those are going to get sawed up and scrapped, that is a bummer, man. Like, that's like I've said it, I don't know how many times, like, if I had the money and I knew there was a gun buyback and I had some money to burn, I would try and buy every gun I could for $50 more than they were offering. They'll give you 100, I'll give you 150. Let's go.
So you want the guns back in circulation, right?
Yeah, always. Yeah, I mean, I think.
Well, then we want these other ones back in circulation.
I know that's the conundrum. Sure, that's the conundrum. That's the part that's the part that worries me. Is the ones
one way or the other.
I know. Well, I don't have to. No, I don't, because it's probably never going to happen. But no, I don't.
You're asking other people their opinions. What's yours?
It's my job. This is my show. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know my opinion. That's why I brought it up, because it's my opinion is I'm so on the fence with it. Depending on the situation, I sort of see it one way or another. If it was a thing where they were confiscated because somebody did something, that's one thing. And yeah, get them out of this. Somebody did something bad. They committed a crime. They confiscated the guns. Sell them back. Let's find good homes for them. Let's find them their forever homes. But somebody that had a neighbor call the cops because they were an asshole to them, and next thing you know, they've been deemed to not be.
Now hold on. So a neighbor has called and said something false, and it couldn't be proven. The truth doesn't come out in court over the course of a couple years.
No, I'm not saying. I'm just. This is a big what if for me.
I know, but that's what we're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Just because the neighbor calls because they're an asshole, that can't get sorted out in court and everything be restored. If we're at the point of they've not been returned for a couple years and the judge has deemed that they can't be returned, then we're past some little tiff between neighbors. That's a novel idea, but the actual seizing of them and keeping and selling off of the property is way more final than that. I think we're
Exactly.
skipping over that aspect of it.
Yeah,
It's not just a
exactly.
tiff.
Mm-hmm.
And then the problem of it is too, the chances of you actually even knowing that 2, 3, 4, sometimes even
Oh
longer
yeah. It's
is
so
slim as
faint,
ever.
right? There's no way.
Okay.
And did
Sure.
the FFL,
So
when they bought them, did they ask for the history of each individual gun, or were those just crime guns? Were those just so? Sometimes people will turn in a gun to the department because they've had someone pass away and they don't know what to do with it. They
Yep.
will do that as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
Sure.
does the FFL have to say, "Oh man, I got to get the history of all these," or I don't think it's possible to find out the history of these guns.
I'm not saying it is, and that's something I said. I'm not sure it is. I don't think if it is. I'm saying this. And I will admit the chances of this are so slim. And like, if you actually trying to buy a used gun and you find out that it was confiscated, and then you would be able to find out somehow that it seems fishy and the confiscation doesn't seem legit. I'm not saying it's ever going to happen to anybody. I just thought it was an interesting topic, and I thought it was worth talking about. I don't even know where I stand on it. Tell you the truth. I mean, would I buy it? Because I don't know if I thought bad about it. Probably not. But I'm not saying that somebody else wouldn't, and I'm not saying that if I buy it, they're going to destroy it, because that's not going to happen. The gun owner's not going to be like, well, this guy didn't want this thing. Oh, well, just toss it. Let's throw it in the shredder. That's not going to happen. Somebody will come along and buy it. I just, I think talking about the issue is maybe more the point than anything else.
the only caveat to that is if something happens, you said death in the family or something like that. And we actually had that at the shop. Her husband passed away, and he was a World War II vet and brought
Mm-hmm.
one back from Germany, and it was an old German. It was a very, very rare one. She walked in the shop and said, "I don't want this. I want it destroyed."
Oh,
Well, once she says, "I want it destroyed," we have
yeah.
there's no option. It has to be destroyed. Um, we actually called because we were questioning the fact that it could have been fully auto. So we actually called ATF to confirm that, which they were on the fence. Long story short, they wound up coming out, confirmed that it did not have the sear, so it was not classified as a full auto. But he sat there with this lady for almost an hour and finally talked her into not destroying it, letting them take it, and letting them donate it to the museum. But
Oh, wow.
he did some dealing and talking with her because she was very adamant that she wanted this thing gone and destroyed.
Yeah.
But he did a good job with that one. But yeah, if they come in and say, hey, I want this gone, then it goes bye bye.
Guy comments says worst
I don't know,
ever.
guy. I don't know. I don't want to say common, but it's kind of a standard trope of the old, or like the old sitcoms, or that of the wife or the grandmother or whatever being, I don't want a gun in this house because blah, 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 blah. Then finally, oh, he keeled over. Okay, time to get that shit out of here.
Yeah. Yeah.
And 7,
And like,
I
what was that? That Spielberg movie that really flopped. What was it? 1941.
Yeah. And 7, I agree. I agree with you also. As an FFL, if I knew it would be a confiscated red flag, I wouldn't take it anyway. But the problem of it is, and I'll take this one, and I'm sure Sarge will back me up on it too. The chances of you finding that out will be next to impossible, unless you were involved in the case itself and followed it all the way
Because
through.
you're going to be
nearly
dealing with an
impossible to
evidence
find out.
tech. They're going to be cataloging all
Yep.
this stuff. You're going to go in and buy things. They're not going to ask for a history on each one. They're just not. It's like a used car
And then how
salesman. They're
many?
just in business of, may buy this piece of property and resell it to these people and make some money. And they're not asking for Carfax on these things. They're not asking for a gun fax because there's no registration, so they don't know. They just They're just buying property and reselling it.
Yeah.
I mean, the only way you're probably really going to find out is you probably like go up to camp or something like that, and it's like, oh, hey, cousin Earl, look at this Colt Python that I picked up at the gun shop for real cheap, and he looks at it and says, "Son of a bitch, that was mine. That was confiscated on a red flag." That'd be about the only way you'd really know, is if someone's like, "Oh, hey, you know what? I used to have one of those, and as a matter of fact, the serial number was my birthday plus a couple of numbers, and oh, fuck you, you son of a bitch, you bought it, didn't you?"
Mm.
Yeah, that would be about the only way.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be super slim. I just found it an interesting thought, you know. So, I know there's people back and forth out there. Some people looking at it different ways. Is my audio okay? They were saying my
Every
audio
once in a while,
is-
you like fade out and get really bassy,
Oh,
and
really?
then it kind of fades back into normal.
Huh, okay.
So I don't know if like
Is your microphone clipped to your shirt?
No, it's
it's
not.
just one of those yoke and one of those headsets.
Yeah,
that's kind of like a yoke.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's clipped to his armpit, the way it sounds.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what it
yeah.
sounds like. It sounds like you're going under your armpit.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You say it sounds like it's in his
Um,
esophagus, but
Well, now Midnight, all you need to do is tell Never Enough Ammo, "Hey, since you got a new microphone, can I have your old one? I'll send you
Who's
to Monte
that?
Cristo." Matt,
Who did you
NEA.
get? Oh, Matt. Yeah. The oath to the Constitution should supersede the oath to your department. That is simple truth. Be what you are, though. Be what you are, though.
And in most cases, that is fact. Most cases, they won't enforce things like that. In most cases, you are going to have some that just, are yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, and they, this is what it is, and that's what they're going to follow. But the majority of them will follow the Constitution and won't enforce stuff like that.
It's a spot I don't ever be glad I'll never have to be in. Choosing the job over, something like that, a constitutional law. That would be tough. That's a shitty spot to have to be in.
Which is why you decided to work at Waffle House.
Phasing out of his dimension. Yeah, there you go. So,
Well, Faust, how do you
I don't
know
know, what
that? How do you know that he's not standing perfectly still, and we're the ones that are phasing in and out?
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the planned
There you
express ship.
Anything else? What else is going on? Pull up the gun feed here a little bit and see what's going on. November 2020 will be known as the gun control election.
Mm-hmm.
I could definitely see that. Cam Edwards.
Cook from Nancy Pelosi.
A bizarre Florida red flag case.
Now, is this a bona fide Florida man or Florida person to appease the orange one there? A Florida person case?
It
Florida
says,
man
she said,
and Florida ma'am.
It's always Florida man.
it says it says.
Well, that's misogynistic.
I guess I could share this. He said he saw demons. Then he had to give up his guns. A bizarre Florida red flag case shows the importance of safeguards that protect people's Second Amendment rights. The allegations against Kevin Morgan were alarming. They described just the sort of circumstance that Florida legislatures had in mind when they approved the state's red flag law in 2018. 3 weeks after the mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, Morgan's estranged wife, Joni, claimed he was depressed, suicidal, and obsessed with the apocalypse, which he thought was imminent. She said he was stockpiling food, guns, gold, and ammunition in anticipation of the end times. Cool. I wish I lived beside this guy. He that he talked about seeing, hearing, and wrestling with demons, and that he had performed a ritual that involved rubbing oils on their children and the walls of their house. Maybe he doesn't have his shit together. She reported that he was abusing the drugs he had been prescribed for chronic pain. He had talked about dismembering his former wife, had intimidated.
You would do the same to her if you ever disrespected him and friend.
Intimidated.
Intimidated.
I thought that was I thought it was intimidated. Yeah, intimidated. He would do the same to her if she ever disrespected him, and he had threatened to kill her with some paralytic agent that is used during surgery and intubation.
Gee, thanks for showing us what the bottle looks like.
Yeah. On the strength of such claims, Joni obtained a temporary domestic violence protection injunction, an involuntary psychiatric eval order under the Florida Mental Act, under the red flag law, which authorizes the suspension of a person's Second Amendment rights when he is deemed a threat to himself or others. All three were ex parte orders, meaning that they were issued without giving Kevin Morgan a chance to rebut the allegations against him. Guy that comments, hashtag graboids are not demons. Graboids are not demons. Where's Bert, what's his name? Bert
Gummer.
Gumner. Yeah, Gummer. Bert Gummer, yeah. But when it was time for the judge to decide whether the initial gun confiscation order, which was limited to 14 days, should be extended for a year, Morgan got a hearing, and the lurid picture painted by his wife disintegrated. By the end of the hearing, in an extraordinary turn of events, unlike anything you were likely to see in a courtroom, the lawyer representing the Citrus County Sheriff's Office, which was seeking the final order, conceded that he had not met the law's evidentiary standard, and the judge agreed. The bizarre case vividly illustrates why legal representation and meaningful judicial review are necessary to protect gun owners from unsubstantiated complaints under red flag laws, which 17 states and the District of Columbia have enacted. But it also shows that police and prosecutors, who in Florida are the only parties authorized to file red flag petitions, are not necessarily diligent about investigating allegations by people who may have an axe to grind. Acetylcholine. There you go.
Thanks, Mia.
Thank you. I wasn't even going to give it a shot, tell you the truth. I was like, that can be we'll skip that. That problem is especially serious in the states that allow petitions by broad categories of individuals whose accounts may be colored by personal animus, including current or former spouses, lovers, housemates, as well as in-laws and close or distant blood relatives. So it wasn't him that had gone to the house. So Circuit Judge Peter Brigham issued the ex parte risk protection order against Morgan on September 18th, 6 months after Florida's red flag law took effect. In response to a petition by Rachel Montgomery, a detective with the Citrus County Sheriff's Office, it was the first time the Sheriff's Office had used the law. The affidavit supporting her petition, Montgomery said she responded to a complaint from Joni Morgan alleging that her husband had violated the temporary domestic violence protection injunction by returning to the house in Citrus Springs. They used to share several firearms. He had a Ford Mustang, so there you go. I think here, what is this all? In her petitions for the injunction and the Baker Act examination, that the respondent has had a decline in mental stability over the last 4 months and has displayed erratic behaviors to include making threats. She added the room purchased firearms and ammunition. This is a long ass article. I swear I'm trying to get to something that matters here.
Reading's hard.
Well, it's not even that. It's just this has so much information, like so much more information than it needs. This is so much longer than it has to be.
I mean, it'd probably just be shorter to read the police report.
Yeah, Jesus, this is just so long. Like I'm trying to get to something that matters.
So, in summary of so far, wife or mother of children filed red flag because crazy. The guy had his stuff taken. A couple days later, had his day in court. Was found to not be crazy, and happier ending.
Glover's conclusion about Morgan jibed with the August letter from his personal physician. He has shown no sign of abuse, of abusing the opioids prescribed to him. He has not had any indication of depression or suicidal ideation.
See, and honestly, his saving grace in this whole thing was they basically charged him twice with the same thing.
So
Under the
double
mental
jeopardy.
health. Yeah, basically, because your red flag law is a gun confiscation order, but under the provisions of the protection from abuse, that automatically, when you file the PFA on an involuntary commitment, that's an automatic
Right.
seizure of your firearms.
Yeah, they pull your guns, right? Yeah.
So they charged his only saving grace was because they did charge him with the mental aspect. He had to get a hearing within 10 days. If they wouldn't have charged him with that and just charged him the red flag, he would have never gotten a hearing at all. Or it would have been 4, 5, 6, 7 months down the road, maybe. So they kind of backdoored themselves and not even realizing it, I think.
Yeah, they're talking about how he's very calm. Joni Morgan's testimony was tearful, highly emotional, scattered, and frequently vague. There were no witnesses to confirm his alleged. So, I mean, is this just a story about an ex-wife that lied about her ex-husband?
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is.
Yeah. Now, what I'd like to know is, this is such a long article. I just typed out in the chat. I was like, the writer must be getting paid by the word. Because holy smokes, man.
I don't know, or it was just thrown together from court records. Just, okay, copy, paste, move this here, that there.
Probably a freelancer. Mm-hmm. But see, now my ultimate question is now they found out that she actually lied about this and did this intentionally, an intentional
That's
lie.
What
are they going to do to her?
That's what I'm trying to.
Absolutely
That's
nothing.
exactly what I'm looking for. Yeah. The sheriff's office jumped into a civil action without completing a proper investigation, Morgan said. I don't think the average person understands just how dangerous these laws are. Hopefully, if my story gets out, folks will see how easily red flag laws can be used against someone for revenge or to get an upper hand in a custody dispute. We need protection for falsely accused individuals and stiff punishment for those who abuse this system. That's the end. I mean, holy smokes. I really had no idea we were getting into something that long. I wouldn't have even got into it. But yeah, I mean, that's where I really want to see. We absolutely 100% need a checks and balance kind of system where people that knowingly and maliciously, call red flags on people, whatever you want to call it, you have some kind of repercussions. I know there's going to be people
we can't have them do that, because then you're just disincentivizing people who are actually in need and in trouble of doing this, because you have something that could possibly harm them. That if the other person has a good enough lawyer and they get off and blah 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 blah, it's like, no, bad, no.
Yeah, and I know there's times where people mean good. I'm sure they mean good and they really do think. But there's times where if it can be found that it was done with malice, and those people something needs to happen.
So now, then, if you were to red flag someone out of spite or malice, would that not be technically a hate crime because it was done hatefully?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Online ammo retailer sued over Santa Fe high school shooting. Ugh. Here we go.
That's okay. You want to talk about red flag laws? So here you go. So here's a lady from Fort Collins, Colorado, who is actually in the process of being arrested on charges of perjury. Filed a red flag order against the two officers that were trying to arrest her, and the court accepted it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, because
they actually red flagged the cops.
Oh Lord.
Well, yeah, because it's all just rubber stamp. It's a bureaucrat's dream.
Yeah.
You want something? Okay, stamp, sign here, initial here, done.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, what
They
about
were immediately suspended, and they were off for, I think they said it was, I forget what it said, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks until they got it sorted out.
Yeah. What about the woman who?
But they issued the order.
Yeah. What about the one that tried red flagging the officer who had shot and killed her son in a suicide by cop?
Yeah. Yeah, and that was the other one. Yeah, that was the other one that they tried to do too, and they were off for. Matter of fact, I think they're still off. I don't think that ever got resolved yet.
Well, they charged her with something from out of it.
Yeah.
The one where they shot and killed the son, that was completed, and that officer went back to work.
Oh, was it? Okay.
She lied and said that she had a child in common with him and falsified the court documents.
Yeah,
to get
that's what it was.
So she was charged with perjury and fraud. And there's a difference between a charge or an allegation being unsubstantiated and the person being exonerated. That's where your malice is going to come in. Can you prove it didn't happen, or can you just not prove that it did? Because what goes on behind closed doors, there are no witnesses to. So there's the difference. And sometimes people view things different ways. Not everyone that says something isn't true, they're not always lying. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they're bold-faced lying. But sometimes they view things differently. Go take a report. Glimtech can tell you, if you got 6 people that saw something happen, you got 6 different versions of the events.
Yep, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Especially officer.
Let alone when it's in an interpersonal relationship where they live with a person.
Or an officer involved shooting. I've done quite a few of those. That's why an officer involved shooting, they don't even bother talking to the cop involved in the shooting for at least 2 days, 48 hours minimum before they even talk to him. And then his story is going to say one thing. The 3 witnesses there are going to say 3 different other things. It may be close to being the same, but it's not going to be the same. And that's just the way it is. You get, no matter how many witnesses, nobody saw it. Nobody's ever going to see the same thing the same way. Different angles, around the corner. They heard something, but then they add to it. That's always a good one. Did you actually see it? Well, yeah. Well, no, I heard it. And then when I looked, it was already done. Yeah, okay. So you didn't see it. You heard it. Yeah, you assumed this is what happened after the fact. That is quite often the case.
This is interesting and possibly bad for Lucky Gunner. Online ammo retailer sued over Santa Fe high school shooting. 700's out there yelling at me. Yeah. The shooting at Santa Fe High School may have drifted out of the limelight, but not for those involved. This happened, I guess, right after Florida. It says an online ammunition retailer has now been named in a civil lawsuit filed in May of 18. Shooting rampage at Santa Fe High School. Attorneys representing those who were killed or injured during the shooting claim the killer started buying ammunition online 2 weeks after the mass shooting at Parkland. The shooter, 17 at the time of the shootings, and federal law prohibited him from buying ammunition. According to the Gun Control Act, rifle and shotgun ammunition cannot be sold to anyone under 18. and other types of ammunition cannot be sold to anyone under 21. The lawsuit claims LuckyGunner.com sold the killer handgun and shotgun rounds without verifying his age. The 17-year-old did not need to produce any identification to provide proof of age to complete the purchase, and his order was approved in 2 minutes, the lawsuit reads. Neither Texas nor federal law expressly requires retailers to check IDs prior to ammunition sales. Instead of designing a website that allowed them to verify the purchase age for every customer, the Lucky Gunner defendant made a decision not to ask for proof of age unless the shipment was destined for a small handful of states where certain proof is expressly required by state law. In other words, Lucky Gunner did nothing that was illegal. While yes, it's illegal for those under certain ages to buy certain kinds of ammo, there's no requirement for any ammo retailer to add extra steps in selling or delivering ammunition to anyone. All right. So I don't think there's anything else. I mean, there's, they go back and forth about this.
Mhm.
So what do you guys think about that? I mean, okay, legal, illegal, technically it's illegal, technically it's not illegal, like whatever. I don't even care about that stuff. As a business, I would think that you would want to verify that you're selling people that you're if you're selling directly to people, that you're going to want to do it to people that are legally allowed to have that product if it's an age restricted product, right?
How do you pay for it? How did he pay
Okay.
for it?
Yeah, first of all, that's going to be the question. How did he pay for it? Did he pay for it by credit card? And if he did, by whose credit card? Was it his?
Well, you can get a debit card when you're young.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
I'm looking here.
Agreed. But now, in the same breath, on every single solitaire retailer's online retailer, especially for ammunition, there's a little blurby at the bottom that you have to check mark before you can proceed to your checkout. That you certify that you are over the age of 18, blah, blah, you're legally allowed to purchase this, you're legally allowed to possess it, you're not buying it for a state, blah, 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 blah.
Or that you
Check
agree
mark
to
that.
all the terms and conditions in their user or their end user agreement.
Exactly. Okay. So right there, that makes them hold harmless. He checked it.
Sure. No, I totally agree. And that's what I'm saying. Like what they did, and they even said in the article, what they did is not illegal. I'm saying, as somebody that maybe I'm looking at it from rose-colored glasses or whatever you want to say. Is there something that they could do more to make sure that somebody is over 18?
Not really. I mean, unless you want to go all 1984 to where, we got to take your driver's license info, if that is your driver's license info, or we need a scan of your retina, your thumbprint, and a drop of blood to confirm that you are the person at this computer, and we'll get back to you later. I mean, that's the only real way you can do that, because otherwise, for certain video games, like if it's a big AAA game that's going to be coming out and it's rated M, you go to the website for the game, and first thing it says is, please enter your age to let us know that you're over the age of 18. Or if you go to like any of the larger or any of the brewery or beer websites, it says, enter your age here so that you're over 20, or so we know you're over 21. It's
So are we taking the position that somebody under 18 doesn't have the right to defend themselves?
No. I'm not saying that at all.
Well,
I'm just saying if it's legally, I'm looking at it legally. Like if you have to be 18 to buy something, and you're able to buy it you buy it under 18, is that seller responsible for that?
I'm just playing devil's advocate here. That we've got some in this community who will yell "shall not be infringed," and we're talking about. I mean, we're talking about a piece of shit who went on a shooting spree.
Sure. Yeah.
But there's the other side of that, is the people who aren't going on a shooting spree, who may or may not go to war for our country, who may or may not die for our country, who can't smoke, drink, or own a firearm.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with obnoxious.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I feel like my connection's not.
No,
great
that was
right
that
now.
was Sarge back talking.
Oh no, mine was. I was getting red. My whatchamacallit turned red.
I mean, I've never.
No,
Quit picking at it.
I agree. I think I don't. I'm not saying that I think that a 17-year-old shouldn't be able to do it. I'm not sure. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be allowed to defend themselves. I'm just saying that as the laws as they stand, I don't want to see. I don't know. I don't know how I want to say. I want to. I want to see. I want to see FFLs and ammunition salesmen or whoever it is in the industry. I want to see them abide by the laws, and if they don't, that looks bad for us. So
I think obnoxious is saying some of those laws are unjust.
Yeah, I
Why
think
aren't they
I
allowing
think
Or they're
under
unenforceable.
18 to
Change-
defend
I think
themselves?
there's a lot of
change the
people
laws.
who don't want to see them abide, that want to see the companies skirt right up to the line. Therefore, we have the Reformation, we had bump stocks, we have echo triggers,
Shockwaves.
we have shockwaves. I mean, which do you want? Do you want them to abide by the laws and get rid of this stuff, or do you want to see people that go right up to the line?
The
Well,
Reformation
there's still
does abide by
like
the
go-
law. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm not saying it's that those things don't abide by the law. They do. And I'm a proponent of the Reformation. I thought the Reformation was great. Even when everybody was talking shit about it, I was like, no, it's cool, man. It's thumbing their nose at the the NFA. I think it's it's legal. There's nothing wrong with it. And haha, take that. We're gonna build a an SBR that's not an SBR or whatever the hell it was.
Then Lucky Gunner.
I'm just right. And that's what I'm saying. They are not. I don't think they should be liable. They did what they did, and it's not illegal, and they should not be liable. But should they, as a business, should they try and find out, or should they have tried to find out if that person was 18 to cover their own asses?
Okay, then I'm gonna pull the. If that's the case, you're gonna do it for one. That means you got to do it for all, which means you're gonna be sitting there for months trying to get ammo, because those backgrounds, those things are not gonna. Nothing that's gonna take over. Take up 5 minutes or half an hour. It's gonna take days, and people aren't gonna do that. They're gonna lose business because they're gonna turn around and say, "Hey, why do I need to do this when I can go to Joe Blow's site, click my box, pay my money, and get my ammo?" So, but that also, this lawsuit, I'm gonna just from what I've read from it, it's a frivolous lawsuit. It's something they're trying to backdoor the gun industry with, and it's not going to work because that's going to fall under the same guidelines as the manufacturers. Can't sue a manufacturer for something somebody else did.
Right.
It's going to fall under the same thing.
Right, sure.
Did have a federal court
Sure.
rule that Remington could be sued for the Sandy Hook shooting. So
for how they advertised the book, for how Bushmaster advertised it, and it was a very weak case to begin with.
Yeah, so
And it got tossed.
The federal court said you can do it. So
No,
Yeah,
the federal court said
it's going to get
couldn't,
tossed.
or said that. Well, we don't want to. How is it? It's not that they said, "Oh yes, you can sue them, award them their damages." It's in that back and forth where one court said another. They appealed. Another court said we're not touching it with a 10-foot pole at this point in time, so it's in limbo.
Yeah, you got to listen to actually what Fine Ape is saying. They were sued over the advertising, not the use of.
Mm-hmm.
Either way you look at it, it's a stupid thing to say that they can sue for any of it.
Yeah, it's
no.
It's just
What
one more of those
Chevrolet-
1,000 cuts.
What if Chevrolet said the new Camaro was the best car in the world to go drunk drive in, and promoted it, and then someone got killed drunk driving, they would be sued for the advertising of the use of that car, not for the actual use of it, because they encouraged it.
Yes,
So-
but also Bushmaster didn't go, oh, hey, this is the best thing to take out a lot of people. It's just, oh, look how cool and tactical and defend yours. So using the Chevy example, it's like, oh, hey, this new Camaro's, we stuffed a V10 in it, and it's got 850 horsepower and can do 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds, kind of thing. It's
And mowed down 33 people in one shot without.
This is something that can top out at 210 miles an hour without needing any modifications. You're laying it there. You're not specifically telling somebody, hey, go do this. You're just advertising. I don't know how I'm getting. I had an idea.
You're on the right track, because that would be the same thing as, if you take your Chevy and you drive down the road and you're doing 200 miles an hour and you wind up killing a family of 6, are they going to sue Chevy because the car can do 220 miles an hour?
I mean, Dodge was literally telling you to buy as much horsepower as you could here a while back, because they were giving you a rebate per horsepower. So if you bought
the Hellcats.
Yeah, if you bought the Hellcat with the 735 horsepower, you're getting a better rebate.
So, yes.
But
you are going to sue Chevrolet, but you're not going to win.
Yeah, no, and but using that example there, obnoxious, was Dodge specifically saying, "Oh, hey, we want you to buy the most horsepowered up thing that you can't possibly handle," or it was, "Hey, these red line or these Hellcats and these red lines and these super cats, they're not really moving like we thought they should. So let's just try and get people to, spend that." What were they, like 90 grand?
Yeah, I don't know. But that's the thing. They do it with cars all the time. I mean, they advertise every car you go out and buy, if you're buying a performance car, they tell you what it does 0 to 60 in. You don't need to know what that car does 0 to 60 in. But they want you to know, so they're advertising that car will do something outrageous.
Yes,
so it's the same thing as what they're saying that Remington can be sued over. Doesn't mean it's necessarily going to go anywhere.
No,
because you're giving everybody advertises products.
Yeah, it's like looking on a bottle of bleach or something, say, "Oh, harmful or fatal if swallowed." You're giving people information. But you're not telling them, hey, drink this. And I killed Chad.
I've told a couple people to drink bleach.
Look, you can tell me to do that all you want. It's still not going to patch the hole in the wall.
The hole in the wall is fucking patched. It's been fucking patched.
I guess I still think that Lucky Gunner that lawsuit is just another attempt to a backdoor entrance and see if they can get anywhere with it.
Yeah, that's what all of these are. That's why they're
sure. Trying to take that one extra cut.
That's why they're suing Lucky Gunner.
Yeah, the whole idea is to spread the word that this 17-year-old kid was able to buy ammo without, illegally, but had it shipped to his house probably or whatever. Just like, they say you go to a gun show and you don't have to pay a background check. You just walk in there and buy it and go shoot up the place. Like it's a propaganda tool. Well, I know that. I'm not denying that. I just as a business owner, to cover your own ass is that something that should be handled better somehow on their site. I don't know.
Well, how about this? Would they ID them in person?
Probably.
If they were in a brick and mortar store, would they ID?
Maybe, I don't know.
In person.
May do at Walmart. I don't know. Some places do.
Well, they
some
do
places
that for
don't,
anyone that they think is under 40.
Yeah, when you're buying ammo, they ID you.
Through the internet.
Yeah. You're automatically ID'd for a face-to-face.
Yeah, so you could just click a box on the internet, but in real life, you have to get your wallet out and show them your state identification. Huh.
Right.
So maybe we should just refuse to show ID when we're at the register. Well, they have a box we can click, and we'll say the terms and agreements that we're over 18, and we'll walk away.
All right. Okay.
You know what? I don't think I've been carded for ammo any place but Walmart.
We should just refuse to
I
do
don't know. I don't know if I.
But that's usually because
I know that's not true. I have. I used to at Gander when when Gander was still open. I used to get carded. I used to get checked there. I think they used to swipe my my driver's license. I think.
They do that.
Was that a PA thing?
Because they do that as a store policy, and they put in the license number with the transaction, so they're knowing that their people are actually doing it. So they're less likely to sell to someone underage and get themselves jammed up. That's why they're doing it, because they don't want to pay attorney's fees and lawsuits.
Yep. Because I sell ammo here. Okay. So, and if I don't know them, I ID them, because the way Arizona works, from 18 to 21, you are legally allowed to carry a handgun in Arizona as long as you open carry it. So technically, if you're open carrying a firearm, technically you could actually, buy ammo for it. But legally, you can't. You can't buy handgun ammunition unless you're over 21.
But you could buy,
even though you're permitted to carry it.
They could also come up to you and say, "I need some ammo for my Ruger PC carbine," and buy said handgun ammunition. And then you could legally sell it to them, couldn't you?
No.
Even if it's for a rifle?
No, even if it's the same way with an AR lower. Okay, if an 18-year-old comes in and says, hey, I want an AR lower, you're not 21. I can't sell it to you, because it could be readily turned into a pistol. So that was the drawback with PC carbines.
But when you register it on the 4473, don't you check rifle, pistol, or other? Or do you guys
it's actually marked as receiver.
Can you sell them 22 long rifle or 22 Magnum?
Run it by me again.
Can you sell anyone under 21 22 long rifle or 22 Magnum?
Technically, no, because you can use that for a handgun as well.
But I mean, does anyone follow that?
Around here, I don't know. I don't sell 22 ammo, so I don't do that.
Monster.
So you couldn't.
I know Wally World does.
So you couldn't sell them 410.
Can't sell 45 long Colt.
Nope.
30-30 because of
223.
30-30.
Can you sell them 12?
223, 300 blackout. None of that stuff.
22 long rifle, 22 Magnum, 22
shorts.
Yeah. A lot of places around here, they just have the you have to be 21 to buy ammo. They won't even sell it at 18.
Can't buy that.
Nope.
I bet you they could go to Walmart and buy it.
Not no more.
Yeah, as I say, not no more.
They want, can't they? Oh, okay.
Not no more. Yep.
Just reading it.
Just like you can't sell alcohol to anybody under 21 because those people never get alcohol.
That's a good question out there.
Or cigarettes.
Ghost asked Glim, does the law specifically state which ammo is considered handgun? So, if we're talking about those weird calibers like 30-30, because they do have that one whatever in 30-30.
BFR.
Does the law say anywhere like this is such an obscure handgun caliber it's considered a rifle caliber, or is handgun? I bet you they don't have that list, because that would take somebody to actually know firearms, and usually the government doesn't know firearms really. They're just pulling shit out of their ass.
How it was given to us was calibers that are readily available to be used for handgun. Okay, so yeah, you have a 30-30, the Contender. That's a good one there. The Contender uses rifle cartridges, single shot rifle cartridges. You can still sell ammo because that's not readily available. A readily available handgun caliber. 9mm, 223, 5.56. The more popular ones.
300 blackout.
300 blackout. 410 would be questionable. Now 410, if it would be a 410 shot shell, you could sell it. But if it's specifically marked in a box for handgun use, then no, you couldn't.
So there is some leeway. There's some gray
leeway
area
with that. There's some gray area with that. Absolutely. If it's not
There's
something
always
that's
gray
specifically
area.
marked for it, there's always a gray area, and that's a judgment call too.
We
You're
call
not
it
required.
discretion, right? Discretion.
Yeah, you're not required. I'm not required to sell anybody anything. I have complete discretion. If I don't like the way your pants look, take a hike.
won't
You
be
get out of here.
if you do that.
Oh dear God, you're wearing Jangos.
Yeah,
Get out of my shop, you damn hippie.
exactly. I
You're
don't
not
like.
QA
I don't like.
enough if you do
You have
that.
a pink and a red shoelace. I don't think I go get out of my shop. You're out of here. So I don't have to sell anything to anybody.
Ghost is asking, does it say handgun or pistol?
What's the difference? Pistol is a specific handgun.
Yeah, it's anything that's readily available to be turned into a handgun.
It's like saying handgun or revolver.
Yep. Same thing.
Automobile or pickup truck.
Well,
So have we run that into the ground yet, Midnight, like we did with the Guns of the Decades list yet?
Pretty much.
we did. Well, no, this was I don't. That wasn't a bad. There was nothing wrong with that conversation. It was a pot that got stirred up, and I enjoy that stuff. I enjoy sort of just talking about things like that. I think it's really fun.
Okay, so who brought the sour
It can
cream
be
and
really
shredded
interesting
cheese
to
to
listen
mix
to. I don't
into
know
it?
if that was. But yeah.
Still
If it says pistol, you could sell it. You could sell certain calibers.
Well, that's going to be semantics, and discuss that with the ATF because they're going to tell you otherwise.
Okay, so stupid thought popped into my head. Has any FFL or that been actually busted just for selling ammunition to underage persons? Not like it was, oh, hey, your books were a little screwy, or, we did a spot check here and you're like 5 firearms short on your books here. Where did they go? And, oh, that person there didn't look like they were quite 18 or something like that. Is it one of those laws one of those regulations where they can go for you, or it's like something they tack on because they know if it's not readily enforceable or something like that?
Well, I guess it's just like anything else. Like if you're a ATF agent, you're in the store somehow while they're selling to a kid that looks like he could be underage. Then I'm sure they would question it. But just like if a cop was standing in a liquor store, a bar, and they sold a kid a drink without checking IDs and like that, that kid looks pretty young, bro. Why didn't you ID him?
They do the same thing with grocery stores and mini marts. They send ATF agents in all the time that are underage. Kids of agents, they'll go in there, and they'll try to buy stuff, and if you sell it, you're screwed. If you don't, you get an attaboy.
I can't imagine. I'll tell you what. There's a lot of. I guess there's parents out there too that might find. There's parents out there that don't want their kids to have guns, or maybe there's parents that have guns and they're not allowed to have the ammo. And that happens a lot, where it's you're allowed to have your rifle in your room or whatever, but you're not supposed to have the ammo for it. That stays in the safe, or dad keeps that in the closet. And if that kid goes to the gun shop and buys his own ammo or something, dad might get pretty pissed off about that, Go down and be like, well, why'd you sell my son that? He's not old enough to be buying that shit. What are you doing? And that could stir up a pile of pile of shit too. Mm.
Yeah, it's kind of like a gal I graduated high school with. She went in. Well, first was going to be with Highway Patrol, but then went into Police Academy, and one of the things they do every once in a while is, while she was, 19 or 20, go into a restaurant or a place that served alcohol, get seated by the person, she'd leave, and then the officer she was with would order like 2 alcoholic drinks, and then if they brought 2 of them there, they'd not necessarily, don't know if they bust them or that, but since they didn't check her ID or they brought drinks because she was under 21, they'd get in trouble or something like that.
Mm.
Yeah, that's a major fine. That's a big time fine.
Yeah, which
Yeah,
is,
for sure.
It's a dick move on their part. I mean, I don't know. Don't know if it's a federal thing or a state thing where you have to actually be a certain age to serve alcohol, which I think you can do at 18
Yeah.
or something like that.
Well,
18, yes.
well, it's weird in Pennsylvania because you can serve alcohol at 18, but if you're under a certain age, you have to be with somebody to be. It's called the Pizza Hut law. If you look up the Pizza Hut law, if you're under 18, you're not even allowed to be at the table with somebody consuming alcohol unless they are a parent or guardian. And the whole thing came to be because of Pizza Huts in Pennsylvania that served
Beer.
Or beer, right? So what was happening was, people were going out to Pizza Hut, and there's little kids at the table, and they didn't want little kids like reaching over and stealing drinks, and people buying drinks and giving the underage people at the table. So if you're at let's say your kids are your kids are under 18, and they have one friend that's like 21. They're 18 and 21.
Mm-hmm.
That 21-year-old is not allowed to drink because they are not the parent or guardian of those other ones that are underage. So there are different alcohol rules like that in PA. Yeah, I don't know about
No,
other
they can
states.
drink. They just can't sit at the same table.
Right, they can drink, but they're not allowed
so
to drink at the table with those other
you kids.
kids.
You go over and sit at the kiddie table. Uncle Bob and cousin Phil want to have their 2-4 pitcher for $1.
Well, that's different because that would be considered a parent or guardian, I'm sure.
I was doing the air quotes with Uncle Bill.
If it's and that all came to be because of sports teams and stuff going on. Let's go to Pizza Hut for a pizza party. You know what I mean? After a win or something, and it's just if it's a college thing or something like that where some of the kids are underage and some of them aren't, none of them are allowed to drink because again, you get people stealing drinks from the people that are legally allowed to have them and drinking at the table and all that kind of shit.
They're not stealing. It's just hey, it was cheaper to buy the pitcher, and they just gave us like 4 glasses.
Yeah, I mean it's that, or it's like, okay, I bought a beer and sat down at the table. I'm 21, you're 18. Now I give you the drink and you fucking drink it. Mm-hmm. Like that's the kind of stuff. I mean, people do all that kind of shit. And, we've all been young before, tried to get away with shit. So unless it's a parent or guardian, unless they're, I think that parent or guardian has to be over 25 too, or something. I don't remember exactly. I don't deal with it much, in the back of the house. But
get back into the hellhole of the kitchen. Don't talk to people.
Yeah,
We don't want you scaring off the Waffle House. Last did that.
Yeah, don't scare the waffles for sure. Let me pop back onto the gun feed here and see if there's anything else. We beat that topic up pretty good, I think.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it's still twitching, but I think that's something else. Markets, Patreon. Talking about who was that brought up? Don't care about laws. Look at prohibition. Well, that was actually stuff got a lot worse at Prohibition because it was, there was no longer the moral taboo or laws of okay, you can only be open from this time and like 2 a.m. is closing time, or that it's, the fact that it became illegal simply meant that people stopped obeying, just didn't care about the rules because they're already breaking the one rule. And much like red flag laws, Prohibition got passed because it was so many people thinking it'd be so good or it'd help protect someone who's not me. The evangelical Christians thinking it was for the poor unwashed or for the poor souls that, the demon drink had a grip on them. The progressives in the cities were because of the unwashed masses of the people immigrating here who are just too stupid to be able to run their own lives. So we have to tell them what to do.
Speakeasy show.
Keep adding this.
Oh no, that's fine. I'm just looking through here. It's not a lot of the stuff is things that we've talked about.
Getting kind of slim.
There's not a ton. What is the ultimate urban rifle? There you go. Coronavirus stuff.
Spell alcohol is fine. Don't drink.
Pennsylvania governor wants more invested in gun control. No shit.
Mm-hmm.
June 8th, Harrisburg, June 8th. I know we've talked about it a bunch of times, but rally lobby day. It's in the morning. I believe it's at like 10.
Surprised they haven't booted him yet.
Well, he hasn't done anything yet. He's proposed stuff, and he's obviously not pro-gun, but he hasn't been able to put anything through yet. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed in years.
So he's just pandering?
I don't think he's pandering. I think he wants to do stuff. I just don't think he has the support. There's lots of stuff that's been proposed, but none of it has moved forward as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, which is good. And he's had enough opposition, and enough of us have showed up. Like when we did the ERPO hearings, there was a shitload of people, and a lot of people made noise. And the rally before that, hell, we had about 1,000 people there. So that's pretty damn good. So I'm hoping this time it'll be more. But we've been making enough noise that I think they're just not confident to push this stuff through. Knife fighting. Yeah, there's a lot of like articles, but not a whole lot of law stuff on here today. Oh, that New Jersey carry licensed security guard arrested for so-called hollow points. You guys hear that?
We talked about that last night.
Yeah. Well, the biggest thing too, and one of the things that blew my mind, and it's something that we talked about here. This was a month or two ago. Remember we were talking about whether like the Glazer safety slugs were actually considered a hollow point, since they're expanding. They're considered an expanding bullet, but would they be considered a hollow point? This guy apparently was issued critical duties, and they're not considered hollow points because they have the polymer tips. The polymer, the cavities are filled with the polymer. That blew my mind. I couldn't believe that they would actually allow that to be considered non-hollow point.
Well,
ammo.
The law isn't against expanding ammo. It's literally hollow point. The point has to be hollow.
Right, and it's not. And that's. I mean, I had no idea that. So, does that?
And what they arrested him for was specifically stated in the law that it wasn't.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That the critical duties were not considered to be non-hollow point.
Yes, it's actually stated in the law as an example that the critical duty is not a hollow point. But they arrested him for it anyway. Charged him.
a block away from his home. Permit to carry a handgun is there. They showed a picture of that. I'm screen sharing. Twine's permit to carry a handgun specifies the Smith & Wesson handgun that he was carrying at the time of his stop. Twine also possesses a Security Officer Registration Act card, a firearms purchase ID card, and a lawfully purchased registered his handgun with Jersey. Ammunition lacking a hollow cavity at the tip, such as those with polymer filling, are not considered to be hollow point ammunition. And an example of this can be seen in the Hornady Critical Defense ad. Critical Duty. Oh, here we go. They misspelled it. It's Corbon, Powerball, Glazer, Safety Slug, and Nosler Incorporated, Nosler Inc. Defense Ammunition. So they actually literally did say that. They arrested him, charged Twine under possession of hollow nose, what a weird hollow nose ammunition for possessing the above mentioned Hornady Critical Duty ammo. So if the law, the New Jersey State Police firearms information specifically states ammunition lacking a hollow cavity at the tip, blah blah blah. So how the fuck does it state that? The New Jersey State Police firearms information website state that. How the hell did this guy get arrested? I mean, I could see getting arrested, but then he's being charged, right?
Because they messed up, and
because
those guys didn't know what they were doing.
Because as Sarge will tell you, you can get arrested for anything. Anything at all.
Sure.
We can make up whatever we want. Mm-hmm. And you can get arrested for it.
But what I'm saying is,
are you actually going to be able to get?
He's still under arrest, right? Or did they let him go?
You're asking a separate question.
I know exactly. I said, is he? Oh, I'm sorry. Is he? Okay. So
did
I'm
they
not
charge him? Yes.
So I'm sorry. Right. Is he charged, or did they let him go? That's what I meant. That's the more.
According to this article,
those are the more gooder.
Those
are the more gooder words.
He'll have a court date. Is he under pretrial confinement? That's different. We don't know. What's it saying in the article?
I don't have the goodest words to be speakifying like you guys do.
Yeah, it says he's
because some people think arrest is the final process. Mm-hmm. This guy
arrest would not.
He was arrested.
I just meant was he
a judicial official who determined what his condition of release would be? What would his bond be? Would it be a written promise? Mm-hmm. Would it be unsecured? Would it be secured? Would it be held until trial without release? That is up to the magistrate. So arrest is the bringing them before the judicial official to answer to those charges initially.
But let's just put it this way, okay? After this is all said and done with, he's never gonna have to work again.
Yes, he's gonna sue, and
it's gonna be his police department.
He's gonna sue and do well.
He'll do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Because false arrest and false imprisonment is a big deal.
Yeah, and once he gets his case to the person, he does
big deal
out of New Jersey.
Because by being falsely charged, they violated his civil rights.
Yeah.
So.
Mm-hmm. So here's a question. Okay, so here's a question for you guys, you copper types. A few years ago when that woman got herself turned around from Pennsylvania, ended up in Jersey, got pulled over and had hollow points and got in trouble for that. FOPA, if you were traveling through New Jersey, you're not allowed to have hollow points. If you don't stop, like you're just traveling, FOPA will allow you to travel through a state.
If you're transporting.
So if I was carrying, if I was going.
Carrying and transporting are two different things.
Well, if I was transporting let's say I had it with me, I was going on vacation, I was going through New Jersey, and they were critical defense, I would be legal, right? that would be, a person would be
According
legal
to-
then.
According to that law, yes, because it's not a hollow
Yeah,
Yeah.
you just established that.
Okay.
Well, so did. Well,
What
this
if it
guy shouldn't have
wasn't?
been-
Okay,
If
but
it
what if
wasn't
it
hollow
wasn't
point?
critical duty? No, if it was, because we already established through that article that the critical duty / defense in New Jersey are not considered hollow points. Now, Midnight, were you trying to say if it was something like Hydroshock or HST or Gold Dots that are
No.
traditional?
No, because that's what that woman got busted for a few years ago from Pennsylvania. She got pulled over.
What's your question?
No, my question was just what I asked a couple of minutes ago. A person would be fine if they were traveling through Jersey with critical defense, because it's technically not a hollow point, right?
So you're asking if she
Yeah.
would have had a different ammunition, would she have been?
She would have been okay.
Well, it sounds like it
Yeah.
according to that law. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Maybe I said it in
thought
the
it was interesting.
brain damage
I
kind of
never
way.
thought about. It never even dawned on me that those other types of self-defense ammunitions were designed to get around that hollow point law. I never even thought about that aspect of it.
I don't think they were.
The Hornady stuff wasn't designed to get around the law. It's just a happy coincidence. It was Hornady looking at, okay, what is the most common failure mode in hollow points? The fact that the hollow point gets
there was
clogged.
somebody at the round table.
I'm pretty sure
an
there
attorney
were
that knew that.
But it's not
Maybe.
like the federal. It's not like the federal EFMJs where it was, oh hey, these are full metal jackets, what they'll expand. Those were specifically designed to work within and comply with the New Jersey law, not skate around or that.
I bet you one person said, and that
Hey,
will
you know
trump
what?
all the hollow point laws.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure it was one person
Well,
there, but it wasn't like, oh hey, Todd from marketing has this wonderful idea of how we can sell more product in New Jersey.
But we don't know that they weren't, that they didn't.
We don't know if they weren't, but I'm pretty sure it was just a happy coincidence of it was Hornady looking at, hey, we've really done well with these elastomer tips on our lever evolution rounds. Wonder if we couldn't do that with a handgun round to prevent hollow point clogging or hollow point failure.
I think it's on purpose.
I think it's a happy accident, and I will disagree with you and eat my apple fritter.
Yeah, I was looking it up on.
I'll agree to disagree.
Always resorts to insults.
It's to prevent clogging on their website.
Because I know the last time we were talking about it, I had brought up those guard dog rounds that are like expanding FMJs. They look like FMJs, but they expand. They smash down and mushroom out. Because I remember that's what I was talking about when I was talking about Jersey. And I was like, I wonder if those are legal because they're expanding, but they're not hollow points. It's a weird kind of situation there too. But
there was something in the news. There was something in the news this week where there was like a guy that was like a armored truck driver or a security guy that was going home, got pulled over, had hollow points, got arrested. Did you hear that, Glim?
That's what we're just talking about now. That's a guy from Jersey.
I heard there was a guy in Montana that was selling jerky.
I heard there's this.
Hey, man.
I heard there's this weird kind of balding.
Moo, did you have a stroke?
How unsober are you?
I was.
Jesus.
No,
How unsober.
I was just out. I missed like the last 20 minutes. I was out walking my dog. Sorry.
Wait, you're out walking your dog? Is it a euphemism for something? Are you sure you just didn't fall asleep? Are you a chat napper, sir?
As soon as you took your headphones off to walk your dog, we started talking about this topic, and it's been about 20 minutes we've been talking about it. So,
yeah,
see, I'm not 40% retarded,
but unfortunately, you are 60%.
I'm trying to get in the conversation. I thought we were talking about that chick that got pulled over over in.
I brought that up too.
Yeah.
How unsober
Yeah, I
are
brought that up
you?
too. I thought you. I was like,
human jerky.
I was like, is he talking about a whole
why don't we
nother
talk-
situation? Like, wow, I didn't even know about that one.
Did we? Why don't we
An
talk
armored
about
truck
Lucky
driver?
Gunner selling
Oh, I heard
ammunition
you guys
to a
talk, I put
17-year-old?
my headphones back on.
Hey, you know what?
Mm.
I've heard that there's this weird conspiracy theorist that has like a show on like every day at like 4:00 Central.
Gay
This
frog.
kind of bald guy in glasses going around saying water isn't wet.
Ghost said, "Did you hear about this guy in Jersey?"
Wait a minute, there's a New Jersey? When did this happen?
Oh man.
Did you talk about the
So I take a
Lucky
break.
Gunner lawsuit?
Yeah. Did you
They're
hear
suing-
about the Lucky Gunner sold a 17-year-old some ammo and he shot up a joint?
Mm-hmm.
Did we talk about the negligent discharge where somebody shot their light switch?
I'm gonna shoot your light
I don't
switch if
think-
I ever see you.
Ooh, is that a promise or a threat? 'Cause that might sound,
I
because
think we need to-
shoot your light switch means something different.
Ladies and gentlemen, the views and opinions
Okay.
expressed by obnoxious one
So
the
here's
views,
a
opinions,
vision.
and threats by obnoxious one
So
only
here-
do not reflect the views, opinions, and threats of Midnight Range. Listen,
So here's a vision.
I'm gonna kick you right.
Here's
in
a
the dick.
vision. Obnoxious
Still.
Jason Moo across the field in super slow motion.
Now, are we talking about where it's got like
Well,
a
if I'm chasing you, it's definitely gonna be in super slow motion. I can tell you that right now.
I don't know. I saw Obnoxious run across the parking lot at
I almost
the-
busted my ass doing it too.
bacon place.
was that running to or away?
He's running across.
Oh. Don't run across the bacon.
We
It's
hold
rude.
these. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all
Took him
men and
20
women are
minutes to
created
run across.
by the, you know the thing.
You know,
Jesus.
you know the thing.
You know the thing.
You know the thing.
E Honda, how big is your ego to
Pardon
think
me
that I'm
for-
talking about you?
Contributing.
on Hollow Point, according to New Jersey.
That's right.
No, that's
Yeah,
because it
they're
is
like-
it is a
This is
point,
the
but it is not
power
hollowed.
This is one of the Powerballs, which is specifically mentioned on their website.
I'll give you a
Now,
Powerball.
Now here's a question I have for everyone, a serious question. You know the Lehigh or the Lehigh/Underwood Critical Defense or the Extreme Penetrators or Extreme Defenders?
Mhm.
Now
Mhm.
since would those
They're
be
not
considered a hollow point
No.
since they're in a
No.
cruciform?
No, they're not.
No.
A hollow?
They're solid.
Listen to the words I'm saying.
Mahalo. Mahalo.
Hollow.
Aloha snack bar.
It's not hollow.
Mahalo.
Hollow.
They're
Hello,
shaped
snack
like
bar.
they're hollow.
Hollow.
I ain't no hollow point girl.
They're not hollow and they don't expand. I mean,
Yeah,
They're-
but they're in the shape of cross.
That sounds like a personal
they're
problem.
solid. They're solid copper. There's no
TMI.
hollow about the round.
But they're in the shape of a cross. They're hollow.
No, they're not hollow.
They're hollow.
They're
I just got.
Phillips screwdriver hollow.
Hey, I just got a text from somebody that says, "Damn you, some bitches." Can you guess who it was?
Is it the cow in the internet wheel
It's a cow.
whose wife
Yeah, it was a-
kicked him?
Yeah, it was a cow. Damn you, some bitches.
Good. I'm glad he's
Take
gone.
my damn dog. Take my damn dog out again. That's what you get for taking your dog out. You should teach him to use the toilet like everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
But a
I'm
hollow.
on bachelor mode. I got no kids, no wife, just me and the goddamn dog.
Tell him to pee in the sink. It's
Well,
not even your
it's
sink
not like
anymore.
you're going to be there much longer.
She'd have to move me over.
You sitting in the sink right now. I don't have no chair, so I'm sitting in the sink. It's my new Barca lounger.
Ooh, fancy park lounger. Just have a milk crate. No, Ghost, no one has heard from Ellis in quite a while.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, Midnight hired him to be a dishwasher, and he just never showed up, the son of a bitch.
He was in the YouTube chat on
Yeah.
the show a little while, not that long ago.
A month ago or so, yeah. It was a while.
Well, I haven't heard
He
that
said
since.
he was talking about moving to Tennessee, like near the knife shop and everything.
Oh, yeah?
And he said that like a month ago or two.
See if anything else here in gun feed. NRA statement on Oregon State Supreme Court win. Minnesota police officer violates her oath.
Yeah, that's
Live
surprising.
streaming a negligent discharge. That was that dude on Steam. Was it Steam or Twitch or something? This idiot.
What happened?
Got his account banned.
Some dude on Twitch had
Steam.
an ND.
Or Steam.
Steam,
Twitch.
was it? I don't know.
And no, Twitch. Steam is a game store. Twitch is a game streaming service.
Yeah, we'll watch it here. He's the nicest West Virginia I ever met. Haha, take that, Rich.
So now is that comparing? Mia, are you just comparing Ellis to Yankee? Because they're both from West Virginia. Careful now, Midnight. That stuff's contagious.
So, yeah, I know. Absolute moron forgets he loaded weapon and accidentally fires it in his house.
He was the winner of the Moron of the Week yesterday.
Bum,
Yeah.
bum.
There we go. He's like, oh, no, check out my new gun.
Glock
Have a
4.
racket and
Check out my new gun.
Oh,
blasto.
wait a minute. There was more than one bullet in there. Well, no, because he
He had
like
a whole he had a mag in.
well, it looked
Hey,
like
Mom.
he pulled it out of the holster. He like racked it.
Yeah, and then
There was a
racked
round
it.
in there. Then he racked it again without removing the magazine.
Yeah,
Well, he doesn't.
yeah.
Yeah, they said they banned his account.
He absolutely
I like
did
the
that on
shoe
purpose.
on the. I like the shoe on the desk,
Chambers it,
and he's got a
re-chambers it, and
Nope.
squeezes
Jake.
one off.
Absolutely
Goddamn!
did that on purpose.
I said, goddamn!
I said,
All the while you
man,
sit
boy,
there
I
with
did
the
not
shoe
know
in
realize
your
what
hand.
happened there, man. Oh shit! I just
Yeah.
shot a hole in my mixing board there.
With a shoe.
I don't know how it happened.
That's a good combination.
Yeah. See the Muslim Republicans. What the? Finger off the trigger.
Oops.
Absolutely
He said
did
shot
that
the
on purpose.
Gatorade. You think so?
Yes. Trust me. It's
Okay.
his
Here's what I'm
reaction.
gonna.
Yeah, he just
I was gonna say he doesn't seem all that upset about it,
no.
right?
Nope.
Is that what you're saying? It's really scary.
Trust me, as somebody who has had an ND inside their house, you did not have
Right.
that reaction.
No. He's way too calm.
Yeah, if it was obnoxious, he would have shit his pants
I did.
and wiped his ass with that shoe.
Washed
You
it
probably
off
would've
with
shit the
rinsed
shoe.
the beer in a can.
You know what? What's funny is obnoxious. When you put a bullet in your house, it was facing the other way, right? Maybe this is your neighbor shooting back at you.
It could
This
be.
guy.
No. You know what? Midnight. Did you see how the plume of dust? How big it was? This is from a while ago. That wasn't. He didn't shoot. That man was perfectly safe. He did not ND. That was obnoxious as one ND coming through the wall and the other way.
Yeah.
Well, Honda, you deserve to shoot your TV for what you did to that Mosin.
Well, there you go. So you got that guy.
Mm-hmm.
You got that guy going on there. E Honda says a shot. He Elvised his TV. Take this, boy.
What's an F? I unloaded.
A Minnesota police officer violates her oath. What's this all about?
Wait, her oath?
Minnesota.
We talked about that 20 minutes ago.
No, he brought it up as just headlines he was going over. The Mosin was asking for it. Honda, do not take out your inadequacies as a person on a poor defenseless piece of communist steel.
Steel?
Yes, Mosins are made out of steel and wood. And the sweat of the
Oh, I
workers.
thought he was talking about his TV.
No.
And the
Well,
sweat of
TVs still have steel in them. They're
E-Honda.
usually they use them for the RF shielding.
What? A red flag law.
You're
Minnesota
full of
police
shit.
officer violates her oath. What follows is commentary submitted in response to a column in the Minnesota Star Tribune penned by a police officer advocating a red flag confiscation law. I didn't expect them to publish it, and they didn't. My goal in sending it to the Strib was to plant some seeds in the mind of whoever might screen submissions. Colleen Ryan, this good girl with a gun, believes it's time for Minnesota to pass red flag law. Should be stripped of her law enforcement certification and criminally charged under 18 U.S. Code 241, conspiracy against rights. Since she made, is that the one that they're always people are always chanting about? 18 Code 241, I guess. And they're always using that at like rallies and stuff. Okay. Since she made a point of ensuring we knew she spoke as a police officer, criminal charges under 18 U.S. Code 241, deprivation of rights under color of law, may also be in order for her advocacy of a clearly unconstitutional red flag law. What Officer Ryan failed to mention is that everything red flag proponents claim to want, to get guns away from those who are a danger to self or others, can already be done under existing laws. Someone who has made an actual threat can be arrested. A judge can make the surrender of firearms a constitution of bail, and that can be made a part of an ordinary protective order. Take property without giving the target a hearing first, without evidence, then blah, blah, blah. So it's just about a cop that wants red flag laws.
So what website is this?
It's Truth About
Truth
Guns.
About Guns. Okay.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. It's just not anything.
Filler.
No, nothing happened. Yeah, no, I would. Lizard people.
Lizard people are people too, just more lizardy. Well, cow people are people too, just more cowy.
More cowy, yeah.
More cowy. Deal with the cowbells.
So I don't know. There's not a Ottawa police.
Good.
No, I'm just reading some headlines. Cop pulls man from
I just
wreckage.
wonder if you heard about that guy in
people
if you heard about that security guard in New Jersey that got arrested for carrying holler points.
Oh, tell us about it, then.
Holler points. Holler. You ain't had
Hey,
no
Glim Tech.
holler.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
You
I
would,
knew
wouldn't
it was
you?
coming.
You have very low standards, don't you, Moo?
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
I mean, are you sure you're not thinking this is Mr. Matt's chat of the
Who are you talking to?
dudes you would go down to? You with the moo,
Who's
and
you?
the steak skirt.
You move.
Well, address me appropriately. Thank you very much.
Okay, cow person,
Mr. Moo.
the unsober cow person.
Got a question out there in the chat. I need you guys to
42.
chime in. chime
get
in
that
and
from
let
here.
us know.
42.
Says, you guys okay if we talk about a security guard in New Jersey that got wrongly arrested for carrying hollow points? Answer now.
42.
Let us know.
I'm
if
indifferent.
We're supposed to talk.
98.
Oh, indifferent? No. Well,
I
that
have-
doesn't count.
I have the answer to that.
You guys-
But do you know what
did
the
you-
actual question
Did you hear
is?
that we now have to get the okay from ATF to buy suppressors? Heard that. I think now is the time for a Diet Beef Soda Zero commercial interlude. There you go.
Well, we can take
All the
this
beef
chat into food.
without the milk.
Can take a hard left turn or a hard right turn or even a hard diagonal turn into how to spice up your prepping food.
Tabasco sauce. It's in MREs.
So lima beans, rice, and Tabasco sauce. There you go.
Wait, say that again?
Sorry, pinto beans, rice, and
What about-
Tabasco sauce.
Right?
Not lima.
What about them? What about them?
I don't know. What else would you throw in there?
Oh, what else?
Staple survival food.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Like, let's say within the realm
I
of like shelf-stable stuff.
like probably some canned tomatoes and some sort of probably like a beef. You do like a spicy tomato, like a spicy rice and chili kind of thing almost. Yeah. Seven Wonder says, hell, I answered that about 20 minutes ago. He worked in an armored truck, had a company issue. Dude got screwed. Turning razor. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that in the chat. We would have definitely talked about that. I don't know why we didn't.
Yeah, nobody cares about New Jersey. It's all run by the mob. I mean, when it's a state where you can get a misdemeanor for pumping your own gas, nobody wants to talk about that state.
Yeah.
It's quite literally New York septic tank.
And nobody wants to talk about the topic that Moo proposed out there in the chat either.
No.
Yeah, no, not anymore. I'm past that. I've outgrown that.
You've outgrown the gummy. Oh wait, sorry, it's Grammy panties for whatever reason. I
you
thought you said
wear-
gummy panties.
Granny.
You wearing Emmy
Yeah.
panties now?
Emmy. Wait a minute, who is Emmy and why are you wearing her panties?
Oscar panties.
He's wearing the People's Choice Award panties.
Oh, I
Moon
don't
Man
think
from
Midnight
MTV.
should be wearing anything that has the word peephole in it.
The music awards, whatever. Yeah,
The BAFTA awards.
I think it's funny when. So sorry.
It's the little
Two
thing.
Live Moo. What? I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Is that her show and her new show supposed to be Little Fella, according to me?
Little fella. What's that a parrot or a play on words of?
I don't know. She said yesterday that she gets 5 inches off every 4 to 6 weeks.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, she
Yeah.
did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't think like you guys. She's not some sort of monster.
You mean she's a functional human being?
Yeah, she's
So,
normal.
yeah, we'll fix that quick.
Yeah.
Well, now, Midnight, you can't be all that normal. Remember, she married you.
And
Mm-hmm.
the follow up to that was the joke's on you. It's longer than every 4 to 6 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
But
Did you guys hear you can the new basketball rule? Apparently you can bounce the ball on the ground. They call it a dribble. Poor Moo.
Okay, I'm back. I just walked the dog.
Walking the dog, walking the dog.
All right.
Walking the
He hopped
dog,
in his-
walking the dog.
He hopped in his DeLorean and went back in time before we started to mess with him, and yeah.
Oh well,
Donald Trump is running for president.
you know what? Ghost brings up an interesting point. Has anybody heard that multi-millionaire business mogul Donald J. Trump is running for president?
I heard it. I seen it in the paper.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be good to get that Willy Wonka
We
reject
landed
out
on
of
the
office,
moon.
according to you.
No way.
Yeah, but there's
No.
no way he's going to beat Touchy Joe. So come on.
No, I mean, Touchy Joe, he just has that feel to him that, he comes up behind you and really lets you know that you need to invest in Mace.
Oh, they are so screwed if Joe.
creepy,
Oh
Joe.
my God, they are so screwed. The Democrats are so. They're in
Dumb.
trouble.
Well-
Man, they gotta as long as Trump doesn't do anything totally stupid, or they
Or the
don't
economy
make
doesn't
up something
completely tank because
totally.
of coronavirus.
Yeah. Or I mean, they're gonna have to. I mean, they're gonna be trying to make up all sorts of crazy shit. Unless
Well, they're
something
doing it now.
sticks, it's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be a bloodbath.
Mm-hmm. Well, they were saying that they were going to try to impeach him again before the election,
Yeah,
or as soon
that's
as it's
all.
over.
I mean, what the hell are they?
Well, look, it's all bullshit. It's been all bullshit for the longest time, long before Trump and anything else. It's no, the Democrats really tried. Because I mean, they were shitting on Creepy Joe as soon as he started dipping in the numbers. And then everyone all of a sudden realized, oh, wait, yeah, the Bernie bros don't show up for anything, so Biden actually got a majority of this, so... Okay, yeah, we're backing Biden.
Giz, you want to give us a plug before you get out of here, buddy? Anything you got going on? You want to talk about? You got a show today? You got a show Friday? Anything else?
I don't know. Got a show Friday. Got a show next Sunday. Hopefully get something out between now and then, but I've been saying that for a while, so I need to get off my butt and do it. So anyway, thanks for
Heard
the
that.
and good
Yeah,
show.
always.
See you later.
Maybe you do it.
Thanks,
You'll
buddy.
do a
Thank
top
you.
and head video.
I
Do
guess.
Good night.
And we'll say the impulse to get off your butt is the hardest part of any project.
Yeah, for sure. I'll tell you. Everyone was calling the Republicans a shit show that when Trump won the primary last time. It's just that people hated Hillary more. I think, though, yeah, I agree. I mean, people didn't like Hillary, but enough people did like Trump, and I think more people like Trump now than liked him then. And I really think it's going to be so much easier for Trump to make Biden look bad than it is for Biden to make Trump look bad. Because so much stuff has been thrown at Trump and not much of it stuck. Where
Teflon Don.
Where
They've been trying to make
Biden-
him look bad for the last 3 years.
That's what I'm saying. So now it's gonna be Trump's turn to throw shit at Biden and see what sticks. And the Burisma thing and all the gaffes and all that
that's
shit.
that's false news. But it's probably going to be one of those things where people are just like, I don't care anymore. This is like a remake of a movie I saw 4 years ago, and I didn't like it then. Screw this. I'm staying home.
Oh,
Well,
but when
Go
Trump
ahead.
ran in
No, go ahead, Steve.
2016, they were gambling on him, thinking he might do good. He's proven himself. He's the sure thing now. So
Mhm.
he's going to
Yeah,
win all
you've-
50 states.
Yeah, you've got
This-
that
Like Reagan
incumbent
versus
bias.
Mondale. That's what it's going to be.
Yeah, because
They're
Reagan got
projecting
everything
48
but
states.
Minnesota.
Yep, they're projecting 48.
Pfeiffer says, I don't know about that. Has Trump pissed off enough people to make them not vote? No, I
So
don't
he's gonna
think so.
lose
I think people are going to
California and
vote
New
for
York,
him.
probably. And that's it.
Yeah, I think that they're going to get up. I don't know. I think they're going to get up on stage to debate each other. and I think Trump is just going to chew him up. I think he's going to, I think when it's all said and done, Trump is going to put up his hands and say, look at the shit this guy is saying. Is this the guy you trust? You trust this guy's decisions? He can't even say this right. He can't even say that right. He doesn't know where he is. He blah, blah, blah. He's going to rattle off all this shit, and Biden's just going to go, oh, that's not true. Like,
I'd be
sister.
lying if I said I wasn't excited waiting on those debates.
I know, man. It's going to be, I think it's going to be, I honestly, when they first started running the Democratic, when they first started running, it was like, I had said to the guys at work, I was like, man, it's Biden's to lose. Like, and it's Biden's race to lose. He's the front runner. People are gonna, they're gonna want to vote for him, and the other people are gonna have to work really hard to get the votes. And then I was like, it was his to lose, and I was like, well, he lost it. He's losing it. People don't want anything to do with him. He's out of it. And then come like last week, all of a sudden it's him and Bernie. I'm like, what the hell happened? Like it blows my mind that he was still getting the support that he was. But hey, I don't know, man. It's just surprised me that he's still chugging along. I really thought that he would have had to, give up by now. I don't know. I just think Trump is too aggressive. He's too strong. I think anytime they're on stage together, he's gonna get thumped. Wife says, I sure hope people don't have a false hope for how far ahead Trump is. We need to remember. Yeah, for sure. The DNC got involved.
Yeah, unless you live in a state which is going to go blue regardless of which way you vote, then vote for Trump or vote third party. Just don't sit. Just at least go out and vote. Just don't sit on your ass at home or call into work and say, oh, hey, I'm taking the day off because law says I can for voting, and then just sit on your ass. Actually go out and vote.
Kamala Harris is out there. You see her a bunch of statements about how it's sexist. There's no women involved and all this stuff. It's like, dude. Well, Tulsi Gabbard is still in it technically, but I mean, they had their chance. You know what I mean? They had their chance. They put up a good fight. Whatever. Warren was that last debate. Warren was downright mean, man. She was a nasty. She was nasty.
Like that old spinster aunt who was always wondering, you're such a nice boy, but how come you don't have a wife and kid yet?
She didn't come off as strong and like type A, like aggressive. She said a couple things, and I can't off the top of my head, I can't remember, but like there was one or two things that she had said to Bloomberg, and it was she just looked like a mean old lady, and I think that hurt her a lot because people saw her as like maybe vindictive.
That old 90-year-old librarian who's always had a sour look on her face and looked like she's about a half second away from stabbing you in the eye for asking, excuse me, where can I find Clifford Goes to the Beach?
Yeah, she just seemed real. I don't know. Before it was she was aggressive and she was strong and she, you know what I mean? Like, I could see why people were starting to gravitate towards her because she was taking up a lot of airtime during the debates. The cameras were on her a lot. She was not backing down. And then the last one, she just turned into a mean, cranky bitch. So I mean, that was, I think that's lost a lot of people there.
And as far as Kumar Harold or whatever saying it's sexist, or racist or sexist, do you think that if the DNC had a chance to put a quote strong female candidate as their choice for the 2020 election that they wouldn't?
Well,
think of all the extra shit they could say, like, oh well, Trump's just being mean because he demeans women, or he doesn't think a woman's place is in anything of power, or something like that. It'd just give them so much more ammunition now, whether it was effective ammunition to go against Trump.
Yeah,
I mean, for God's sakes, they ran Hillary Clinton, one of the most friendly and courteous and helpful persons in the entire world.
Shut up, dum dum. Not you, wait.
Okay. Wait a minute. You're not the Great Kazoo. Screw you. Screw off.
Yeah, I was talking to the cat. His name's Dum Dum.
Yeah, you're not the Great Kazoo.
Sure, you
Ghost
were.
Tactical says Warren. Ghost Tactical said Warren had to go mean to prove she was strong. Unfortunately, it backfired. I totally agree. I think it was calculated. I think she was like, "I'm going to come out here and I'm going to be a real son of a bitch here tonight, and I'm going to, I'm going to make some ground, make some waves." And it's like exactly like I said. Yeah, I really believe that. You're right. Jorge, what's going on, homie?
Hey, Jorge.
So yeah, I think, and it's so much of it is the way people, not even, man, a lot of it isn't even just the politics involved. It's whether you like the person, the way they look, the way they speak, the way they handle themselves, the personality. Like, it's all such a big part of it. Like, especially in the early, like Steyer was just like he was like weird and robotic. You could tell people aren't going to vote for that guy. Like, he's just, people want somebody that they can relate to, somebody that seems like they're not just saying what you want them to hear. And that's a big part of what Trump, I think it's a big part of what Trump, because you can see him be emotional, and have reactions to what people are saying. People say something, he'll just be like, and he'll do stuff like that. People like that because that's what people do in their real lives. You say something smart ass to somebody and they go, they don't just stand there like a statue and hear that, whatever you said and just not emote at all. I think people, that little stuff, I think, is more important than maybe we think, I don't know. One libertarian at the top can't do much. Yeah, for sure.
No, but at least if we can get it to where they're consistently on every state's ballot for national office, and people are like, "Oh, hey, there's another choice here." Even though, as of right now, like Minnesota, there's like 4 or 5 different third parties. Like, we've actually literally have a socialist party. Then also the Green Party and the Libertarians and the Republicans and not the Democrats, the Democratic Farm Labor Party, which is basically just Democrats. So people agree.
People like, got it comments, people like Biden because his boomer voters relate to his dementia.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, Midnight, have you heard about this guy in New Jersey that got arrested for hollow points?
They're watching Biden do a speech, and they're like, "Hey, I really like this guy's policies about squirrel," and they just go wandering off. Yeah.
I don't care about
Corn
what
Pop.
Joe did in the past. I just really enjoy his stories about corn pop because I used to have a bowl. Well, as a matter of fact, he's a grandfather. He was always picking on me and all this, and like when you're young, they dip your tails in the inkwell, and that was a sign that I really liked you. And squirrel.
Ghost says, "I would love a no party system." I'm not very political. I'm not good with politics. I don't have a ton of political knowledge. But looking at it, my biggest thing with politics, looking at it from the outside, is it's so motivated by money, and it's
Money and power.
who can spend the most, who can say the right things to the right people, and it's not about who's, he says ape is boss. Yeah, he does that sometimes. He just kind of, instead of answering yes or no, sometimes he wants to tell you a story about something for 20 minutes. Let me tell you a story about little Bobby.
Well,
Like,
the problem
here's
that I have with the money thing, because if you actually look what Bloomberg spent, which was $70 million, it got him nowhere.
Right.
So the money thing isn't too much
Yeah.
ammunition.
Well,
in
it's
his
not-
initial win rate.
I hear you.
It's
much
not
as
where
I
you can
hear
just
ya. I
go
just-
right by an election. It's much.
He won most of the Samoan Islands. He
Yeah.
got somewhere.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, that was my comedy for the night.
It's somewhere in the South Pacific.
No,
Yeah.
basically, what
Gilligan's
Bloomberg-
Island's going to vote for him.
it's not that you can't buy elections. It's just that Bloomberg went in there like a bulldozer, simply saying, "Oh, money for you, money for you, money for you. Give me the damn nomination." Everyone else
Well,
is kind of like,
okay,
hey, we're
here's-
going to dole this out to this person here and this person there. We're not just going to make it conspicuous. I mean, it's still bullshit, but it's the same old game that's been going on since the founding of the country. It's it's the influence peddling and all that other shit.
No, and that's maybe that's an interesting way to look at it. Like, if you would give the amount of money that Bloomberg spent, if you give that to somebody, if you take that away from Bloomberg, who is an unlikable douche, and you give it to Buttigieg, who is
And unlikable.
seems like
A less
I
unlikable
don't think he's
dude.
an unlikable douche at all. I think he was. I can't. I think I don't know. From what I've seen, just for me, like, and somebody that's not deep into politics, seems like a pretty average dude. Seems like a good guy. Seems like he speaks well. He seems whatever. Like, you give that amount of money to somebody like him, where does he end up? I think way better off than Bloomberg, even though he doesn't have a ton of years in politics and he's just a mayor. I think a lot of Bloomberg's demise was that
He's
it
an
was
asshole.
Bloomberg. Yeah, he's unlikable. People don't like him, and all this shit was coming out the last couple of weeks about some of the stuff that he's done instead. Whether it was true or not, it was bad.
The other
And Warren even said that on stage. She, during the damn debate, said something about, she kept bringing up her being fired because she got pregnant. Well, I got pregnant and I was let go. And, she said about him, like, at least nobody told me that I should kill it. And he was, inferring that he has said that, that was a pretty bad one. Buttigieg seemed like a mild guy, but he's an anti-gunner. I'm not saying he's better or worse than anybody else. But if you put Bloomberg and Buttigieg in a room, and you're going to have to hang out with one of them, ain't nobody's going to hang out with Bloomberg. They're going to go stand in the corner, Mike. We don't want to have anything to do with it. And he's just, that's what I'm saying.
No, just for the people who aren't necessarily on our same political wavelength, just like your garden variety person who's voted Democrat, he's a lot less crazy. Okay, he's got that quote unquote younger energy. He's not almost 80 or so. He's not a damn socialist, and he's not culturally appropriating something else so they could be whatever university's first non-white person in position of power, blah blah blah.
I don't know, things I've seen with Buttigieg, or whatever the hell his name was, I just didn't find that guy likable either. He just seemed like the kid in high school that nobody liked and was always trying to be friends with everybody. Be my friend. Like, go away, kid.
Oh, who's that? Oh, that's the little brother Petey. He likes to tag along and everything.
Yeah. Like, just want to punch him in the mouth. Like, go away.
Look, Petey, here's $1. Go to the arcade. Leave me alone. Ghost in the chat is asking, serious question, be honest, are you a single issue voter?
Me? Or just all of us in general? Boy,
You didn't put it towards any one particular person, so
are
I'm
you a
assuming it's for
single
the chat.
issue voter?
For me, there's like an issue or two that's like more important, but there's still like a handful of other issues.
I guess I'm not. I don't know. I'm pretty single issue, I guess, right now. I don't know.
I've never been single issue, but I try and find the candidate who's going to blend most of the issues I care about together into their camp. But there's certain things that are going to take precedence over others. But to say I'm a single issue candidate, no. Or single issue voter, not candidate. I'm not running for anything.
You could.
I've been told I should by people.
I mean, you're already halfway there. You're rich and white. All you have to be now is old, and you're a shoo-in for the Democratic nomination.
No, thank you.
Oh, come on! You don't want to subvert their expectations?
Dude, I'm anti-abortion. They never vote for me.
Well, that killed the chat.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, I was typing. Sorry, I was messing with Moo.
Don't mess with the Moose Watch.
I have
Bugle
a certain
hamburger
set of skills.
that involves a bottle and a glass of ice and possible time dilation.
That's why I'm going to Hornburger. I don't know what that is, but
Bugle burger?
Hornburger. I don't know. Is that a burger joint? Is that like a regional?
I don't know, but I'm
fast food
kind of
joint?
hungry for a hamburger, even though I had a couple of pieces of a rather large Aldi's pizza.
Yeah, you know what stuff is? We've got stuff to make some burgers in the fridge, and I really want to make one right now, but I really shouldn't.
Not knowing the
I'm
whole
getting hungry.
of that conversation, that could go so many different ways there, guy that comments.
We need some good anti-abortion candidates. Yeah. Yeah, it's such a tough.
It's one of those things where you're not really going to win.
Politician now. Yeah,
it's kind of one of those things where you either are or you aren't okay with killing a life or potential life, and since we don't really have an agreed upon, okay, when does life really start? Well, life starts. It's just we haven't agreed upon, okay, when is it cool or when is it, well, not cool, but when is it okay with the majority of people to where, okay, this is just a group of cells compared to, no, this is a person. It's kind of an internal battle. You're not really going to.
Yeah, it's tough, man. I mean, I used to be pro-choice, and I'm not now. I think I don't know how I feel when it's very, very early on. I don't. Sometimes, some days I'm like, no, not at all. Some days I'm like, within the first 2 weeks or whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever you want to say. Like sometimes very, very early like that. Morning After Pill, I think, is a great product. I think that's I'm totally all for that. But how long into the pregnancy do you allow it? I don't know. I'm just. It depends on the day. Yeah. Some days I'm like, not at all. Some days I'm like, yeah, 2 weeks. Some days I'm like, but I mean, I don't know. Is 2 weeks even too long sometimes for me? I don't know. Yeah. I just think it's
Hornburger is the Libertarian front runner. God knows who the Green Party front runner is.
Oh shit.
Okay. So I was an actual person, not like a burger joint. Well, screw you, guy that comments. You got me hungry for hamburgers.
I was thinking it was either going to be a food joint or that he was just really getting horny right now.
So he's horny for cheeseburgers?
I thought for sure he was going to say it was like a knockoff of like White Castle or something.
So wait, if he's horny, would that be a boner burger?
Yeah, Foss says, seeing my son's heartbeat made up my mind on abortion. Yeah, if it was a couple things for me. I had a few things happen in my life, and I sort of talked myself into being anti-abortion. But yeah, I mean we have ultrasounds that go back about as far as an ultrasound can go with our son. So
good night, Night Strike.
Pretty amazing. See you, Night Strike.
We'll try to remember to close the valve on the tube so he doesn't drain the gun tube lake. But somebody might end up taking some more water for their feature, so.
Mm-hmm.
You're blonde and all, but what, Mia? You can't end a sentence like that. The suspense is killing us.
No, we were really discussing. I think she's confused about whether we're actually discussing whether we're anti-abortion or not, or if we're making fun.
Ghost Tactical says, I'm pro-life unless certain circumstances. Yeah, like the kid's left-handed or something. Yeah, that's gotta go.
Yeah, gotta
go.
Handers.
Ain't gonna have no lefty around her.
Can't
No son of mine.
What
Or
if he was
redhead?
ambihandstress?
That's okay.
Okay.
You better be using that damn right hand enough.
You better be using that right hand more than that left.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you going to do?
75, 25 at least.
Are you going to pull a guns akimbo and have some sort of weird counter on his wrist or his hands that tell you how often he's used each or the other?
Damn straight.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds silly. Someone said we were disrespectful. Speaking off topic. We have topics?
Can the chef in chief serve some horn burgers?
I don't know. I think they'd be kind of chalky.
Probably break your teeth. I mean, horns are made out of brass.
I think Cheeseburger won our bracket that one night. Yeah, man, good cheeseburgers. Fucking tough to beat, man.
Cheeseburger with some creamy peanut butter and sauteed onions. Mm. No, seriously, try it.
I've had there's a place in Rehoboth that does peanut butter and jelly on a burger. They do a little bit of peanut butter and then it's like a raspberry jam or something. That kind of stuff's pretty cool.
You get the sweet, you get the meat, you get the salt, you get the fat.
Yeah, peanut butter is a really neat addition to a lot of proteins. Like chicken goes really well with chicken. If you like peanut sauces, shrimp, stuff. It's not really weird when you think about it, you know.
No, that was
we got anything? Got anything else we want to talk about? Anybody out in the chat? You got anything you want us to run over? If not, we'll call it a night.
Well, I'm scrolling through the feed here, and apparently there's some debate about whether or not gun shops should or should not be selling red flag confiscated firearms.
I heard something about that.
Yeah, something about that.
My kids brought home a good one from work. Apparently, Walmart Corporation has told various stores that they're not allowed to order any more toilet paper because they need it in other areas because there's an epidemic.
You know what? I didn't really look at the toilet paper aisle when I was at Walmart last night, but I did look at the disinfectant and the rubbing alcohol aisles, and there was only thing left was that weird green rubbing alcohol they came out with.
Yeah,
and one can of Lysol they had for $8.
Yeah.
Around here, I was at Walmart. I stopped at the Walmart to buy something, and they had a ton of Lysol and stuff. But they were pretty low on. They were low on bleach. They were low on rubbing, like alcohol and stuff. The grocery stores and hand sanitizers. Nobody has had hand sanitizer for weeks. The grocery store. The grocery store is. See you, buddy. I didn't realize he was leaving. Give him a plug. Go watch his stuff and shit and stuff and crap. It's the same thing everywhere. It's like alcohol, sanitizer, that kind of stuff. Clorox wipes, Lysol wipes, that kind of stuff. But like, we're not having any trouble with toilet paper, paper towels, water, anything like that around here. We're fine on that kind of stuff. Some medicines, over-the-counter stuff, if you go and look for, especially the generics, like the off-brand, like the store brands of like Tylenol, cold and flu, or something like that, like the store brands.
Brand or the Great Value.
Yeah, that kind of stuff seems to go before the name brands because people are buying it just in case, so they're not necessarily worried about buying the name brand stuff. But other than that, I mean, it's not too bad here.
Store near me, a guy threw a fit because he couldn't special order 5 pallets of water to sell them. So wait, So, Kinky, one of the employees there was pissed because they wouldn't let him take up the space of 5 pallets on the truck, so he had shit for himself. Honestly,
Well,
people
they-
go out and buy a water tank or a cooler. Put a couple of drops of bleach in it, fill it up with water, you're good for a while.
Has that guy never heard of Sam's Club or Costco?
Well, yeah, certain Costco's.
Well, they're
yeah,
out.
I mean, depends on. Well, he's down in Texas though. They're having issues down in Texas. That's different. Here, I could probably go to Costco and get a pallet of water because they do. I know when we had Costco, they did. I forget how much it was for a pallet, but 5 is a shitload of water. 5 pallets of water is a shitload of water.
Yeah, that is a lot of water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So did they let you keep the pallets, or was it like, here's your pallet, load it up, we get it back?
No, I don't know. I never did it.
I mean that could be a deal breaker.
It sounds like he wanted to
sell it for profit.
Sounds like he wanted to sell it for profit. Could have been.
Yeah.
Could have been.
Screw that guy.
Sit it.
Yeah.
Screw that guy up the butthole with a razor blade encrusted pineapple. I'm sorry. I just don't have any time or patience for people who are trying to profiteer.
Yeah.
Look, you raise your price a little bit to keep people just as regular supply and demand. That's one thing. But if you're going to pull it cheaper than dirt, no, screw you.
West Covina says, I'm all for profiteering on hysteria.
I don't get the toilet paper thing. What? The coronavirus will give you the shits.
Yeah, but it's just like anything else. It's something that we see as a necessity. It's one of the few things that we see as a necessity. And I know people say, "Oh, it's not a necessity," but it is. It's one of those things that also doesn't go bad. So, people are going to snag it, and they're going to put a couple of I mean, the big packs that when I go to the grocery store, I buy the big pack because it's cheaper. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's what we do.
And it's like 18 in a pack or something like that. I think
depends on what store.
Something like that. I think is one of the ones that I buy. So you buy a couple of those, put them back, use them eventually. If not, if you don't, you're gonna use them either way. So, I'm all for buying that kind of stuff. There's he says, no, a customer got pissed because he thought he could order that much and resell it himself to make money. He'd only get 2 loads of water. He'd only get 2 loads of water a day.
Okay.
What's the bleach water ratio? I think
I'm looking at it right
so
now.
I think for like 5 gallons of bleach, 5 gallons of water, it's like a cap full of bleach, whatever that is, like a tablespoon.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. What is this?
Google it.
This
That's an
is
easy one to
Department of Health, Washington.gov. So take that for whatever help.
And then you have to let it sit for like 20 minutes or an hour or something.
Yeah. Let's see. Control F B L E.
Now tell me if you heard this before, but
Cloudy,
our local hardware store was charging $10 a mask when they normally had them for like $1.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah, screw those guys. Let's see. Cloudy water
had they broke apart their.
Cool.
Go ahead.
Add 2 drops of household bleach per gallon to maintain water quality while in storage. Household bleach is typically between 5.25% and 8.25% chlorine. Avoid using bleach that contains perfume, dyes, and other additives. Be sure to read the label. Cloudy water should be filtered before adding bleach. Place water in a clean container, adding the amount of bleach according to the table below. Mix thoroughly. No, and I'm just going to post this out in the chat because it is a government website, so take that with however much. 5 gallons, it's saying 1 teaspoon.
What did you say? A teaspoon for a gallon?
Teaspoon for 5 gallons.
Oh, a teaspoon. Oh, so it's a teaspoon. I said a tablespoon. So that's three
Yeah,
times too much.
there's
Teaspoons in a tablespoon.
yeah, that's yeah.
So a
Don't
teaspoon.
don't.
So maybe it's like a half of a capful or something for 5 gallons. I forget. I heard it because it's one of those things where no matter what size bleach you get, I think the caps are always the same size. You know what I mean? When you look at them. So I think it was like that's what I heard.
It's like
one
a
time.
common.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just like a common. It's a common blow mold for all the because you take a look at like the Great Value brand and then the Clorox right next to it. It's it's the same bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Markham Medical Mass Drugstore is happening. West Covina says I use a tablespoon for 5 gallons for beer sanitizing. Yeah, that you're not drinking though. That you're trying to sterilize everything. Even though I've used what is this? It's a potassium. Is that government bleach or normal consumer? Pink. The link said most household bleaches. So, what is that? It's not potassium nitrate. It's potassium chloride or something.
Perchlorate.
Yeah. Thank you.
Perchlorate.
Perchlorate. Molecular level.
Perchlorate.
Yeah. Nerds for the Rule of the World. Oops. No.
Well, yeah. Jorge said, I heard the coronavirus affects people who socialize in public, so hardcore gamers are all safe. I was like, yeah, the nerds will rule the world.
Yeah, but only for like the next 100 years or so, because if they don't go out and socialize, they don't procreate. The human race doesn't continue beyond a generation.
I mean, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, right?
No, but you can't make them have heart attacks or be very awkward and embarrassed. Iodine if you can drink.
Yeah, I have iodine tablets here.
Yeah, that's something around here. If you get one of the large box stores, if you just wait until like fall, early winter, or the dead of winter, they'll clear out those water purification tablets for next to nothing.
7 Wonder saying, I don't think a bleach cap is a tablespoon, maybe 1.5 to 2 teaspoons. Yeah, I mean, it might be a tablespoon, it might be 2 teaspoons. There's 3 teaspoons in a tablespoon. So, I mean, it's hard to judge something like that. I don't know.
Ozark saying we are mobilizing now as we speak. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about.
42 Waffle House. 42 Waffle House.
Is that the safe word? Waffle House?
Yeah. That's the meetup. That's where the meetup is.
Time to whip out the government cheese I've had in storage for 45 years. Hey, Pink.
There you go.
If you do that, what you need to do is get yourself a nice little background and open it up and put it out onto a tray before you eat it. You'll get like a couple 100,000 views on YouTube, like that Steve 1989 guy.
Probably looks like government Parmesan now. It's all old and dried out.
I don't know. That stuff can be used as waterproofing. I don't think it ever dries out.
Yeah, that stuff's like Velveeta, man. It never goes bad. That's crazy.
Oh, so speaking of stuff that's never going to go bad, decided to splurge last night and get myself a can of genuine bacon Spam.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it's good until 2024, so probably not going to open it for quite a while.
There must be something about your voice. Every time you start talking, the cat starts meowing.
Meow. Well, hello there, little kitty. How are you today?
He's not little.
Creepy.
Well, not as creepy as I could have made it, but okay. I can get real nerdy about this stuff if you want to. I spare you. I don't know, Mia. We're kind of grasping at straws to keep this running as long as possible. So,
not me. When it's done, I'm ready to go to bed. You don't have to do a 5-hour chat.
Well, we don't have to, but you got to remember we lost an hour, so we need to make up for it.
Ugh.
No, we don't.
Meow. Meow.
No, we don't.
Meow.
Meow. Hello?
The sound.
Yes, they came in 20 mask packages, took them out and put them in a Ziploc bags and were selling for $10 a piece. You should go back in there and tell them to go fuck themselves. They're assholes. It's bullshit.
With the
Oh,
city bus.
The local
sideways.
news was all over it. They're like, oh well,
Good.
when they ring them up at the register, they only ring up at $2.99 now.
Yeah.
Assholes.
Yeah. That's bullshit.
That whole 20 pack was $20, and they took them all out and were selling for $10 a piece. Dickheads.
Meh.
Yeah.
There's a certain amount
just-
of
Those are
expected
just dust
product
masks,
price.
probably, right? I mean, they're not even.
Yeah,
It's not even
yeah.
like.
The
Yeah,
3M with like the cheap yellow stretchy stuff that like breaks after the third time you.
Yeah, it
Move
was regular dust masks at the hardware store. You know, we
Yeah.
have isolation masks, but the masks don't prevent you from getting it. It prevents you from spreading it. You know,
Right.
so everybody puts them on thinking they're going to be safe, and they're not.
And this is all because there's a social stigma against people running around with gas masks and AKs. It's discrimination, I tell you.
Mhm.
Discrimination.
There's a question that I've asked on a couple of people's shows, and nobody not AKs, but nobody has picked it up for me to discuss it on their shows. So, I got, I'm not a hell bent on using an AR for personal protection, but if you were, so there's three sort of types of ammo. Well, there's four really, I guess, when you think about it. But soft point or expanding ammo, right? It's either a soft point or like critical defense or something. It's gonna expand. We'll consider the soft point to be expanding. Then there's full metal jacket, just traditional FMJs, and then there's green tips, the penetrators, right, with the steel pin in them, or I don't want
The
to call
mild
it steel
steel
core. Right.
The
Which one?
mild steel additive.
Yeah. So you've got one that expands and is gonna, give you some mushrooming and, hopefully dump a little more energy. You've got an FMJ that you hope is gonna tumble, to do more
Tumble
damage,
upon impact.
right? And then, but traditionally, do they tumble fast enough to make a difference? That's one thing that depending on who you talk to.
It's that 2,600 feet per second or that magic number where below that they don't reliably tumble. They'll still some might tumble, but and reliably it's like over 50%.
And then the green tip is the same thing. Like if it's moving right, and it's going to tumble, but is it going to tumble fast enough to tumble inside the body? And then you also have that increased. Sorry, hold on one second.
Mia, you really need to train Midnight better to when he coughs, not to cough into his hands.
He's got the corona.
My corona. Bum, bum,
So,
bum, bum.
yeah. I was singing that at work the other day. She was looking pretty good to me. Looking pretty good till she caught corona.
Muscovine, I've never seen a run on Kipper hearing.
Obviously, if you're take a true, yeah.
Yes.
So, what do you guys think? Is it do you think the penetration and hopefully tumbling is more attractive for a self-defense round in an AR than the less penetration and the expansion of a soft point or like a critical defense or something like that? I mean, I'm kind of on the fence. Like, what do I guess it's different strokes for different folks kind of thing. The penetrators are nice because, if you ever have to shoot through a car door or glass or something like that, that's going to be better. But if you use that and you just have an in and out kind of thing, then you got somebody with a tiny little hole in them. Even though it's moving fast, that sucks. But wouldn't it be better to shoot to be using something that's going to expand and dump more of the energy into the person? What do you think? Go talk.
I don't know. I'd say do a look. You're gonna go really broke really quick if you're someone who's trying to stock up in any meaningful way on ammo. If you're go out and get yourself a crate of the Gold Dot 55, 62, 78 grain bullets, stuff like that. Look, if you got like a couple of mags loaded up with the soft points or with the expansions, if they shoot well in your gun and they function well in your gun, then go for it. Then, if it's stuff you're going to stock up on, honestly, I'd say just go get like the bulk pack American Eagle. What are they, like XM135, something like that? The regular 55 grain full metal jackets.
Yeah, like, it's just an interesting thing to think about because it's really two ways to look at it, You want something that's going to penetrate more, but if it penetrates and doesn't tumble, then it's just like shooting somebody with a real quick 22. That kind of, not that it doesn't suck or anything, but, I don't know. Just thinking about it. Whereas I have some, some of the Federal Fusions that are made for MSRs, the modern sporting rifle that are soft points, and they're like a 64 grain soft point. I was like, that's a good, it's a decent round to have. 2 Live Moose as dehydrator.
Yeah, he no come here no more. The Hyman hydrator. Yeah, I can't say his name. Someone who was on the panel earlier. I don't know if you want to get real fancy about keeping your hands clean or that, you could replace all your doorknobs with ones that are silver plated, or just walk around with a bar of silver in your hand, constantly palming it. Or wait a minute, is silver antibacterial or antiviral? I forget which it does.
Bacterial. It's the antibacterial. It has antibacterial properties.
There you go. Problem solved. Everyone go out and get yourself covered in silver leaf.
There you go.
And Wisconsin, we can have more than one Tin Man available. I think for an AR, multiple hits has to be for shooting them a bunch of times. Well, yeah,
Midnight's getting sleepy.
Hey, big fella, the sun's getting real low.
You know when the hat comes off and the hand goes over the head.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to rock a nap today. I was had the little dude running around. We were outside shooting Nerf guns and wrestling.
Nerf shooter.
Yeah, we're inside. We were wrestling. We did have a.
Did he win?
Yeah, pretty much. I eventually gave up. We had a. I've had Macy on the show. I've talked about her a couple times. The white dog we have, the Chug. She's getting older. She can't really see anymore, and she's on insulin and stuff. But she still has good days, And I was playing with the kid on the little guy on the couch, and we were wrestling around and playing around and whatnot. And I slid down off of the couch and like laid on the carpet on my side with like my head like this. She came running up to me like a puppy and just lick my face and jumped on me and pawed on me and started rolling around in the carpet. And just for like 10 minutes, man, she just acted like she was 6 months old.
Puppy spaz. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then she took off and brought back a toy to play with. I threw the toy a couple times, and then the other dog came over and was getting all excited. She's younger, and they started, tug of war and fighting and playing. It was so nice. It was such a great, like, 10 or 15 minutes to see her just turn into like a puppy again. It was really, you could just see it was a really cool part of the day here for me today. It made me feel really good, and because we actually had a couple conversations about her last week because she had a couple of bad days, and we're talking about when the time comes and whatnot. So those conversations are being had. So for her to just go bananas like that, it was awesome. And the wife had gone upstairs for a little bit, and when she came back downstairs, I was like, "Oh man, you missed it today." She went upstairs. Sundays are when I have the little guy, she tries go upstairs. She wasn't feeling real. She was had a headache, so she'd taken a nap and do some laundry and all that, whatever house stuff. And she came down. I was like, "Oh man, you missed it." Macy was going bananas, and she was like, "Well, come out here and get down on the floor again and see if she does it." And she did it. She came back and she played a little bit again, but not like she was, man. She was nuts, and little dude was laughing hysterically. Like he was laughing so hard. He was like an old man laughing. He's like laughing. He's like, he like had to catch his breath. It was fun.
See, I'm laughing about that because I've been there and I've seen that. It's awesome, man.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, the last dog that we had to put down, it was real bad because she was really young and she had some issues that we just couldn't get fixed. And we held on with her for a long, long time and put a lot of time and took her to a lot of vets and a lot of medicine, and right up till the end, she was happy, and then it was time to go. But she was only 2.5, so it's so young, still a lot of puppies left in her, a lot of puppy left in her if she would have been healthy. But, we never had that chance with her to, she says, tell them why she does that with you. Because she was a nut when we got her. Holy Christ. She was, oh my God, she was nuts. And she's a chug. She's a Chihuahua Pug mix. When we bought her, we went to some people had her at a farm. And, hey, roll call. And so we went, speaking of farms, we went and they had just put a bowl of food down. It was funny. I remember they just put a bowl of food down in the pen where there was like 5 puppies, and all 4 out of the 5 puppies came up to the gate, and they were like, oh my God, touch me, scratch me, pick me up. And she went to the food bowl and started woofing down food. And I was like, let's take that. Because it's funny because the first dog that we had together was a Chihuahua, and he was very sickly when we got him and almost died because we couldn't get him to eat. And eventually we found that I had to cook him. He would eat fresh chicken, like cooked chicken. But other than that, he wouldn't eat any dog food. It was at the beginning, and we found some that he liked in the end, but he just kept getting skinnier and scrawnier and sicker and more tired. And the poor little guy, he would just go lay on the couch, and then he would get up and move, and he would lay. That's all he did. And I was like, Jesus, this dog's gonna die. And the vet was like, no, maybe he's not gonna make it, And I threw a chunk of chicken at him one time, and he woofed it down. And I was like, oh. So I was cooking a grilled chicken breast for myself, and this 6-ounce dog ate a 5-ounce chicken breast or something, some crazy.
Man, that would have been good for him.
It was he had a bigger belly than you would think would be imaginable. You know what I mean? It was so funny. His little belly, he was a Chihuahua, so he's only this tall, you know what I mean? his little belly was like almost dragging on the ground. He was like all of a sudden, but like 15 minutes later, 20 minutes later, when that energy hit his body, he was like a rocket ship. So when we saw my memory is so bad. Let me tell the pet stories. Okay, I'll go tell the pet stories.
Well, then Mia, get down here and tell the story.
She's got to get in here.
I like midnight stories better.
Yeah.
So
especially about how he turned
that's
the.
why when I saw the dog go to the food, I was like, great, a dog that'll eat. Like, that's the one. Let's take her, right? And but when we got her home, she was just crazy. And at night, she would get nuts. Like, during the day, she'd be like normal. And she'd take naps and she'd get up and play and whatever. Dude, at nighttime, you turn the TV and the lights off, and she would just go bonkers. She'd be running all over the place, jumping up on you, getting in your face. And I just couldn't take it. Like, and it got to the point where I would get out of bed and put a pillow on the floor, and I would lay down and I would hold a dog toy in my hand, and I would sleep and try and sleep while she played with this toy. Like, she would just tug on it and run around, and I would try and sleep like a little bit because it's the only way to wear her out. I just couldn't do it anymore. Like, this dog was crazy. And she would chew on stuff, and she chewed on the corner of a dresser that we had. And the wife was like, "Oh, you got to go get some of that sour spray. They make that citrus, that bitter spray stuff that you can spray on stuff, and then when they lick it, they're like, "Oh, this is horrible." So I sprayed a little bit on the bottom of this dresser, and there was and I sprayed some on a Q-tip. I was like, "Here, take," because she would just eat anything. She uses the Hoover. And I remember I sprayed a little bit on this Q-tip, and I held it out, and I was like, "Here, you don't want any of this. This stuff is gross." And she started licking it like it was a lollipop. And I was like, "This dog," I'm like, well, that didn't work at all. It's funny because I think about, like, some kids, every once in a while you'll meet somebody's kid that likes to, like, eat lemons or something. You know what I mean? Like, they love that sour shit.
Mm-hmm.
They like I was watching something at one time, and their kid was like eating, like sucking, like chewing on a lemon like you would an orange, like a lemon wedge. And the kid was like 2 years old, and she's like, she just loves sour food. And that's what I thought of when I was like, she's like, oh, she, even this shit that's supposed to make her like not want anything to do with anything, she's like, oh, this is pretty good. I like this. So yeah. So when I got on the floor, that's the wife said, she's like, oh man, that's because you used to lay on the floor with her at night. She probably saw me lay on the floor and just kicked back old memories, you know what I mean? And she came over running at me like a bulldozer, slammed into me. It was funny. Little guy loved it. He thought it was hilarious. He's never really seen her be like super playful, like to that point, you know. He thought it was pretty funny.
What's going on? Roll call.
Yeah, anyhow, buddy. Speaking of farmers, and this guy over here.
Hey, we're having a good time, man. I have all kinds of eggs for people to enjoy, and
I know, I see that, man.
Yeah.
I saw this.
Gigantic, crazy giant eggs, man.
So did the giant
Okay,
eggs
roll-
taste any
roll
different
call.
than the smaller eggs?
No, I got a serious health question for Roll.
Go ahead.
Are you doing okay? You don't need any some help or anything, or need to talk to anybody since your girlfriend dropped out of the election.
Oh, that's dirty.
Oh,
I told
Warren.
you that.
Dirty and not the
I
way he
told you
likes
about
it.
that.
Warren.
She wasn't gonna make it, man. She wasn't gonna make it, and I kept on telling her not to hurt her feelings or make her feel sad or like she wasn't incorporated in society. She was never going
That's
to make it.
Elizabeth. Elizabeth called 219. That's what.
Now what I recommend. I mean, I recommend a lot of stuff. I recommend you guys to watch this girl, watch her voting record. I mean, she got kind of squirrely on her voting record. I said, watch her for presidency. We watch her in the last couple of years. She didn't make enough of a dip, and even the female people that I associate with in human life, yes, I do associate with them. They didn't relate with her. She was not relatable, and that's what you have to be. I mean, Hillary Clinton had a smidgen of that because Bill was a whore. If that's allowed in this show, but I mean, yeah. And everybody kind of related with that because you look at people with corrupt kind of lives in that aspect, people can relate for it, but she let that go on. I mean, you saw Matt's stuff where he actually had intercourse with that girl. So you move to a certain point in that relationship aspect, and now you know why Hillary is the way she is. So hopefully, Lyle Waffa isn't that bad when she's getting on, and she knows she can't compete anymore. She cannot compete going on further from Trump or from whoever is the next president. Her days are done, and I hope everybody understands that. But when Bernie,
Hiawatha.
yeah, Liwafa, man, she's done. Now you have Bernie and Biden. Who are you going to pick? If you're don't yell at me. Shooting left of center. Who are you going to be if you're going to be that kind of liberal spark, that kind of liberal meaning? I mean, I voted Democrat before back in the day, but my mom's been Democrat since day one, and she doesn't associate herself into the Democratic Party the way it is now. So now that Liawafa's gone, you have Joe Biden is sitting at that candidate as the old guard. I call it the old guard. So who are you going to vote for now? Are you going to actually put the Democratic Party at risk and being a part of a socialist kind of movement? Because we've seen it in the House. We've totally seen it in the House with Ocasio-Cortez that likes to spread her legs in all those pictures that she's had on the internet. And is that what you're going to associate your party with? So, hey, I don't mind you being a Democrat. I don't mind you being a liberal. But where are you going to be at this point, where you have a guy that can't remember himself, let alone of what he talks about, to where you're at now? So when everybody says it's the less of two evils, where are we sitting at now when you look at those two candidates, when you're left of center at gmail.com? Please donate to the puppy fund. But now you see what you get. So it's up to you, man. Hey, I don't vote in this elections, and I didn't vote in these elections, but other people have.
Okay, I'm sorry I did that to you at midnight.
Well, you did notice
But
that
anyway.
Midnight actually walked away for a little bit to get a tiny water.
Yeah, I noticed, and I'm gonna do the exact same thing. I'm gonna get out of here,
And get a tiny water.
gentlemen, and I use that term loosely, very loosely.
That's the wise thing.
Have a good night. Try not to work too hard.
Go to bed.
You gotta let me know when you
son
want
of a
that Asada there, Bubba. You gotta let me know when I gotta send that Asada out to you for your T&E. And he's muted.
Yeah, I think Midnight, you're muted,
Midnight, you're muted. I can't hear you.
or your headset went out.
It died on him.
Yep, your headset died. You're just shaking
Midnight,
your head.
press the power button. Switch it on, turn it off.
I want my money back.
I want my money back. There. Pulled out a little meatloaf for you.
Nope, nothing.
Nothing.
Your mouth is moving, but nothing's coming out.
Your lips move, but we can't hear what you're saying. Distant ship smoke on the horizon.
You gotta tweak your nipples. Left one.
No, your other left. No, your other left.
He's got to pull his pants down to tweak his nipple.
Ooh.
Ow!
Ooh. Ooh.
A pow!
Mean, even I'm not that mean.
Oh, shut your whore mouth.
Hold on. I am a professional asshole.
Difficulties.
His name is not Bill Clinton. Don't call him a whore. Jeez,
Oh, there's Rich. I haven't heard Rich in like an hour. Holy fuck.
dude,
Well, he's not walking his dog.
The dog.
Oh, you shut your whore mouth too, Slim Tech, you son of a bitch.
I know what it is. He
Lou,
walks-
I will find
Lou,
you.
have you gotten more unsober since the chat has started?
No.
Probably.
I took a nap and walked the dog.
Yes, so that doesn't mean you can't drink during one of both of those things. Drinking with the dog, drinking the dog. Oh, wait. We might have had something there, Midnight.
Can you hear me now?
There
Yep.
we go.
Hey, it's Talkie.
No,
That was really weird.
He's back.
he
Because
stays silent when he says that. You
I could
dumb
hear you the
shit.
whole time. I could hear you the whole time. All of a sudden, it was weird. I was not muted at all.
Did you leave the room?
Yeah, I did,
you
but
walk-
I could always hear you when I left.
Did you walk the dog?
Yeah.
Walking the dog, walking the dog.
No, I went to when I muted and I actually went to run over here to grab something to drink and stuff. But I could hear you the whole time when I came back, and then it was when I unmuted, it just never unmuted. It was weird.
So everything we said about
just-
you, we didn't mean.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, we knew it wasn't you who mistook the flour for the rat poisoning at the Waffle House.
She says, "You want me to bring the Spider-Man?" Yeah, my son has a she got him a Bluetooth Spider-Man headset. I'll use that next
Yes.
week. Bring it down.
Yes,
I'll use it
yeah.
next week.
It has to work better.
Yeah.
Oh, so okay, so that explains it because your microphones are what on your neck.
Yeah, because they're built into where the little battery is.
Yeah, I have.
That explains
Yeah, I
it.
have the.
Every time you move your head or tilt your head one way or the other, it clogs.
Yeah.
It makes it very hard to hear.
Yeah, I forget about it. Sometimes I'll put
Now,
But anyway,
Clemtech, did you just insinuate that MidnightRangeTM has a fat neck?
absolutely.
Okay, I can see that.
Hey, did you guys hear about that guy with the fat neck?
The Pennsylvania thing.
Yeah,
got pulled over
something
with a hollow
about he
point?
got pulled over for hollow points in New Jersey and something about smuggling
He had a hollow
bacon.
point, and they just found out it was just his pee-pee.
Pink says you've got Spider-Man headsets and you're not using them. What the fuck?
Anyway, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah, those have to be like 1,000,000% more cooler.
cooler.
Absolutely.
They
Alright,
work
so
good
anyway,
for
so you
him,
got-
man. He loves them. He digs them. They're pretty cool.
Glimtech was trying to go to bed. Now he can't.
Yeah, let me know
Yeah.
where you want to.
Sorry.
Let me know when you want me to send a Masada out to you, and let me know if you want the dot on it or not.
Oh, you talk big.
I've never
Ooh.
even shot
Talking
a red
dirty
dot
now.
on a pistol before. Oh,
And send a holster too.
oh.
Yeah, maybe like a Kratos ammo. You know, like
And
a
a
Lehigh.
file to file off,
Yeah,
that dumb
file-
old
file-
serial number off
File
of there.
serial number two.
No, don't do that. Filing off serial numbers is for plebs. You got to use a milling machine.
Damn thing must have got lost in the mail. I don't know. Never even.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened, Mr. ATF man, sir. I mean, it was sent to the FFL through a FedEx, and when I got it, the box was opened and scraped, and it just happened to coincide where the serial number was.
Good reason why I'll never send it through FedEx. It won't be a problem.
I'm trying to scroll back. Who was Mia calling an a-hole?
No, who was it? One of the guys out there. Ozark Yeoman said, "Emergency poll. Would you rather be known as a hoe or an a-hole?" And honestly, I'd rather be known as an asshole because at least that has some, at least an amount of respect to it.
Oh,
I mean, a hoe's a hoe, but if you're an asshole, well, yeah.
Well, you're already a-hole.
I have more than a-hole.
We're out of here.
You have 7 holes. Are you serious?
No. Nope. Nobody wants 7 holes, even 7.
Let's ask Glimtech 2 more questions.
I'm out of here.
No, wait a minute.
No, and definitely maybe.
Just hit the button. Eject. Canopy.
What about
that? Glimtech
thing?
Glimtech was from Pennsylvania. Glimtech was from Pennsylvania, so he knows a lot about Jersey. Did you hear about that guy in Jersey that got pulled over?
Shut your fucking whore mouth! You goddamn
Wait. There's hollow points now?
He wasn't like a security guard or anything like that, carrying hollow points. Was he?
No, and it wasn't like his company issued him those hollow points or anything.
Yeah,
different guy.
Armored car or something, you think?
I will send you fuckers anthrax in the mail.
Oh. Now, is it going to be like your first CD or a best of? 9mm. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I wasn't looking at the chat.
Actually, it's going to be rice, but I said anthrax. So
the wife says, "I'd imagine that being a hoe enough to be known for it would be exhausting. Sometimes I just want to watch Netflix." You can watch Netflix and be a hoe.
Yeah, because isn't it?
Well, depends what's on, and
Yeah, because it's what, Netflix and chill or whatever the kids say nowadays. I mean, you can certainly Netflix and tricks.
That's right. Netflix and tricks. There you go.
So fill me in.
Subscribe to them. Send them a couple of bucks if you got it. Have a good night. Catch you next week.
Wait, what's your email, Glimtech? What's your email?
I don't have one.
But at buttscoopboogie.com.
I don't have one.
Butt scoop boogie.
How can we find you?
That Netflix
guard it, NJ.
Look at Kinky. Look at Kinky.
Kinky saying no. It's Disney plus and thrust now.
Ooh.
I don't know. Is there anything that romantic or that interesting in that way on Disney without being like a real freak, like Kinky is?
But I know the Netflix and tricks thing. If C4 Defense hadn't fallen asleep at his station there, he'd probably have a good one, meme about that already.
Silly Wabbit. Netflix and tricks are for adults.
There you go.
I mean, boomers. Me, I'm pretty sure I'm younger than you. And that is mildly depressing for one of us.
Yeah, Ape's like in his 30s.
George Hay Cortez says hello. Roll call 219s is.
It's a 219er. It's a 219er. Hey.
219er.
Roll call. We were talking.
Matter of fact, that was the name we used to call corn chop.
I sent her a little too fucking hard, bud.
I was talking about your Phoenix, your 22 earlier today about having 19 safeties on the damn.
You know, you're right, Mia. Some of those 90s Disney were a bit more less Disney-esque than stuff is now. Maybe runs of Hannah Montana. Pink. You're not at that age to where that would have been like a first crush. That's like high school girls getting staying the same while you get older.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mia's in her 30s. 31.
32.
33.
30 teen.
Roll call. It sounds like your head's inside of a trash can. What did you say?
Probably is.
Yeah. Fix your shit, Roll call.
No, I'm eating a Pop-Tart.
What kind of Pop Tart? A poop tart?
Oh God.
Yeah, guys were doing all this Pop Tart challenge, so I started eating them, and I'm addicted.
So now roll call. Roll call. Here's the $2 question.
$2.
Frosted or unfrosted Pop Tarts?
Oh, fucking frosted, man.
That shit is frosted, man. You can't eat that bullshit that they just. Oh no, it's got to be frosted.
Well, here's
And
the
you
thing.
gotta-
I was watching a YouTube video on how toasters actually work, and the guy said he has a challenge: try unfrosted. Get like a box of the frosted Pop Tarts, whatever flavor, and then a box of the unfrosted. They actually use a different recipe for the crust of the unfrosted. It's like butter. It's like more buttery to it.
No, just drink beer and it all tastes good. Just drink beer and it all tastes good. That's how you. Who uses a toaster for fucking Pop Tarts? Come on now.
I don't know.
You
Apparently,
should
a lot
that
of
shit.
apparently a lot of people, since my toaster has a Pop Tart logo on the little dial that says light to dark.
I bought the wife I bought the wife a box of cupcake Pop Tarts. I thought she'd be all over those. She didn't eat any of them. They're still sitting there. I might have to eat some tonight.
Have
Maybe that's
you
what I'll
had
eat
the
before I go to
Fruit
bed.
Loops? Have you had the Fruit Loops?
No, I haven't.
They make Fruit Loops now. The kids around here are like, oh my god, we gotta have the Fruit Loops. Like you're insane. I ate one. I couldn't even get halfway through it. It was so sweet. And I'm like, that's why you like it.
Yeah, it's all that
it's
sugar
like
and it's
horrible.
munchy.
Well, we've got cupcake. I've got a box of cupcake Pop Tarts, and we have Fruit Loops, so I could maybe make a little something up.
I won't watch that video.
Is that bad for your rage?
Uh-oh.
Wasn't
What did I
that
do?
that was one of your quotes earlier today? That's not good for my rage.
Yeah, I've said that
Was
a
that
couple of times lately.
During
People.
Gary's chat or something like that?
No, it was shit. I forget. I don't remember. Talking about something.
We should talk
Somebody
about
getting a new gun or something.
we should talk about like what's good, what's not good to take to deer camp.
Oh yeah,
Like
you
prep.
going up again?
Well, this fall for sure.
Oh, that's right. You said
I always overpack and I always overbuy.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
I don't know. It might be. I don't know. It might be a good thing. But maybe not.
Yeah. Well, it's camp food is almost like prepper food, really, because you want to take stuff that isn't wasteful. You got to take stuff that you don't want to have a whole lot of leftovers, right? You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
like you don't want to go and use half of something and then not have a use for the other half.
I mean, a lot of
That's
guys,
tough, you know?
they go, "We'll take chili." Big
Yeah.
old bat of chili. That's not fun.
Yeah.
You gotta have fun. You gotta like smoke some pork
Mhm.
chops or do some brisket or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think chili's very fun, especially if you're the one who ate half the 5 pound or half the large can, and you got 3 people all stuffed together in a topper-sized tent.
No.
Yes, it is. Especially if you're one of those weird genetic people who can't smell their own farts.
Well, you bring up a good point. I mean, I guess deer camp is. Are you at a cabin? Are you in a tent? Are you in a camper? I guess.
Are you some poor smuck who is sleeping with 2 other people in the back of a pickup truck
with a tonneau cover on?
No, tonneau cover. Those things are more expensive. Those things are no toppers. We're not plebs.
Yeah, I guess that would dictate the fart ratio.
Yeah, especially if it's like one of those old aluminum toppers that don't have like any vents or anything on the side. It's just a solid window.
Well, you always got to take up like jerky from last year's deer, to eat during deer camp.
Well, that would be a great time to do like venison chili or venison sausage, and do like, and that's another one too. Like, if you can knock out like 2 meals with the same thing, like if you get some venison breakfast sausage made, which I got a slamming recipe for breakfast sausage. If you have ground venison or something, it'd be really good with it. I could give you that, but
yeah, we do that. We do that with the ground venison. We have just a local meat shop make us up some breakfast sausage. They give us in a bag all the spices. We just dump it in 5 pounds, throw it through the grinder, make patties.
If you would want to, let me know if you would want to try. I'll give you my recipe for a breakfast sausage that I use. I use it with pork, obviously, but you'd be really good with venison too, and it's definitely a little bit different. Like, people will be like, "Wow, what's in this?" But what's neat is that the breakfast sausage. If you did it even with venison, like if you cook it all off, man, and when you have it left over, make some mac and cheese and throw it in some mac and cheese and do like breakfast. That sausage inside the mac. Like
now you're talking.
Mac.
Hell yes.
Stuff like that.
Damn. Yep.
Or just throw a little bit of barbecue sauce in it, and you're making like sloppy joes out of that. That'd be awesome too.
I had to make my own barbecue sauce today.
I had
some ketchup, some caramelized onions, oyster sauce, a little yellow mustard, some honey, just to dip my chicken in.
Yeah. When I do barbecue sauce, I usually start off with ketchup, mustard, brown sugar, vinegar, those 4, and then kind of go from there, depending on what you want to go for. You know what I mean? Then you could throw in, beer, you could throw in caramelized onions, you could throw in chilies, you could throw in, whatever. But those 4 things are usually do you a pretty good base, and then, kind of tweak it.
Just as long as it's sweet and spicy.
Yeah.
A little orange zest.
Well, that's a good idea. Yeah. When I was little, my dad used to do like, beef barbecue, but he'd do it with ground beef because it was less expensive. I don't have a ton of money laying around, so he would do just do that, and he would do ketchup, mustard, yellow mustard, just regular mustard, ketchup, mustard, brown sugar, vinegar, and that might have been it, I think. And then he would just brown off a bunch of hamburger and drain it and just mix that in. And my dad was always, he loved them. So do I. Like potato rolls. We do that on potato rolls. And it's super like, not fancy, whatever, but that shit's good. If you get the mix right, it's really tasty. Wife says no mustard in her barbecue sauce. As long as she doesn't know it's there, she'll be okay.
Oh,
so she's not a fan of the Georgia style sauce?
You're mistaken.
No, she would definitely not. She would definitely not go for like a mustard based sauce.
Come on.
Yeah, but there's stuff that's mustard in that she really likes, and that's and I get that. I mean, people don't like the big flavor of something, but when it's part of a dish or whatever.
That must be the hardest. That must be the hardest part about your job. Where you love the flavors, and you got to put out food that's not to your standard. Like, oh, okay, I'll give you this, or I'll give you a well done steak.
Yeah, we had that. We had another
one.
We had another one this past weekend, and I mean, you guys have heard me bitch about it before. We have a dish that has chorizo in it. Another one came back, and they're like, "Oh, they don't eat pork. They didn't know this was true. They didn't know this was pork." And it's like, fucking A. It's so annoying, and I had to make him something else. But yeah, I mean, it's tough because my stance on people cooking or ordering food that's like overdone like that, or quote unquote overdone, is all right. If you go out, if you're the type of person that orders a well done steak, it doesn't matter where you're going to go. You're going to order a well done steak. So if I can't talk you out of that, then my job is still to make you a well done steak that's better than any well done steak you've had anywhere else. And if you can do that, you're still winning. You're still a winner. So that's kind of that's always been my thing. And I've seen guys over the years, when I was young and they were older, and they would just do horrible shit to steak. They would put it on the grill and they put a weight on it so that it would cook faster. And they just do all this stuff to it, and it turns out dry as shit. And you can make a well done steak that's not horribly dry. You just got to give a shit. And that's the idea. That's the whole idea for me with those kind of foods. And there are people that do like something. They do want something dry, and that's how it is. They get that old lady that was, just burn it to hell. And I was like, oh, okay, lady, burn the shit out of that. But most people don't want that. They're afraid to have any pink in it. They're afraid that that's not what they want, and blah blah blah. So you can make it like that and still have it be pretty damn good,
My grandpa was like that. He loved well done steak, and he loved burnt toast.
Oh yeah.
What a tard.
Well, a lot of older people too. By the time they get older, they hit their 60s and stuff like that, 60s and 70s. Their taste buds are getting pretty burned out too. So a lot of times they're looking for something they want something that's temperature-wise hotter, and they like things that are they like the bitterness. They like bitter flavors more. And I think,
or it's about the only thing they can really taste anymore.
Right.
That's a good point. That's a
they
really
lose
good point.
they lose a little bit of the flavor sensation for things that are mild and sweet, and the things that are like bitter and like dark, rich, like spicy, and they that's what they're left with. So, but the temperature thing is another one that older people are always bitching about things not being hot enough. This coffee's cold, and you're like, that's not really cold. I mean, I can see it's not like smoking hot, but like how many times, like
no, Grandma, and it's in fact boiling.
Most times where people are complaining about food not being hot enough, they're older people for some reason. It's just something, I don't know, man. I don't know if they just if their mouths are kind of burned out, they're kind of used up, and they don't really, they're not tasting things like they used to, and they're looking for something super hot. But yeah.
So what's some other good deer camp?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's the same thing. Like if you do, I mean, for me, like when I go to, even now, like when we're talking about like, we should get some extra stuff for the house. Like you try and get some stuff that you can use, for, multiple dishes. And that's where, like, if you do, make a big pan of like meatloaf one night, 2 nights later you can turn it into lasagna or something,
Yeah, I was just gonna say meatloaf, bacon wrap meatloaf.
Yeah,
and like a broccoli slaw salad or.
Yeah, I'll tell you too. A really, if you like broccoli slaw, do you use the stems? Have you ever used the stems?
Oh yes.
You just peel them. Yeah, it's kind of a bitch to peel sometimes, but the stem of broccoli is fantastic. It's real sweet and mild. It's really, really good. But that's a good one. That's a really good one.
I haven't peeled them. I've used them, but I haven't.
Oh
peeled
yeah,
them. That's a good thing.
Yeah, because if you can, I mean, and like I say, sometimes they're a pain in the ass to peel, but they're the skin on the outside of the stem is pretty woody. It can be kind of fibrous. If you can get that off of there without too much trouble. The inside of the stem is really nice and tender, and I've done. I'll put it on a mandolin and julienne it, and I've mixed it with done like broccoli, carrot, and cabbage together in a slaw, and it's really, really good. But that's a neat one too, where like, if you make a slaw for that, then you could use that on sandwiches or something too. Do like a Rachel, where you do like turkey, coleslaw, Swiss cheese.
Damn.
It's a little bit different.
An underrated vegetable is Brussels sprouts with like we use bacon and Parmesan.
Yeah. That's another one. I can't really tell you how we do them. We do them at the restaurant as an appetizer, but can't really say on here how we do them because it's pretty distinct. It's pretty different. But
snap!
Yeah, but it's
proprietary.
It definitely. It's one of those things that if you Google it, you'd find me. So I try not to say it, but the wife says I always made French dip, au jus, or pulled pork at my family farm when my family hunts. I'll tell you what's another one, man, is it's sort of along the same lines as chili, but if you make have you ever made bolognese?
Not on purpose.
Yeah. It's really easy. I mean, it's really, really easy. See you, Rich. I'm actually making it at the restaurant tomorrow because I have some short rib that some tips that I don't need or that I have left over. So I'm going to just dice them up, and I'll dice them up to about 1/4 of an inch. And just like a nice heavy bottom pot is all you need. Throw the beef in there, or you would use venison, sear it off. And then in the same pot, you're just going to add like a fine diced, what I do is fine diced fine diced onions, celery, and carrot. And then garlic, sort of sweat that around a little bit, and then add red wine. And it's perfect for you because I actually use canned tomato. Throw some canned tomato, like chopped tomato in there, and a little beef stock, and just let it simmer for like 2 hours, 2.5 hours. And it just turns into like and you season it and whatever. You throw some fresh some herbs in there and whatnot. But it just turns into like a real meaty tomato sauce. The celery, onions, and carrots kind of melts into it. It just kind of cooks away. You can see them in there, but they're really super tender, and it just, But that's a good one because if you do like a pasta with bolognese for one night, if you do a big pot of that, then you could turn that into lasagna or turn that into something else, the next night. It's a good one. That's a nice one to have. Though people eat the shit. They just eat the hell out of that one.
So what was that secret recipe again?
For what? For the bolognese?
Just kidding.
Seven
for
the Brussels. For the Brussels.
7 Wonders out there. Asparagus needs a miracle, or deep fried. Now,
I will say this: asparagus is one of my favorite veggies.
Me
just
too.
A little butter and salt and pepper.
You know what I do? I toss it in olive oil and Montreal's and throw it on the charcoal grill and get a little caramelized on it. Toss them around a little bit. Oh, dude.
Here's one for you.
Go ahead.
Here's one for you for asparagus. Blanch it and shock it. You know what I mean? Just really, really quickly, so it holds its color. And then you can saute it real quick. Just get a pan warm. Take a little prosciutto. And,
God damn it!
Take a little prosciutto and just really as thin as you can slice it. So it's like a julienne, but really paper thin if you can, you know. So warm up that pan, not super smoking hot, but like medium heat. Throw in a little bit of butter, the prosciutto, give it a second to sort of sweat out. Throw the asparagus in there, and then squeeze a little fresh lemon in there. It's really, really good.
I'm writing this down. Hang on.
Yeah, a little, and then a little salt and pepper if you need it. But the lemon, the asparagus, the butter, and the parsley, and the
yes.
asparagus is really fantastic because it's like bright. It pops,
Bright, yeah.
this little sourness pops. Yeah, that's a good one. You can also wrap the asparagus with the prosciutto, and you can throw that right on the grill.
Oh, I've done bacon wrap asparagus before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, prosciutto is pretty good shit.
But prosciutto would be way better because it's
And
so much thinner.
You don't need much. Literally, if you go to the store and you buy if you go to the store and you get literally like 2 slices of prosciutto, which is going to cost you like almost nothing for 2 slices, that's enough to make enough asparagus for like 6 people because it's so flavorful. You put it in a pan and it heats up and it sucks that flavor out of it. It gets really nice. It's cool. It's a cool one. That's not really camp food.
Oh, that's right. Well, it could be.
Yeah. Well, anything.
How well equipped your camp is.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like He-Man, like
right.
tomahawk steaks.
I hit squirrel with rock. I eat squirrel.
Giant potato.
It's tough to beat a good like hot roasty kind of thing too,
Oh yeah, like a neck roast.
Yeah, just a roast with veggies around it and potatoes, and you just let it braise, let it roast all day, and then you eat all the veggies and stuff too with it. That's tough to beat.
I did a neck roast last year in the crock pot with a couple cinnamon sticks, and all your mirepoix and all that stuff, and dude, I could not stay out of it. I think I needed a C-section at the end of the day.
Tempura veggies, yeah.
Tempura. I mean, fried veggies, fried pickles, fried asparagus. All that shit's good. That's really good.
Fried mushrooms.
I love fried mushrooms. I like fried pickles if the pickles aren't too thick. Like when they just do like quarter spears and they're really thick, I don't like that.
It's got to be the.
But I will take
like the $50, the slices.
Yeah. Yeah, I was doing those for a while for her. She was asking for them. She got on a kick and she wanted fried pickles. And I was like double pankoing them, so they were super crunchy on the outside, and then the inside was like the inside wasn't too thick, so it wasn't like wet and slimy in the middle. You know what I mean? But yeah, fried pickles, if they're done right and then just dip them in ranch dressing, super white trash, but it's super good.
I don't know if it's white trash.
No.
Fried pickles and ranch dressing. Yeah.
That's white trash.
No, I think to be white trash, it has to be like nacho cheese.
No, government cheese.
That could be worse, right?
Government cheese, nacho cheese. Yeah, because it's not your cheese; it's the government's cheese.
American cheese. Give me the slices.
Yeah.
That has its place, though. Sometimes on a cheeseburger.
Hey, man, I like American cheese, man. Dude, people like what they like. There's no reason to like knock what people like. It's such a dumb thing to like to snub your, finger your nose at what food people want to eat. It's so goofy.
That's more part of tribalism.
I did some smash burgers on the charcoal grill the other day. I put my cast iron griddle on the cast iron on the charcoal, and mix the minced onions with the burger and smashed them down to. I mean, they're like a quarter of an inch.
Yeah.
So they cooked in no time, but it was they were awesome.
Yeah, I don't. When I make burgers for myself, a lot of times I don't make super thick burgers.
Right.
I'd rather have 2 thin burgers than 1 super thick one, because I don't like things to take too long to cook. Like I don't know. It's all about balance for me, and I don't know. I had a burger last week at work that was slamming. I just burgering and chopped up the pickle because I don't like to bite into a big chunk of pickle. So I took a pickle chip and chopped it up and sprinkled it over the top, and just like certain ways I like to do things. And
So is that where that
That's why I
quarter
was
pound of
saying-
Wagyu tips went?
I have made Wagyu burgers. I did a Wagyu New York strip burger for myself one time just because I had a little bit of tips left over, and it's good. I mean, it's one of those things though. Sometimes
The cheaper meat is better.
It is because it's people think sometimes you hear about guys that do like steak burgers and it's one type of steak and it's hand chopped and all that kind of stuff. And honestly, sometimes it's not fatty enough, doesn't have enough moisture to it. Sometimes it tends to, it could be a little grainy or a little tough or chewy because it's not ground well or right. Is there an American cheese that's actually cheese not like Velveeta with 20 ingredients?
No, because
that's how
it became cheap. Or when Velveeta came out, it was just no, it's that American cheese.
Yeah, it's called processed cheese, not
It's
processed
cheese
I
food.
thought it was like
Yeah.
processed cheese product, kind of like
Mhm.
how Pringles aren't potato chips or processed potato crisps.
Yeah, because they're like pureed potato form.
So you got your own meat grinder there. You just make up your own burgers and stuff.
No, we don't. But I just there's a when we started working with this American Wagyu, the local Wagyu, he stopped using one of the well, I can't say he stopped using the butcher, but he was getting from 2 different butchers, and I only wanted it from one of the guys because I liked the grind of that beef better. It was not as grainy. Sometimes they use they either send it through their grinder twice, or their grinder is a lot smaller. And sometimes when your grind is too small, it gets like grainy in your mouth almost when you chew. And then if it's not ground enough, then you get a situation where you feel like you're biting into like chunks of meat and not like a ground burger. It's hard to describe. You can actually feel chunks of meat, which some people would probably like because they, maybe they like that. But there's definitely a balance for me anyway, personally. But we get ours ground, brought into us either in bulk or patties. And I used to form my own because we didn't like the patties, but they've actually changed the butcher that they changed to. Their patties are really well done. Like they're done really well. Like they're not grainy. They're really good. So we do get pre-formed Wagyu now. But for a long time, we hand formed our own, which can be better if they're not overworked. And that's a tough part of it too. Is if you're making your own burgers at home out of bulk burger and hand forming them, if you overwork that, then people will be like,
Right.
they keep going. Then it gets really you melt all the fat. And if you melt the fat, one of the reasons a burger is so tender when you eat it is because it's a mix of fat and meat. And it's all kind of mixed together, and there's layers and there's separate, you can see it, that they're speckled with the fat, When you overwork the burger, the warmth from your hands will actually will actually melt that fat. And when you melt that fat and you're working that meat, it mixes all together, and then you don't have those striations. You don't have that speckled, and it's just then it's tough and it's chewy, and it can become dry because the fat actually can leach out of it a lot easier. So a lot of people that the biggest thing if you're making patties at home is get it while it's cold, form it, put it back in the fridge. And then, when you're ready to take it out, if you have to form it a little bit more, fix it up a little bit, great. But people overwork it, and it ends up getting really tough, and they don't know why their burgers are like, they don't seem like nice and tender.
All right. What's your secret on your pho?
Your pho?
I don't.
Can't tell?
No, I can tell. I don't have the recipe on me.
It's
Well, with the
salt, isn't it?
I'm just reading the ones. With hers, is she likes hers to be vegetarian. Well, not necessarily vegetarian, but she doesn't like fish sauce. So traditionally, I use fish sauce in mine. I actually, that's another one. I mean, if you're really into that kind of thing, I can give you a recipe. Well, it's hard because I use a vegetable stock that I pick up. That I don't pick up, I buy it, and it's this roasted vegetable base that I buy from this company that we very rarely order stuff from, but this is a specific product that I like.
Pink.
I'm definitely going to download this chat so I can make MIDI file.
Musical instrument, digital individual.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what that
Jesus
is.
Christ.
Working in meat, rubbing it out, and so on. Yeah.
Think like Super Nintendo sounds or Nintendo sounds. That digital music.
There you go.
Jesus
Christ.
What, did I know that, or that we're still talking?
Yeah.
I'm so old.
When I do pho at work, I do use fish sauce in it. Fish sauce, vegetable stock, soy, ginger garlic sambal. What the hell else would I put in? I feel like I'm missing something. Maybe not. And then we just do everything separate. I mean, and to order, it's Thai basil, cilantro. I had it on the menu for a little while. It just wasn't a great seller. I do it as a special, and it'll sell as a special. I do it during the summertime and try and keep it inexpensive. It's hard. It's one of those things that's hard to make good money off of because you can only charge so much for it. It's tough. It's tough restaurant wise. We got to cover costs, and selling $14 soup isn't a great way for us to cover costs.
You put a dumpling in the middle of it, or no?
I've actually used it with shrimp dumplings as an appetizer. And I've done everything from chunks of Chilean sea bass, baby shrimp, dumplings, braised pork belly, shaved steak, like shaved Wagyu, like New York. It's like super, super thin, and just put it in right at the end, so it just sort of cooks through, Because I'm not Asian. I don't know what do you mean because I'm not Asian?
Nobody wants pho from a white dude.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, it's there's reasons. There's different reasons. One, honestly, like I said, no people aren't going to buy a pho for 20 some bucks. It's too expensive for them, right? Mm-hmm. But as a restaurant with our overhead, I can't be selling $12 entrees. We're not going to pay the bills. I can't make $6 on an entree and put money in the bank. So yeah, like she said, people want to pay like $7 for it. Yeah, even at $12, it's high for them. It's just not something that I can do. It's just not in our wheelhouse. If I'm going to sell something for $7 or $10 or $12, it's got to be a sandwich. It's got to be quick. It's got to be something that doesn't take a whole lot of time, and it's just it is what it is. So we'll use it every once in a while as a feature, and if I have if I get a good deal on shrimp. I've used it with mussels too, like as a mussel broth. That's really good. Yeah, that's another one. I mean, if you're interested in the recipe, let me know. I can dig it up for you. But that's a really good one. You're talking about dumplings. It's really good with dumplings in it, especially shrimp. I've made homemade shrimp dumplings and floated them in that. It's really good.
Ape. Yeah, my wife and my daughter are down in the Keys, and it's blowing 30 miles an hour down there, so they can't go fishing.
They're smuggling keys.
Yeah,
making that money.
You know what they call square grouper down there, right, Sarge?
He's sleeping.
It's the key.
Sarge
the
is
key.
Sarge is he's
the
he's had his
kilos of marijuana that flowed up.
Actually, I woke up a minute ago. What was
that? You fall asleep on the shitter?
Hey, Sarge. Did you hear about that dude
Son
in
of
New
a
Jersey?
bitch! Shut up! God damn it!
Oh, the security guard.
Yeah, who was issued some non-hollow point ammo and got busted for
got a
hollow
ticket,
points,
right?
I think he was detained. Was he being detained, Sarge?
I think
probably
so.
still
That's what
is.
I heard.
Mia, can you rescue me, please?
Rescue me.
We need
rescue me. Pinky,
you know what? That must have been.
But what were you guys?
That must have been
ask?
funny.
I
was talking about the square grouper down in Florida Keys.
Ah.
Do you know what that is, Sarge?
Yes.
Is that it?
The sound is silent.
Kilos of cocaine.
Yep, and weed. Yep, they're floating out there in the Keys.
Mm.
They call it square groupers. So my wife and daughter are down there fishing for square grouper.
Kinky says, "What's your favorite breakfast meal to make?" The wife says eggs Benedict. That's
yes.
I do love
Bar
eggs Benedict.
None,
but
bar none. Don't even.
Well,
don't even add.
That's the. I will
I'm not
say
much
this.
for any eggs.
Biscuits with cream dried beef. My cream dried beef that I make.
Shit on a shingle?
And some egg. Yeah. I make a mean cream dried beef. It's super good. Now, I don't know that it's better than the Benedict though, but it is surprisingly good. And it's crazy that it's a close second, but I think Benedicts are pretty, especially if you do we do some pretty off the wall Benedict, not off the wall, but we do some Benedicts
you
that are
get
a little bit
lump
different.
crab, you get salmon Benedict, you get regular. But the key is the sauce.
Mm-hmm.
The holidays.
Yep.
You have to make
holiday
it right.
sauce.
Holidays.
Holiday sauce. Yeah.
It's not hollandaise. It's holidays.
That's
it's holiday. Yeah, like Christmas. That's why you eat it at Christmas.
Right.
Time is here.
No,
Seven
you gotta
Wonders.
make it. You gotta make it right.
Seven Wonders says favorite fish to keep it simple. Let's say pan fried and a little butter and olive oil with just salt and pepper. Well, I'll tell you. Favorite
tilapia.
fish. I'll tell you, fish tilapia.
How about your fists?
Fuck tilapia.
I'll tell you, if you're gonna bread it, if you want to do something like that, I do love catfish. I really do enjoy catfish.
Because you like strong flavors.
They're sweet. Catfish tends to be a little sweet, and it's got a nice texture because it's kind of like a medium flake.
It's really firm.
It's pretty firm. if you're talking about, like he said, say pan fried, a little butter. Let's say you're going to take something, you're going to maybe dredge it in a little flour, saute it, and then add a little bit of butter and stuff. Boy, I don't know.
Can I interject?
I know my wife is a huge fan of Chilean sea bass. We do a Chilean sea bass that she loves.
Omelet with finely diced tomatoes, broccoli, whatever meat, sausage, steak, ham, chicken.
Walleye.
Walleye's really good.
Walleye's pretty good.
Yeah, walleye's good. Sincere says perch. Yeah, perch is nice.
Perch is good.
Turbo. Have you ever had turbo? Turbo.
No,
really
I knew a
good.
guy named Turbo. He got busted for cocaine possession.
I have.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he used to work in the same cell I did.
Guy that comments says, "When can we go to your place, or can you give a place that's similar?" Place that's similar. It's hard.
Denny's.
Yeah, IHOP.
There's
Cracker Barrel, maybe.
Cracker Barrel.
Oh, I can't cover Cracker Barrel. That's Cracker
Well,
Barrel.
no. You're thinking Cracker Barrel with the C. I'm talking about the Cracker Barrel with a K.
With a K.
You know, you get to your table and all they give you is saltines
Cracker.
and mayonnaise.
In the
Cracker
packet.
Barrel.
In the packets.
Yeah. Okay, time is expired. Grouper. Grouper's a little too firm for me. I tend to not
Grouper's
like that.
good. It's pretty thick, but you know what? Have you ever had snook from the Keys? Oh,
No.
they're hard to get, but they're snook is like a giant walleye, in my opinion. It's very mild, but it's really thick. When we catch them, you gotta slice them in half to make them thinner, so they cook well. Oh man, but they're so good. Or Spanish mackerel. Cero mackerel. Really, really good in like a carpaccio or a ceviche.
I'll tell you one that's kind of out there that is really, really good too. And here, I'll pull you a damn picture of this thing up. You will not believe what this thing looks like.
Bring it up.
They are. And if you ever go anywhere that has it, get it, because it's really. These things are scary sons of bitches.
Uh-oh. This more of your weird food phallic thingy mabobber?
No, it's like I've seen them. Actually, I think my wife was with me one time when we saw one when we went up to Erie to that restaurant show. They had one there. And, on ice, obviously. It wasn't just swimming around. But check these out. This is a wolf fish. They're scary-looking sons of bitches.
Not scary. I mean, they're pretty damn fugly.
Yeah.
I still think lampreys scarier. Not lampreys.
I've seen those on the cooking channel.
Yeah, these guys are gnarly looking. They are really, really good. Super white flesh, nice and sweet, mild, really nice flake to them, tender. Yeah, those are really good. That's one of the ones that surprised me the most when I had it. I was like, man, this is really good.
Well, that's a saltwater fish.
Well, yeah, that way you don't have to season it.
Guy that comments lives in L.A.
Poor bastard.
I don't know. I mean, out there, you probably have a.
You can get anything fresh every day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a huge Asian influence out there.
Mm-hmm.
Finding places like I work at, is probably a dime a dozen out there. It's got to be pretty easy. There's a lot of Hawaiian influence out there too. More so than here.
How hard is it to do sushi and sashimi at your place?
I do sushi every day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah. I roll my own sushi every day. I just do whatever I want. I just do one roll. Sometimes I'll do 2 rolls. I shouldn't say that. Sometimes I'll do 2. But,
what do you got in it?
Whatever. Anything from spicy tuna avocado. I do spicy tuna BLT. I have a video on that one, spicy tuna BLT. Friday I did salmon Philly with pineapple in it. That one's really good.
Ooh.
Keeping the fish supple.
Salmon Philly cucumber. Yeah. I'll get eel and do barbecued eel rolls sometimes. Another one that's a really good seller is I'll do spicy shrimp. I'm sorry. I'll take like cooked shrimp, poached shrimp, mix them with tuna, and do like a spicy shrimp and tuna with avocado. That's a good seller. I don't do a ton of different stuff. We're not a sushi place. We don't sell a ton of it, but so that's why I don't do a truckload of it. For a while we were really trying to push it, and it just never really took off. But it's a staple at the same time. Like, people order it every day. We always sell some, but it's not a truckload. So for us to expand it into like a huge part of our business just didn't seem like it worked. And we're pretty close to a sushi place, so hamachi yellowtail, unagi.
Do you ever get any uni?
No, I've had uni, but I've never get in. I had the opportunity a couple times and I passed on it because I just didn't think it would be. It's not something that I would be able to move.
Right. It's awesome, but I agree. Yeah.
To me, I really enjoyed the flavor of it. If they wouldn't have had so much in the roll that I ate, I think I would have really enjoyed it. And we had it down in Philly at Pod. One of Steven Starr's places, Pod, and the amount that they put in the roll was impressive. Like, it was a lot, but to me, I didn't enjoy it as much as if it would have been a little bit less. How far off of 77 is your restaurant? I don't even know where 77 is.
300 miles.
Yeah, wherever, 300 miles.
If you go north and then go west, south,
and then east, and then east a little bit, yeah,
and turn left.
Uni was really interesting because it was like super soft and tender, and the flavor was really good. But like I said, in large amounts, it was a little not slimy, just mushy,
Yeah, I get it all the time. I didn't think I'd like it at first, but it was really good. Now, eel, that's kind of an acquired taste.
Yeah, unagi. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the toughest part with unagi is making sure the backbone's trimmed out well. Sometimes if they don't trim it well enough, you'll get some little crunchy parts. West Covina Dodge Escalar. Have you guys ever had Escalar?
No.
Okay. If you ever see sea urchin balls, well,
nothing about that phrase sounds appetizing.
Yeah. You eat sushi a lot. Have you ever had white tuna?
No.
Okay. So they'll call it white tuna. It's also called butterfish, and it's also called escalar.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah. Okay.
And it's visually, if you look at it, it looks a lot like tuna. To look at it, it's that kind of meaty, but it's white, very, very white Now, the thing with Escalar is the flavor is really good. It's really nice and mild. It is kind of sweet and buttery. It's like super tender. Like I say, it looks like tuna, but when it's cooked, it becomes really tender and it just sort of flakes apart. It's like kind of flakes, and it's great. But here's the tricky part. Escalar has a fat in it that's not absorbed by our bodies.
Oh, that's what I remember. It'll give
Okay,
you fucking diarrhea.
sort of. You remember back in the day when they started doing potato chips with like Olean and Olestra,
Mhm.
Oh, Lestra. That's right. Yep.
right?
Yep.
It's a
Stuff for
fat.
some spring cleaning.
Yeah, it's a fat that's not absorbed by the human body. So they're like, oh, you can eat these chips, and the fat just goes right through you. Exactly, it goes right through you.
It does.
Escalar has the same type of fat in it. So
That's right.
depending on how your body is, not everybody has bad reactions to it, but there are people that, like, if they eat a lot of it, if they eat large portions, and they were even saying, but when it was popular, to keep the portion size to like 6 ounces or less. Yeah, you would have like oily discharge, you know what I mean? Or you would like
That sounds
like
even worse.
It does.
I mean,
I'm trying to
other
say it
than
like in
just
a.
saying like, oh, it gives you the runs or diarrhea. No, you have an oily
It's not.
discharge.
It doesn't
No,
give you
what they
diarrhea.
said. What they said
Doesn't really
on
give
the
you diarrhea
package.
though.
What they said on the package was anal discharge.
Seepage.
Yeah, it's not diarrhea. Like it's not. That's not what it does. It doesn't wreck you totally. But what
No,
you'll
but
do is
it's
it's not absorbed, so it just passes through. Yeah.
no, but it's still liquid coming out of what's
Um,
normally a solid exit.
Anal leakage
Right.
is what the
Yeah.
lawsuit quoted.
So yeah.
Yeah,
So
my
that's
scrubs
what happened.
are
People
pretty
would-
thin.
Yeah, you got to be careful. So you got to so back when people were eating a lot of it, and women and there was people that would talk about it being like, oh man, I eat like every night and all this stuff, and they're like, oh yeah, my stomach's kind of, and they're like, they would have like stomach trouble where their stomachs would be like upset and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so you gotta watch out with that. And Seven Wonders says Shiro Maguro is white tuna in Japanese, is one of his favorites. But yeah, but with sushi, you're eating like an ounce and a half of it, or 2 ounces. You know what I mean? So
3 to 4 hours you'll be squirting.
yeah,
If
it's
it hurts
just,
when it squirts, talk to Mertz.
I mean, I've eaten it a bunch of times when we had it on the menu for a while, and we had it. I had eaten it a bunch of times, never had any issues with it. I'd never had any customers, say anything about it or whatnot. But there are people that, when it came out, and it was just one of those things where some people would grab a hold of it as like a health thing for them, and like, oh, this has such a little amount of fat, and also the fat isn't, most of it's not absorbed. That's awesome. I'm going to eat the shit out of that. Next thing you know, they're like,
Now, somebody mentioned earlier about lionfish, and I haven't had it, but I heard lionfish are delicious.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're an invasive species down there in the Keys.
Oh yeah, you know what? I know why I remember lionfish. There's a dude that hunts lionfish with a Glock. Have you ever seen that?
I have.
That's why I thought about it. Yeah, he's like a Glock 19 or something.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I remember that from. And there's no like limit on them. You can wipe them out because they're like
kind of
super
like feral
aggressive.
hogs of the sea.
You can spear them, and they're dumb as shit. You can
they're
just
super aggressive
just
too.
swim up to them and just spear them. And
don't they wreck other species? Don't they?
Oh, they eat like their body weight in other reef fish every day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I've heard that. I couldn't remember.
Yeah, my wife and my daughter are down there right now.
They say Same thing with snakehead. They say snakehead fish are
Yep.
delicious, and
I've
they're
heard the same
horrible.
thing. Yep.
Yeah. Well, and that's why that's where snakehead fish became an issue in the United States, is because Asian markets, Vietnamese markets, and stuff, where there was like a black market for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they shipped them over here.
They ship them over here, and people would be able to buy them at these markets. But every once in a while, like if people like they thought they were going to get in trouble for having them, they would just go dump them in the river in a pond. Next thing you know, these things take over everything, and they're just destroying the ecosystem.
Well, the thing is, they could dump them on the grass, and they can survive for days out of
Right.
water, and they
Yeah.
can like walk, like slither to the body of water.
They supposedly can live in like water that has almost no oxygen in it, like just stagnant, shitty, like not shitty, but stagnant, like water that wouldn't be able to hold other fish. They can live in it. They're just like they're beasts. Yeah,
Corona fish.
Yeah, but I've they say they're great. I've watched people catch them. They fight great. They look like a great sport fish. But
I
they're
heard they're
so
delicious.
aggressive. Yeah, they fight like crazy. I heard they're really good eating, but they just destroy the ecosystem because they just wreck other fish. Didn't lionfish become a problem because someone let their pet lionfish go? And probably that's usually how it happens. That's how it happens with, the pigs. Pigs aren't native to the United States. Pheasants aren't native to the United States. Lionfish, snakehead fish, all that stuff. Zebra mussels. They're all invasive species. It sucks. Oh boy. All right. Let's call it quits.
Is it that time again?
I think so. Sarge needs to get his beauty sleeps.
Well, I think he's been snoozing on and off throughout the entire chat.
He should be fucking beautiful then, all the sleep he got.
Well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real shame that he missed out on the whole chat about that poor bastard who got busted for hollow points.
Son of a bitch!
I know. He probably could have had some input on that, being a cop and all.
I know. His years or decades of experience.
His wife how has his wife not like walked into the room and been like, "Are you okay? Are you dead in here, or what's going on?"
She's buried in the basement.
No. I'm sure she's got a poking stick. She just wakes
kids
up
banging on the door. "Dad, are you okay in there?"
Like, "Dad, I want to make steakums, but you told me not to use the fridge."
Steakums. Holy shit. Do they still make steakums?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Uh-oh. We're going to get them on another tangent.
I'm on ship.com right now.
We get a product at the restaurant that's like steakums, but it's not processed. You know what I mean? It's like super thinly sliced steak.
Oh.
But it's not, right? Steakums are they're like chipped up. You know what I mean? They're like they're formed and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
These are like
pressed meat patty.
It's like, yeah, that's what they are pretty much. This one, it's not ribeye, but I forget what it is. But it's just super light, super thinly sliced, yeah. And they're really nice because it's got like the bite that it should. It's not like spongy like steakums are. We use those for some sandwiches and stuff every once in a while. They're really good. There was a good sized gator here in Raleigh. Shoot that sumbitch and eat it. Gator's tasty.
Oh, the gator tail. Oh yeah.
Hmm. Yeah. The place I used to work at for a while, they were on a kick where they were trying to do some exotic stuff, and we did alligator. You do alligator bites and toss them in seasoned egg wash, and then cornmeal, and then fry them, and then serve them with like a spicy mayo with Old Bay, or no, spicy mayo with mustard and Cajun seasoning mixed in. They're really good. That was really tasty. Just fry them just enough. I mean, if you don't over fry them, they're really good. Kind of tastes
What's
chickeny.
Pink's talking about stink bugs.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Seven steakums was a staple for me. Shit, we didn't. I don't think I even sprung for steakums when I was in college. Cheaper than that.
No,
You had to get the Steakos.
Ramen
the generic brand.
noodles, and well, me and my roommate used to work for a pig farm, so we used to get 200
you were
200
telling me.
pound pigs. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we had lots of food.
We would. Well, so we were talking about it. Yeah, we were talking about this the other week. I had a roommate that worked at a pizza shop, and then we were in culinary school, so a lot of times we used to be able to eat at school. And then I used to just make pasta with like butter and garlic, chili flake, and like a little salt and pepper. That was it. And then we would take late night trips to like KFC or something. A bunch of us. And what we go into like, if KFC closed at 11, if KFC closed at 11, we go at like 10 of 11. And they just always had a ton of shit there. And the guy, as long as the dude in there was cool, we'd be like, hey, if we buy like a 10 piece, will you hook us up? And we'd go home with like 30 pieces of chicken for like $8, because they were just gonna throw it away, like, and it was like they were okay with it, they didn't give a shit. They were just, it was just
down.
like, it was just like the last guy so he would just hook us up, man. We'd go with like 2 big bags full of stuff, and it'd have like 8 people at the house just chowing down, Pre-closed KFC score, Covina says. You know it, brother. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, we had a giant deep fryer too. And we always had like a 50-pound bag of potatoes.
Yeah.
We'd slice those babies up and have potatoes and whatever else.
For sure. Well, and that's the thing. Like, breakfast foods are generally pretty cheap. So, yeah, we would do like home fries, and then just crack like an egg into it and throw a little cheese on it or something, or not even cheese a lot of the time. Just do potatoes and eggs with ketchup or something. Yeah. And you know what, man? It's funny because I'm such a simple guy as far as food goes. Like, that kind of shit, I could eat that now. Like, I don't care. Like, it's just I'm so not fancy about what I eat myself. I like sometimes to really do good stuff and to like try and go out, go somewhere and get something super different. But man, I don't know, man. Just a good burger. What the hell? We need, you don't need more than that.
What's your ideal burger? I mean, or simple burger.
When I do a burger myself, patty, I do like Montreal, and we talked about that the other week. Montreal, and then I'll do. I'm a cheese fan. Love cheese. And it depends on what kind of cheese. I do like American. I know that's trashy.
No, it's good on a burger though.
I like American. Cheddar's great. I like sweeter cheeses, not so much like provolone and Swiss as much, but like cheddar, American, Gouda. I love smoked Gouda. Smoked Gouda slam. And then I do like lettuce. I do like tomato, but not super thick. Like I like a thinly sliced tomato. I do like pickle, but I don't like huge chunks of pickle. So sometimes I'll chop it up. And same thing with onion. Like I don't like a huge, like some people just take like a slab of sliced onion.
Right.
I like to
No.
chop it up, mince it up, and just sprinkle a little bit around. So I like the flavor, but I don't like too much of it, you know?
What about the
And
bun? Is it got to be a soft bun?
soft bun. Yeah, I don't like a big crunchy, hard. Yeah, like a big crunchy Kaiser or something. Sometimes they're just like, you know, I don't know, softer bun. And then I'm a condiment junkie, man. I'll put ketchup, mustard, and mayo on that fucker. I don't care. Yeah.
Oh, black cat's out there.
Yep. And that's where like the dog sauce from my hot dog video, that's kind of where that
Oh,
came
yeah.
from. Because instead of putting ketchup, mustard, mayo, relish, onions all on a burger, I just mixed it all together as a sauce and threw it all in the bun. That's where that came from. And I put a little bit of sriracha in it too, just a little tiny squirt of sriracha. Yeah. Kinky says I called it quits 20 minutes ago. That was like 2 hours ago. Again.
What? It's only 3:30.
Ooh. I gotta get up
I
in
got-
like 4 or 5 hours, 4 hours.
I got no appointments tomorrow.
You got what?
I have no appointments tomorrow.
Oh,
lucky you.
I can sleep till noon.
he says, remember, Midnight Range likes soft buns. You're here first. That's, I know. I got,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
He
fine.
likes soft buns and he cannot lie.
Rich white baby.
Who wants some old hard buns? Nobody likes hard buns.
Yeah, I don't understand all this talk on these fitness DVDs about having buns of steel. Who wants their buns made out of steel? It sounds like it'd be uncomfortable to sit on. Steel rust, plus who wants to walk around with refrigerator magnets stuck in their ass?
True story.
Now, when I have English muffins, they have to be crunchy.
Yeah, because you don't want a doughy English muffin.
No.
Cano?
Yeah, for sure.
Cano.
I like provolone melted, but cheddar jack is great. Mozzarella is probably my favorite melted. See, to me, like Mott's just doesn't have a whole lot of flavor.
No.
He likes any buns. I like your buns.
Brown
Oh,
cow.
snap.
You
better get ready.
I always wake up at the crack of noon. Yeah, you son of a bitch. I don't want to hear that.
Nobody wants to hear about your crack when you wake up.
Yeah.
Did you hear about those hollow points?
Lame. Lame.
You son of a bitches.
Good time.
Of course, it's a running gag.
It's I'll gag you.
We have a guy that comes in for brunch, and he'll get an omelet, and he'll get provolone and mozzarella in his omelet. And I'm like, boy, those are boring cheeses to get in an omelet.
Yeah, they're all
just
stringy.
Well, it's good for melting, but flavor-wise, like it just doesn't have any flavor at all, you know? I feel like if you're going to put cheese in an omelet, it's got to have something with some flavor to it, you know? Or it's just goo. Yeah. Can you
Who
make
doesn't
my
like
omelet with
random
goo
goo
in
in
it?
their food?
Right, yeah, for sure.
I'm a extra sharp guy. Extra sharp cheddar.
Yeah. When I was a kid, my grandpa used to always get was it Hell of a Good cheese?
Is it
Remember
like
that
a dip?
stuff?
Yeah, they still have it.
No, it's came in like blocks, you know. Depending on the color of the wrapper, it was they had a green wrapper, a red wrapper, a yellow, and a black, I think. And the black was the extra sharp. And he used to always get that. And it was like, I've had sharper cheddars, you know what I mean? But this one was really good. And it was to the point where if you tried to slice it kind of thin, it would almost crack and crumble, you know, because it was kind of dry, you know. And that's the whole idea is they take a cheddar and they dry it, and the drier it gets, the the sharper it starts to taste because the flavors are all condensed, you know. But yeah, he used to get that stuff, and that was really good. That was really good. Some bitch. I wake up early 3 times a week, so Sunday, Monday, Wednesday. I wake up at the crack of noon. You don't have anywhere. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Seven Wonders woke up to the crack of dawn. Hasn't seen her since.
Ooh, careful there, Seven. That joke's an antique.
If you wake up at he woke up at the crack of dawn, so it was a 69, and she rolled over, I guess.
Ooh.
Yeah, we sell it.
Then it was an eclipse.
There you go. Pink
No,
Panther
then it was
fan. Yeah, we sell it.
Flavors this wrapper
I don't remember if
now
think
Midnight
it's
was
saying, yeah.
the label have kind of a cartoony old guy with a beard on it?
I don't remember. I just remember there were different colors, and that was the different not flavors, but different sharpnesses. You know, and there might not have been in green. Maybe it was just red, yellow, red, and black. I definitely remember there was a. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I don't. You know what? I don't think it was Hell of a Good. I think it was Cracker Barrel. I think it was Cracker Barrel cheese.
Cracker Barrel.
Yeah,
Cracker Barrel.
I think it was Cracker Barrel. Hold on a second.
Was it Don?
Don. Yeah.
Or your cheese better be done, otherwise it's just milk. And then nobody wants to open up a wrapper or something they thinks is solid and have it be a liquid.
Curds and whey.
Okay, Miss Muppet.
Yeah. So here we go.
All right,
so
sorry,
they've
Moffat.
changed.
Share screen.
They've changed the wrappers now, but you can still see. I mean, they have other types now. They didn't have this when I was a kid, anyway. So like, there's the sharp cheddar is yellow. Extra sharp cheddar is like
red.
A red.
Oh, I like that.
Sharp white cheddar is green. So he always got the white. Havarti. So.
Oh, Havarti's good too.
I'm going to say that's actually some pretty nice package design for their labels.
Yeah,
Buddha,
they're different.
Buddha.
Extra sharp white cheddar. That's what it would have been.
Give me some.
Yeah, if I'm thinking right, weren't the old Cracker Barrel ones? It was like a black and gold wrapper almost.
Yes, yeah. Well, it depends because the wrapper itself would be all black with Cracker Barrel in yellow for the extra sharp white, and then if it was the sharp, here's the Vermont sharp white or whatever, it would be all like a yellowish, or green with yellow Cracker Barrel. Like the whole wrapper they weren't black with like ribbons. It was, the whole thing was different color. Yeah, this is what it was, Cracker Barrel, not, it wasn't Hell of a Good. Hell of a Good
is a dip.
Yeah, you're right. Ooh, aged reserve. I really want to get them. And this is for me, it's pretty nostalgic because I mean it was something that we used to eat together, my grandfather and I.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, for sure that was it right there. Extra sharp white cheddar.
My grandpa used to make me
Christmas.
Sharp cheese and horseradish sandwich on white bread.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
With butter. So the liquid from the horseradish wouldn't leach into the bread. Oh, Seven knows that Havarti's great on a ham sandwich.
He used to eat Heidi Ann. Was the cheese, the Swiss type of Swiss he would get, and Heidi Ann is it's a really fine small bubbles. You know what I mean? Like the holes in it are very small.
Oh yeah.
And it's really nice and mild.
What's it called?
Heidi Ann.
Huh.
like an it's like a name.
HIDE.
Yeah, HEIDIANNE
So like
or
the name.
ANN. Yep, just like if name. Here's a picture of that.
Oh, mine's
We
just a
have-
picture of Heidi Ann.
We have a cheese lady here in town, so I might have to go find that.
Yeah. Heidi Ann Swiss cheese.
Wait,
You
Walnut
see it?
Creek. Walnut Creek cheese.
So it's got the small
she says-
CO2 bubbles.
She says I got him an old man basket. And yeah, she got me was it Hickory Farms. I'll tell you what.
Is it
I
some
love
damn
that
good
kind of-
shit?
Well, I love that kind of stuff, right? And the cheese in it was pretty good, and it had some crackers, and it had like a mustard dip, and it had summer sausage. I would, if she wouldn't have said this, I'd never ever bring this up. But I don't want anybody else to buy it because that summer sausage was the grossest thing I've ever eaten in my life.
Really?
It was so gross.
Was it like
It's not-
greasy, fatty? Was it not
Exactly.
like sour?
It was exactly, dude. Have you had it?
It's like
No,
bologna
I've
that's not
I've
refrigerated.
had actual made on a farm summer sausage, and it was
Mhm.
it had a nice sour bite to it. I've also had some of like the regular made at the meat locker back when we still had a meat locker summer sausage, and that wasn't sour, or that didn't have a sour taste to it. That was more of a meat and a spice taste. Let me eat the virus snacks. What?
Well, she's been, we've been getting some stuff around the house, right? And yeah, there's some bags of stuff that we don't just haven't put away yet. He knows what's in it because he went shopping with her, so he knows there's like Nutella and stuff in there with the little dipping snacks and stuff. So he's like, yeah, like he says, Mom, let me eat. Can I have some of the emergency virus snack? Yeah.
Well, okay, because
Yeah.
for a minute there, I thought you were doing something cruel and unusual and giving your kid Vegemite.
Vegemite.
So the way you described it is the summer sausages, and I really wanted to like it too. So I was like, oh man, I'm a meat and cheese and cracker kind of dude. Like I'd sit down and eat that as a meal. You know what I mean? And oh man, the summer sausage was like fatty and sour. It was really, really weird. I'm like, these guys build a company on this shit. How the hell did they do it? But this is the cheese that he used to eat. And it's like I say, it's like a Swiss, but it's it's like a really fine Swiss, not like big, large air holes. It's really mild and kind of buttery. It is very good. I mean, if you're a Swiss cheese kind of person, it's really good. But yeah, he used to always have that, and he used to always have that turkey sandwiches, Heidi Ann, mayo.
Good shit.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in middle school, my grandparents lived like 3 blocks from the school. So at lunch, she go, "Hey, what do you want for lunch today?" I like, BLT.
Mm-hmm.
She'd have a BLT waiting for me.
Oh, you weren't spoiled.
Oh, I'm very spoiled.
I know, we can smell it from here.
Oh yeah, I should
Yeah,
put my
somebody
pants
forgot
on.
to put Moo in the meat locker.
I should put my underwear back on.
Back on.
I know.
I just thought you were wearing some woolen leggings there.
I'm a minotaur.
No, you're a muator.
That's true. I have cow
You
legs
guys-
in the back.
Do you guys get? Have you guys ever had like bologna, like sweet bologna from here?
No.
You've
Sweet
never?
bologna.
Oh man,
You mean Bologna?
yeah.
I've had Yale bologna.
I've had government bologna.
You have
This
not.
is
I've had phony
This is-
baloney.
Phony baloney.
You are a phony baloney.
No, I'm a phony banana. Other company that would come to malls.
Oh, she's saying there's one. Yeah, she did. You know what?
I'm
I
trying
do
to remember.
remember she got something. She did get something
Swiss
years
Colony.
ago from somewhere. Swiss
Wasn't
Colony,
that
is
the
that
company, Swiss Colony?
it? I don't remember. She said she would come to the malls just in the holidays. Yeah,
Black Cat just sent me a dick pic.
I believe it.
You want to see it?
So Black Cat found his microscope.
Ouch. Here's what you got to get yourself.
Sizzler or
Seltzer.
Seltzer? Okay.
Seltzers, yeah. This is one of there's seltzers, there's Kunzler. Kunzler is another one that's really, really good. But seltzer.
Oh, he sent you a tricky dick pic.
You see it? He sent me a dick pic.
Here's what you need to get yourself. Some of the double smoked.
So is this like a PA or a regional thing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
So do they do like the hard meats or the hard bolognas?
No. Well, they might. I don't know what else. I honestly, they probably do other stuff.
Do.
But this is the shit. This is the shit right here.
The black labeled seltzers with the
Well,
happy
one
Amish
is
man.
a little Amish guy, but they do a double smoked, which is nice. The Kunzler I don't think double smokes, but the seltzers does.
What's that mean? Like cold smoke at first, and then
do
a hot smoke?
Yeah, they do it. They just do it twice. Moo, you said you're coming down here, right, in the summer for something?
I'm going to the rally on the 8th, man.
Right. But that's what I mean. You were coming down this way. Yeah, I'll have to hook you up with some. You've never lived down this way, have you? You're up in.
I'm in.
You've been up
by
in
God, Michigan.
The whole time. You've always lived in Michigan, though.
Yes.
All right.
We're gonna have to hook you up with pointy part.
We're gonna have to hook you up with those, and I'm gonna show you something else that you're gonna like too.
Don't boss me.
Nobody puts Moo in the corner.
This one you will fucking love these fuckers.
Don't swear on my channel.
I'm telling you, these.
Wait.
I'll get you a bag of these, and you're gonna be like, son of a bitch. You're gonna have to mail me some of this. Snyder's of Hanover pretzels, honey mustard and onion.
Oh, those are rocking.
Have you had them?
Ooh,
yeah.
These?
Yeah, just that our vending machine company doesn't stock them anymore.
Oh, you got to get yourself some of these. Yeah, these are killer. This is one of the things that, like, whenever we travel, I always eat a bag of these. Like, it's always one of my travel snacks.
Oh, the honey mustard's got to be the best.
Yeah,
honey mustard and onion.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe the salt and
vinegar.
What was the other one? Salted the caramel.
She says the chips. Now these are the pretzel pieces, pretzel bites, or whatever. But it's hard pretzels, like half an inch or whatever, and then they're broken up, and then they toss them in the seasoning. They're awesome.
I will say their buffalo ones are pretty good too because they're not super vinegary.
The which ones?
Mukbang.
The buffaloes.
Oh.
RL doesn't know it, but I'm staying at his house.
Yeah. So they have garlic parmesan, the buffalo hot wings, cheddar, peanut butter,
salted caramel. Salted caramel.
Yeah, the cheddar ones are pretty good too. I've had those.
I mean to try the peanut
buttermilk ranch
ones
are okay. The sweet ones I've never had, actually.
Gotta get some Grandma Ootz's chips. What's that?
Utz is just a brand. Utz is good.
Utz is good. Hers is good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
jalapeno pieces in your life.
chips. That's that's one that I should hook you up with too. Middlesworth chips. They're from Middleburg, PA. They're a little just north, a little bit, pretty close to where I went to high school. Actually, we used to play them in sports. Middleburg, and they're
Is that the chess club?
yeah. The
I think it was.
nerd.
I think it was the flapjack flipping competition.
Yeah.
70s, the non-GMO Snyders.
I don't know nothing about that.
Bacon pancakes.
You're one of those, huh?
Pancakes.
Yeah.
Since I'll be home that weekend. Well, now Black Cat, he didn't say he was staying at your house. He's just staying in the back of your rig.
So
yeah, he didn't say you were going to be there either. He just said he was staying at
right.
your house.
So there's a big divot in the mattress where I can sleep.
He's like, I just snuggled down into this little,
this little Black
Cat.
Be a
I don't know what's
didn't know what's worse, fruitcake or pretzels. Revolver, you've done took a trip off the tripping tree there. You just hit your head. Pretzels are awesome.
Those chips are sent all over I'll tell you what, when my cousin was in the military, when he was in, I was pretty little. He's older than me. When he was in the army, he was stationed in Germany, and I forget. He did go to the Middle East for a short time. I think I can't remember where. They used to send him his care packages, and it would be Middlesworth chips, Lebanon bologna. I forget what else they used to send him. Pretzels, chips, Lebanon bologna. I forget what other. I'm trying to think what other foods they sent him that were like, PA foods that you sort of just take for granted. You don't think about it. But
Waffle House.
Yeah. But those are yeah. I'll tell you what I'll do, Moo. I'll pack us a lunch. You remind me, and I'll pack us a lunch. I'll do some bologna sandwiches and some chips and stuff like that for us.
Coconut bars.
Yeah. The real question is, are they kosher? Is what kosher?
Will it be like Christmas Vacation where the dog pissed all over the sandwiches?
Which one was that? I forget. I don't know.
I don't know.
Did you say that was
was it Vegas?
That Summer Vacation or Vegas? I don't remember. Remember it happened. He peed on a bag, right? And they were inside the bag. I forget.
Well, I don't know if they're kosher, Misha, but I'm pretty sure, much like Matt's preacherhood thing, it doesn't take that much to become a rabbi and bless it. Fu King coconut bars.
I didn't even bring up coconut bars. I didn't bring up.
Sorry,
you don't like the coconut bar.
She's mad at him. I don't know why. Because I joke about him, I guess.
Coconut bar.
Anti-coconut bar jokes. All right.
I like coconut bar.
Now it's almost 4:00. Is that enough?
I don't know how many people we got left. How many people we got left watching here? We've got
25.
Seriously, 25 people watching. Is there seriously 25 people watching?
25 people are still watching with and hold on, let me just yep, 25 watching.
All right.
22 thumbs up and 4 thumbs down.
Why?
How about if all those 25 people can comment right now, we'll go another 8 minutes. 26. What the fuck are you people doing?
Go. When is this rally? She doesn't know when the rally is. It's June 8th. Monday, June 8th.
Matt Flutter.
7 a.m.
He's from Michigan. He knows how to party. Hell yeah.
Oh, George screwed it up. He commented twice, 3 times now. See, now he screwed it up. This
He
sounds
can go
rigged.
for like another 30 or
Kinky.
45 minutes.
Kinky's still
you
out there.
guys, you guys woke up. You guys woke up the Flatfoot.
Guy comments. Rigged.
Sorry,
Jorge still out there.
Have you shot that pistol yet, or what?
Who?
Which
Oh, he
one?
passed out again. The Cosaint.
No, I haven't shot it yet.
How the hell do you have that damn thing in your possession and you haven't shot it yet?
Don't wake him up. He's in Walmart parking lot.
I don't even have one in my possession. I fooled you.
Oh,
Oh, no names here.
now
I'm
I'm
going to
bummed out.
TP some once he gets back from his demos.
Hmm.
I told him not
You
to
get the
let that
old
interfere with
banged
his
around.
demos.
No names.
No names 100.
I missed
Is
out
that
on it.
Bullet T Justice is here?
I missed out on it. He did a demo pretty close to me on Saturday. I couldn't go. So sucked. I missed out on
Jorge's
monster trucks, and I missed out on shooting.
Jorge's in the wrong time zone.
No Names 100. Who's No Names 100?
Yeah, that's a new one. Maybe that's my other
Probably
channel.
one of Garrett. It's probably George Grayson Cat's troll account.
Where the hell is Misha? Oh,
It's
must
only
be
12.
in California.
Yeah, he's way over there.
Sorry, buddy. 7 Wonders.
Well, it's not any worse. Not any worse than being some of the places over here.
You know I'm from Michigan, 7 Wonders. You son of a bitch.
George is very proud of the fact that he's in Central Time. I'm in Central Time.
Prove it.
Oh,
Take a picture.
I thought he was in Washington.
Oh, Misha's in
Freddie
Oregon.
Anderson, what's this shit show? That's exactly what it is, a shit show, Holmes. I don't know if Freddie Anderson's new too. Look, we asked for comments and these people popped up out of nowhere.
I don't know who we is,
355
but
here in the future.
keep coming. There's 26 people. Come on. Oh, I bet
It's
somebody fell
definitely-
asleep. Revolver.
Crying shame.
Too bad. Olive Black.
What?
Olive Blackhawks.
Good Lord.
Get to go meet.
Here's a question. To my wife out there. That Olive Black Hawk. This one says, do you know why that's funny? Why is that funny? Let's see if she knows. Let's see if she realizes.
Oh, Misha's being all Mr. Fancy here. He gets to go meet Paul Harold this coming Sunday. Gonna get a lock of his curly hair and send it to your bestest buddy in the whole wide world, Yankee.
That's a troll test for my wife. See if she can spot the troll.
She's got to Google it.
There's a Chihuahua breeder in Michigan. I may go hit up this.
Well, that's not the right answer.
Well, wait a minute. You can ship Chihuahuas over state lines? I thought.
Well, I'm going there in June, so I can bring you any kind of dogs you want. Chickens, possums, whatever you want.
Wait a minute. A chicken possum is a dog? When the hell they changed
or
the
name? She just typed what was the name right above you, the one right above you.
That says Olive
in between your
Hawks.
2 comments.
Olive Black Hawks.
You
love the Black Hawks. Were you drunk and you were talking about hockey and you said Olive Black Hawk?
Who doesn't like the helicopters built by Sikorsky, the company that actually invented the helicopter?
No, it's the hockey team in Chicago.
Revolver had the
I know that.
let
I
the
was
cat
making
out
a
of the
joke.
bag.
No, you
Revolver
weren't.
The cat out of the
Yes,
bag.
I was. I was
God
making a
damn
joke
it.
by deliberately missing the point of the
You
joke.
can't make a joke if you
I don't know.
had
You've been
nails
laughing
and
your ass
glue.
off half the times I've been saying smart ass shit.
I just checked. I have no ass. So
We're
it's
okay
off.
as long as we're
You
okay
ha-
as long as her next comment isn't. Oh well, that's true.
Shut up, RL. Been drinking since noon, you asshole.
Yeah.
He was busy doing research about this guy in New Jersey. He wasn't paying attention.
Fuck
Yeah.
off. God damn it. Asshole. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, something about points being hollow and it not being Boston Bruins. Is that like are those like
Shut up.
magical brewers? They're like used to be
Shut up.
druids, but now they're brewers, so they're Bruins.
I'm gonna kick you in
She's
your
talking
face.
about she's talking about the hockey team. Isn't the Boston Bruins a hockey team?
I'd leave for 20 minutes to walk my fucking dog, and you guys. All
Yeah,
right,
you
I can
completely
take it.
missed the
I can
story.
take it. I can take it.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, $20 is $20.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was pesos.
And I had to wipe it off on the teddy bear.
Whoa.
Check the search history.
No bueno.
No,
Yeah. $20. I didn't say the whole joke.
You're not gonna.
I know, because I'm considerate.
Sometimes. All the trolls are out tonight. Talking about the Bruins bar, the one time G and I went to Boston.
I am. Is she talking to? Are you talking to me? What, Mia?
I'm just reading what Mia's saying, man.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if she's talking.
Wait a minute, she went to Boston with G?
Different G. Her friend G.
Oh, I thought G. Okay, no, I guess I can't say that G's a friend of all of us.
It's 4:01. Let's get the hell out of here, please.
Shall I just start steamrolling over everything here?
Yeah, make it snappy.
Quitter.
Listen to this guy.
Make shameless promotion and troll accounts aside, ladies, gentlemen,
goddamn
and
hurry.
all ages, thank you for watching Midnight Range TM's The Closer. Be sure to check out a website that doesn't exist, and I forgot to remove it from the thing and put in my new thing. Oh wow. This concludes our regularly scheduled programming, but we'll be back sometime tomorrow with some other random crap. The Gun Channel's community Monday night programming at 5 p.m. Eastern. It's tasty headlines with never enough ammo. Get all your news and commentary and random rants in all one place. At 7 p.m. Eastern, it's the Polite Society podcast on Facebook and Travis P11 King Travi himself's Caliber Corner on YouTube. 8 p.m. Eastern, it's Clover Tax MOA Monday only on Instagram, and Hawaii Volcano Squad's locked and loaded on YouTube. At 9 p.m. Eastern, it's Never Enough Ammo, a.k.a. Mr. Matt's Guns and Geeks podcast, The Week in Geek, at 10 p.m. Eastern. Whenever they figure on doing one again, it's intentionally left blank. And every weeknight at midnight Eastern, it's The Daily Gun Show. Check out guntube.org. It's a free and unrestricted Pro2A video platform. If you like what you see, go over to Patreon and help support the platform for less than the price of a cup of coffee a day. For cool and unique 2A swag like any of these wonderful patches you see here, from this orange bald bastard here to the wonderful one-of-a-kind Robbie the Robot patch, go over to gearwebsites.com for Cool and unique two-way swag. That's gearwebsites.com. And remember, a hot dog is a sandwich, a Slim Jim is candy, and remember to keep your guns oiled, chambers loaded, never eat fudge from a place called Uranus.
Bang that out quick. Listen to this Sarge guy's like quitter. He's taking 3 power naps during the damn show. He's like, you guys are quitters.
Yeah, but he's getting paid.
And apple
Are you on
fritters.
the job? Is he on the job right now?
Rollers.
I thought he was at home.
Is he on the home?
Well, his
I thought he
cruiser
was
is
at
at
home.
home.
Why would you listen to this while you're not getting paid?
You definitely want to be close to somewhere that you can throw up. So that's a definite must.
Well, that's what the 5-gallon bucket's for.
So there's 22 people watching. Whoever those 22 people are,
Go to
thank
bed.
you. Thank you very much.
Fine, I'll sit around
Well,
with booze and
can't-
hookers.
Black Cat counts as 2.
Now, Black Cat,
Fine, I'll
where's
start my own
where-
chat with booze and hookers. You know what? Forget the chat. Start it. Do it up.
Oh, he's
Well, where's
so
the Black
full of
Cat?
shit. He's so full of shit. He's working.
Working in the coal mine.
All right. So to all you people that continued to watch this, I appreciate it.
Please
Thanks
go
for
seek,
watching. We will see you next week.
Please go seek
Remember-
medical attention immediately.
Remember, June 8th, Monday, I believe it's 10 o'clock. Be there, be square at the rally.
Or slightly potato shaped.
And
Oh, I'll be way potato shaped.
yeah,
Please refrain from
Yeah,
urinating
yeah, I
in
could
the
see that.
cryogenic food storage unit.
yes, there's a lot of us that are shaped like Mr. Potato Head, but that's okay. Thanks a lot. I'll see you next time. Take it easy. Later.